How's it going, everybody? Way too early? I can't help it, PK. I need some coke, dude. My order got canceled. It is over. Indie slop, boy. Yeah, that guy must have realized that he fucked up with his list price. Because those things are way too cheap. You could over double your money on them immediately. But, alas, it's over. I guess the ones I bought for 24 bucks a piece weren't that bad a deal after all. It's brutal, dude. I need to make some merch. What, indie slop merch? Maybe. Was it that Polish listing? No, I didn't see that. I don't see a lot of EU listings because, you know, they don't ship outside of Europe on European eBay. So, I've never seen those, unfortunately. No, this was somebody who was selling individual 5 Reichsmark coins for 16 bucks. But if you bought 4 or more, they were only $13.50. And, yeah. I had ordered a large quantity, and the guy canceled my order and goes, "Yeah, they're out of stock, dude." It's like, oh, you sold 800 of them, but they're out of stock, huh? It's like, how many do you have in stock then? He's like, oh, none. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. So, RIP, man. I had the opportunity to make generational wealth of, well, I don't even know. I had like 30, I think, ordered. Oh, if I had known about that listing, I probably would have bought all 800, honestly. If I could, well, yeah, I could put it on a credit card, never mind. Yeah, I could have gotten all 800. Then just cashed them in. Pay off my credit card. Stonk. Alright, let's see. Let me open up some stuff real quick. Oh, no, never mind. Shit. Why did he cancel my order? He claimed they were out of stock, quote unquote. But the dude had like 800 of them listed, and I ordered 20 something, or I think it was 29. 29, I think, is what I ordered. But yeah, he claimed they were out of stock, dude. He probably looked up how much silver was in them, and he was like, oh, fuck. And then just, you know, was like, shit, I'm not shipping those out. Because he was probably suspicious of why he got, like, such a large spike in orders that night. So he probably looked it up, like, how much silver is in these. Probably like, oh, 32 bucks or whatever. It's like, oh, shit. I'm gonna keep those. I guarantee you that's what happened. Yeah, sorry about that, Chud. The coins I counted out and put a specific inventory number on just happened to go missing. Gee, I wonder what that's like. Oh well, I'm up to 30 pieces of silver now on hand, so I could officially betray Jesus if I wanted to. Although I don't know what the conversion of these to temple coins would be. But, yeah. Sucks, man. Could have had even more. But, oh well. I still have the 50 from the other guy I bought for 24 apiece coming. Which he has more on hand, so maybe I'll message him once I get paid next month and be like, hey, still got those shekels, dude? Because he had like 100 something left. Oh, I'll have 100 when all mine arrive. Yeah, I'll have over 100 when all of mine arrive. Once they actually get here in the mail, I'll have over 100. You want a coin with my face on one side and GGG on the other? Will my quadruple chin fit on the side profile, though? I guess that could be the anti-clipping measure, right? If part of my quadra chin is missing, then, you know, the coin's been clipped. Oh shit. No! I knocked over my stack of coins. God damn it. I need to find somewhere to put these coins that they're out of the way. It's starting to become an obnoxiously large amount. Which I guess is a good problem to have, but still, it's irritating. Let's see. Let's see. So Dr. Nefarious with the 2 Dragon Quest, or your is it out yet? I don't think it's out yet. Dragon Quest 7 Remastered. When does it release? Oh my god, seriously? My computer's doing the fucking thing where it doesn't load now. It was literally just working. Oh my god. Alright, let me restart it real quick. Dude, this is so gay. It's gotta be something with OBS and Windows fucking up. I don't know. I was literally on Twitter before the fucking stream started looking at something. These fucking bitches. Alright, give me like 30 seconds, I'll be back. The stream will auto reconnect. Alright, I think it's back now, right? Dude, I do not understand why this is like a fucking problem all of a sudden. This has to be like some shitty ass Windows update or something that's making it do this. Because it's across all browsers. And it just makes no fucking sense. Why certain web pages just don't load. So it says it comes out February 5th. But yeah, I'm planning on getting it. I don't know if I'll stream it that day, but most likely, I guess. And Psychologist with the 2, how's Apollo? He's good. He's chewing right now. And Synchromax with a 5 bought Metroid Dread off eBay. The seller sent me a free Pokemon card. Here, I'll take a look. Oh, Journey Together? Nice. It's not a bad art. Not bad. It's a $55 PSA 10. Interesting. My order for some silver coins I placed. And Captain Hook Games with the 2, will you be getting the $650 Pokemon Legos? I am. I don't know. I don't really know much about Legos or the whole reselling thing. The problem is I don't really want to buy anything large. And I'm assuming that box is going to be huge. I mean, from a pure business sense, it's probably a very good purchase. Because it's going to probably go up in price quite a bit. But I don't really know too much about the Lego market. Nor do I have the space to store Lego stuff. Because you got to have like a pretty big, you know, area for that type of stuff. Because the box conditions everything too. I don't know. Plus, they're probably going to produce an absolute metric shitload of them. Stopped collecting toy bricks when my mother remodeled my room and took all the Halo stuff in a little bit. Ooh, that sucks, man. None of the instructions, they're all mixed together. Yeah, well, the Pokemon set, they're probably going to make a shitload of because it's a collaboration that everybody's been anticipating, but I don't know. The one that'll probably be really expensive is the Club Lego one or whatever the fuck, where you have to use your rewards points in order to get it. That's the one that's going to be worth a lot because most people aren't going to be able to get it, for one. And two, you know, there's probably not going to be as many of them. Grow up, you're 30, stop buying Pokemon. I'm not 30 yet. Still got 2 more years in me. Alright, let's see. I'm a young man. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. Dude, I'm actually fucking pissed about that damn, whatever it's called, coin order. I'm already pissed I didn't get the extra 40, but then on top of that, it's like now my other order got canceled too. So I was gonna have close to 70 of them from that one guy. Buy 30 minutes of pussy. No, thank you. Let's see who's on. We got some regulars on. Alright. See how much time? 165 hours, dude. WOWEEZOWEE. What? Why the fuck did a communication error happen? Let's see, view room info. Oh wait, fuck. Of course it has a 0 in it. It's kind of odd because Nintendo has it to where they're like, you know, Nintendo Switch like prepaid cards and stuff don't have zeros or O's in them for this reason, because it's hard to determine which one is which. But I guess that design decision didn't permeate to Mario Kart. Alright, is that pen now? Yes. Wings of Redemption, 685. And let's see, Psychologist with a 5 pre-ordered a model kit, the PG 160th new Gundam. That bitch is, oh yeah, dude, those things are expensive as shit. I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right,
bitch
awesome.
is $750.
Thanks, right.
I usually cut the box art and stick it on my wall. I ain't reselling to anyone. That's nice, man. I have great appreciation for the people who can sit down, put those together, and paint them. I do not have the space, time, or the patience, or the artistic ability, so that's awesome, bro. I have great respect for people who do those model kits. I think they're pretty neat. Maybe in a different time, I will be able to do them at some point, but I don't know. I have zero. I don't even have a table. That's how bad I am on space. So I don't even have a coffee table or anything to put shit on. I literally have this desk, which is already crowded, and that's like my only table space. Alright, we'll go and start. Oh, shit. Damn it. I picked the wrong mode. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. No, my silver coins got canceled that I bought last night. They were 13 bucks a piece and they were worth over 30. So it was like an easy, you know, 2x on your money if you bought them, and I got my word canceled. Yeah, I only have 800 square feet, bro, and the 800 square feet is split up between 2 bedrooms, one of which I use as an office, which is the larger one, and then the other room is basically like a little 8 by 10 box that literally just fits a bed and a clothing rack, which is where I sleep. And then, yeah, I don't really have any room for a table or anything like that. Yeah, I think the guy who was selling them realized that he was getting fucking fleeced, because I don't know how the fuck you would list a coin that has $30 worth of silver in it for under $30. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. There's, like, no world where you should do that, because the coin has intrinsic value just for being the coin. And the silver has value just for being the silver. So my guess is he just was, you know, listing him because he's had him for a while. I have no idea. But I think he caught on to it and then canceled my order. Maybe he canceled other people's too. I don't know.
They're fucking full.
Or I was just one of the unlucky ones because I ordered like 30 of them. So he was like, oh, why is this guy ordering 30? Let me check. But yeah, if silver keeps going up, I mean, even the $24 ones I bought was a great deal. Especially because I put them on my credit card and I get cash back for buying them. Free money. Ah. Nah, credit cards are great as long as you don't go into debt. Just don't spend more than you can afford to pay off, and then you'll make money using your card. It's awesome. I think in like the year that I've had my Apple card or so. Actually, I don't know how long I've had it. But I think I've made like $5,000 or $6,000 in free money. It's like crazy. Just for using my card and paying the bill, I've made like $5 grand off of it. Nah, you get like what, 2 to 3% cash back anywhere that Apple Pay is used. So I don't know how many years I've had it. It's probably been like 3 or 4 actually. I'm trying to think how long I've had an iPhone. I got an Apple card shortly after that, so I'm not sure. Whenever the 14 Pro Max came out is when I got it. So I guess 3 years ago. The Puzzle Plank Galaxy music. Nice. Dr. Nabarius of the 2 brought it up because the Dragon Quest VII demo dropped recently. Yeah, my issue with demos is if I play a demo, I'm very unlikely to actually ever play the full release because it feels like I've gotten my fix. It's kind of like a psychological thing. I'll play a demo of something and like it and then never touch the actual full release. Or I'll buy the full release and never start it. Because it's like that disconnect of starting it, then moving on to something else for like several weeks, and then going back to it that just makes me not want to play it again. It's kind of a weird mental hang-up. Samurai Jake with the 1. Appreciate it, bro. And then also with the 1.99. What does that say? Oh, shit. It just crashed. Fucking bitch. Really? The chat crashes right as I start the race. I've never actually played on any of these actual racetracks. The only thing I've ever played is Knockout Tour on this game, really. That's why I still haven't even unlocked Rainbow Road. Yeah, the demo of Stellar Blade almost got me to not buy the game because it felt like a Souls clone, and then it turned out the rest of the game was not like that first part, thankfully. Ah, shit, it's over. Brutal, dude. I don't have like a favorite credit card. I only have one for my bank account and then one for Apple. Oh, okay. It says tired. God, it's a coffee cup. Well, I appreciate it, man. Big ups. I'm tired of taking L's, bro. Across the board. Yeah, in the US, we have a bunch of credit cards that have, like, special perks and stuff. Like, if you have an American Express, then you get, like, a bunch of travel benefits, access to, like, lounges and stuff at airports. You know, you have to pay for that type of stuff, which it's not really free. But if you travel... But... yeah, I don't have any, like, fancy credit cards. I just have the one for my bank account that gives me, I think, 2% cash back on everything. And then I have the Apple card as well. So, that's really it. Nothing fancy. Yeah, I've been on a plane like 3 times in the past 5 years, so any travel perks don't really do anything for me. It'd be a complete waste. Considering you have to pay for each one of those special cards. I don't actually have the physical Apple card. I just have the digital one. I've never gotten the actual physical card shipped. Because I don't use it unless I use Apple Pay, because otherwise I'll just use my bank card and get the full 2% cash back. Yeah, I agree. Flying does suck. Unless you just have shitloads of money to spend on, like, business class or first class, then, yeah, it's trash. You have to just sit around a bunch of normgroids who smell like shit. The average person nowadays is so repulsive, which is, you know, truly unfortunate, but as a result, it makes anything that, you know, provides anything to the wider audience of people, unfortunately, pretty shitty. Mass transit, airplanes, rental cars, hotels even. Like, the quality of hotels has gone down the shitter. All of them are owned by fucking Indians now, and, you know, they're dirty, poorly staffed, rude people working at them. I mean, shit, even most of the hotels now in, like, the lower budget end don't even have people working in them. They just have the iPads with some random Indian guy Skyping you. No, sir! Do not steal from the convenience store! Potentially. I mean, I don't really know the timeline for Legos on, like, how long you have to keep them in order to make money. But I would say, yeah, Lego and Pokemon, if it is actually limited and they don't just produce it into the fucking ground, it will be one of those sets that will be worth quite a bit, especially because it's Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard. So, if you're gonna bet on a Lego set, that's probably one of the best ones to bet on. Let's see. And Samurai Jake with the 2. Spoiler alert. Uh-oh. Hopefully I didn't spoil anything, dude. But I appreciate it, man. Big ups. Yeah, it's like $6.50 for the big one. Little does Griff know the Lego Pokemon badge set. Oh, is that the one where it's the thing where you have to use the points to get it? That's what I was talking about earlier. There's some set where you have to redeem your Nintendo, or not Nintendo, your Lego rewards points in order to get. That's the one that's going to be the most expensive because there's going to be very few people who can actually get it. It's going to be much more limited. Oh, shit.
I can't afford this shit!
The last Lego set I ever had was the Star Wars Battle of Endor one, I'm pretty sure. That was the last Lego set I built. I had that one as a kid. I also had the motorized AT-AT, which I ended up selling. I never built it. But I remember I bought it for like $300 and then sold it for close... Or no, it was $130. And I sold it for close to $1,000. It was something ridiculous, man. I remember I bought it because they had a Lego store in Tyson's, I think. And I bought it as a kid with like birthday money or something. I forgot what, but yeah, I used to like to go when we would come up to DC to like go to the museums and shit. I used to go to the Lego store, dude. And they had this thing where you could like get a little container and fill it up with random Lego bricks for like $15 or something like that. But yeah, I remember I bought that AT-AT set, and I never used it, and I ended up selling it for like close to $1,000. But I had it forever. Like probably 10 years almost, or maybe 6 or 7, I'm not exactly sure. But it was a long time. The problem with me and Lego sets is like the amount of time it takes to not only put it together, but then take it apart, like almost ruins it for you, because it's like, holy shit, bro. Taking it apart is honestly the worst part of having a Lego set. That shit takes forever. Yeah, take them apart. You can't just leave them sitting out forever, bro. Like, unless you got unlimited shelf room, then they gotta go somewhere. But yeah, it's such a pain in the ass to take Legos apart that they literally sell special tools in order to do so. I'm not getting into Legos. I don't really have a desire to get into Legos. I mainly just liked Bionicles as a kid, and then I had some random Star Wars sets, but I never, like, really got into them. The Lego life. I don't have anywhere to put them. That's the thing. It's like you build them and then you have to put them away. So, I didn't enjoy that. A fucking boomerang? Really? A giant Aerith statue? When did I get that? I tried to buy one of those display stands for Rebirth that had Aerith on one side and Sephiroth on the other, but they were like $900 or something retarded, so I was like, yeah, fuck that. It was just like a little paper standee thing. Super cheap. Like probably $2 to make in China. And they were trying to sell it for like $900. It's like, yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. It's like some game store display. It's like, bro, I'm not paying for that. Woo! No, I'll see if I can find it. It's like basically a paper column, and on one side Aerith is printed, on the other side Sephiroth is printed. It is not anything special. It's like an oversized cardboard tube, basically. Or I wouldn't even say it's cardboard. It's like literally thick paper. That's it. It's a complete and total ripoff. Again, it probably costs like $2 to print in China. Aww. I love how I get fucking fuck all and everybody else gets good shit at the final stretch. Oh wow, a red fucking speaker. That's so useful. Yeah, the boomerang is dog shit. The boomerang is truly trash. Let's see. Dude, they're taxing hard as shit on this, too. I need to get this as well for my collection. But, dude, it's expensive. I don't know if it's worth it. It's $300. What the fuck happened? There we go. The Beach Aerith statue. I already have the red dress Aerith statue, which resells for like $500 now, which I got those for $100. So I know that when these are gone, they'll be worth a lot of money, but $300 is a lot for retail. Yeah, because if you look on eBay, hold on. If you look on eBay, they sell for like $400 for the red dress Aerith, yeah. See. If you look on eBay, it's like, what? $352 plus $50 shipping, then you have to pay tariffs. So over $500. And then this one sold for $485 plus $100 shipping. And then that one sold for $350, $320 plus $45 shipping. So they've gone up a lot. They were like clearancing them for $80 at one point. So this probably will get expensive. But I'm probably going to import it because I'll just use whatever that Hobby Link service. I've had good experiences with them. I made a bag on my Aerith music box I bought from Japan for $600. I think I sold it for like $5,000. Something stupid, bro. Or 35, I think. 3,500, not 5,000. Still, regardless, it was something stupid. Yeah, it was like a limited edition music box that played the Aerith theme, which, you know, I kind of wish I would have kept it, but, you know, that amount of markup for resale is like too high to pass up. I'd be an idiot to pass up that type of free money. Why didn't I keep it? Because I bought it for like $700 and sold it for $3,500. So no, they sold out. They sold out. I don't know how much they cost now on eBay. They're probably more expensive now. Let's see. Aerith 50 note music box. $3 grand. Oh, they actually went down a little bit. They're $2,600, but I don't know if those are pre-owned or not. So I got a good price for mine. Because 90% of being a stock trader is sales. It's just signing clients. That's the majority of what they do. The actual trading of stocks, anyone can do on their phone. It's more so you having to go out there and convince people to pay you to do it for them. Because they're either too lazy or too stupid or whatever, or they just like you. Which, in case you guys can't tell, I'm not a super likable guy. So I wouldn't be very good at it. A supreme gentleman? That's right. Something like that. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, shit. Alright, give me something good. Perfect. There we go. Don't go ER. What does that mean? I don't think I have enough money to make shit like, whatever, day trading worthwhile. Dude, the fact is, most people lose money day trading. What other games do you play on your spare time? The game where I lay down in bed and close my eyes. The last time I played a video game off stream was when I played 2 matches of Kirby Air Riders. Which that was like a week or 2 ago. Ooh. Owning more real estate? I don't have the money for that. I don't have enough money to start buying up real estate. That's definitely out of my price point. I would have to get financing to do that, and since I'm not ish, you know, I'd have to pay, what, 6 to 7% interest rate minimum. Do I plan on getting in real? Maybe. If it's a good opportunity, yeah. I mean, I would love to actually own my own home at some point, God forbid. You know, but that shit ain't happening anytime soon where I am. Especially now that I lost all that potential profit on the silver, bro. That could have been the differentiator. Now I just sit here with my 30 pieces. Alright, but where do you live that you own a home at 32? Because, like, if I lived in rural Tennessee or fucking Arkansas or, I don't know, North Dakota, then yeah, I could have a house too. Oh, Arizona. Yeah, Arizona's way more affordable. Yeah, I mean, if I lived in any other part of Virginia, I could probably have a house. But no, I live in the D.C. area, so the average income needed to buy a house is like 200-something thousand where I live. So Woodbridge here sucks, bro. Yeah, I mean, the whole Northern Virginia area is like retardedly expensive. It's just retardedly expensive because of all the government contracting companies that just make a fucking fortune. They make a fucking fortune ripping off, you know, the federal government. I can't move. I have to be here for work, so that's the thing. I am tethered to this area because of my job. Find a different job? Well, alright, if you know of any jobs that pay over $100,000 for me to sit on a laptop all day, then bet. Those type of jobs don't exist right now. It's rough out there for finding a new job. Work for the government? Yeah, I could become an actual Fed. And really Fed post. Dude, game testers make no money. Game testing is like something they pay, you know, part-time high school students to do. That's like a $10 an hour job at most. That's if you're like very lucky. Most of it's just minimum wage. That's like some shit like being a lifeguard at your community pool. Like, it doesn't pay a lot. Or it's like working at GameStop. Everybody wants to do it because they want to sell heckin' video games, dude. But in reality, it's like some fucking wagey, minimum wage hellhole.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, basically, it's like getting paid to play through Red Dead Redemption, except you have to play the same segment of the same game over and 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 over again. It's like basically working on an assembly line. You just do the same repetitive task every single fucking day, trying to break the game. No. Bro. Dude, Nick is very feminine, so he doesn't like anything that's like associated with masculinity. He's into fashion and like, I don't, dude, it's weird. He's very feminine. He's very feminine. I mean, I wouldn't really describe myself as a gun nut, but I do like guns. You've been dressing in feminine clothes? There's only one solution to that. Rope. Alright, let's see. So, Jay just enjoyed the 2. Griffin, you like my PFP? Let me see what it is. Oh, Aerith? Yeah, sure. Why not? Even though it's technically in an anime style, sure.
You're wrong! You're fucking poor!
And Raging Boar with the 2. Let's see. I'm guessing this is music. Yeah, so let me do... I'll do a Liquid Redshirt song first, and then we'll do that. Yeah, dude, GameStop sucks. I hate going in there now. It's just like a shitty discount toy store, basically.
Is that I need that money. I need that money. Real talk.
And Bill Hurd with the 5. What order? Also, I got some silver coming. Bought some during the dip, so a little bit of good move, hopefully. Nice, man. Yeah, my silver order I placed last night got canceled, so yeah. No shekels for me, bro. No shekels for me.
Blame me for pain. I'm no longer playing any kind of computer game. I shake the earth when I move. I shake the earth when I move. I don't want to improve. I don't want to improve my stream. I shake the earth when I move. I shake the earth when I move. I don't want to improve.
And let's see. Band over Tui with the 2. Appreciate it, man. My shekels were just confirmed. Damn. Mine were canceled. It's over, bro. Truly over. And Eric Williams with the 2. Gayest of Paris for Mario Kart. Also, did you play Zelda Tier? I played it for like, I don't even know if it'll show up on my account. Let's see.
When you're 450 pounds, you have trouble wiping
Get an
your ass,
answer
man.
real quick. I barely played it. I think nope, it's not even on there. I think I played it for like 3 hours. I don't know, bro. The Breath of the Wild formula just does not hit for me at all.
I don't know my ass legs. I've really want more hookers.
It does not hit for me.
I shake the earth when I move. I don't want to improve. I don't want to improve my stream. I shake the earth when I move. I shake the earth when I move. I don't want to improve.
I maybe should retry it now that I have the Switch 2 versions, but I don't know. I could never get into it. I forced myself to play Breath of the Wild for 30 hours on the Switch because I got it launch day and it was the only game on the console for like months. So if I wanted to use my new handheld, it's like, okay, well, you have to play Breath of the Wild, and I really forced myself to try and like it. I just could never get into it. I just got sick of having to do the same
Alright, awesome.
shrines,
Thanks, nigga. Alright.
the same weapon gathering, you know, constantly being in combat, and my shit breaking. Like, I hate breakable weapons. Breakable weapons are a personal gaming sin, I think. Like, I don't think there's a single instance of breakable weapons improving a game. Oh my god, seriously? Oh, dude, I barely made it. Holy shit, I was trying to swap the song because the other one just ended. I'm doing one-handed gaming, but I guess at the end of the race wasn't apt time to do it. I barely fucking made the cut. Alright, let me see. I think this part's... No, this part's not straight shit. No! Dude, I got busted off the fucking side. Damn. Damn it. Alright, well, let me change the song now. Brutal, dude. Absolutely brutal. And let's see, Bill Herb with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. Australia new speech laws to combat anti-Semitism as a clause in it that will exclude rhetoric from Islam. Basically hurting real Australians and not tackling the real culprits who did the... Of course, because they want the attacks. So if you read the articles of the Elders of Zion, they view it as not only a worthy, I guess, sacrifice, but also a necessity for everyday Jewish people to suffer at the hands of those they will label anti-Semites in order to get what they want in the end. So it's literally just all a fucking, like, game to them.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
That's it. So all of this shit is proceeding as I have foreseen, as you can say, you know, if you want to get your Palpatine on. shit, there goes the chat. It's closing out of some stuff. Do I want to buy that music box back? Shit. 2,700, huh? That's tempting. Dude, I kind of wish I would have kept it, but again, the money is better. I'd probably rather have the money in the end, but I did like that music box. I kind of wish it didn't resell. Let's see. So Oski Woski with the 5. Whoever recommended this is either a retard, a cripple, or a lying snake. Song is so garbage. That's brutal, man. I mean, it's not as bad as, you know, U-Generation Screamo, but, yeah. Definitely not to my taste, personally. Nothing is as bad as, you know, U-Generation's fucking whatever German Screamo shit that he finds. I don't even know what you would classify it as. Song was peak, but whatever, normies. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I get people like that type of music. I'm just not. I'm not a fan of metal at all. It's never really tickled my eardrums. Let's see. Let's see.
I can't afford this shit! But yeah, that's what the music box sounds like. Is it worth 2,800 bucks? I don't know. No, I sold this music box for 3,500. I bought it for 700. I bought one for 700, then sold it for 3,500. Now they cost about 2,800. So, that's the one I sold a while back.
Yeah, dude, there's a huge collector's market for Final Fantasy shit, so... let's see. Juan with the 2. What is this? Oh, it's music. Okay. New Jack the Gangsta's ECW theme. I have no idea what the fuck that is. But alright. Looks like some wrestling shit. I don't fucking know. Let me know if it's too loud. I don't have those headphones on. Actually, I'll just check real quick. Brother music, that's right. And Dr. Nefarious with the 2. Lol, GG's. Yeah, it's brutal, man. Is this that song they play with, like, the computer smashing meme or whatever the fuck? I don't know what movie that's from, but, like, they, like, smash a computer in, like, the fucking desert or some shit.
I can't afford this shit!
That's what it reminds me of. Yeah, I've never watched Office Space, so... What's wrong with it, Brett? Are you racist? Damn it, I almost killed that toad. Yeah, I think Ricardo told me to watch that a while back. I think I have it on my my Apple TV like watch list or something, but I've never seen it. A while back. Because I bought that today, I bought that horror movie or whatever somebody recommended, The Void, and I was on my app and I saw it actually today. Let's see, Bill Herb with the 10, I don't know if I would entirely play him as a Jews. Well, it's just the high-ranking ones that are pushing for the globalist fucking, you know, slop. They want infinite third-worlders to have infinite voter base, yeah. But, you know, why would white people care about white people voting? That's kind of the whole point. That's kind of the whole point. And just trying to appeal to the Mongol horde. It's more so about getting rid of the white people, because white people are harder to control, because on average they're more intelligent, educated, you know, organized, and wealthy. So they're harder to control. Every single time they've tried to control a white nation, it's resulted in one of the 109 times.
Oh, the song's over. Alright, I just saw the bars. And let's see, Brittany D, period, with the 2. Griffin Gaming, comma. A lib, capital L, got shot recently. Sad. I'm sorry, Britt, are you making a full recovery? Sorry to hear that. There we go. No! Dude, are you shitting me? Come on, man. Yeah, bro, I got absolutely fucking gypped at the very last second. I got absolutely fucking gypped at the last second. I guess my tea's probably done brewing now. Shit, it's been over an hour. Whoops. Britt, how come you don't have a Nintendee Switch too? As our resident Princess Peach fanatic, shouldn't you be hopping on the Mario Kart? You have the Switch 1? We'll sell the Switch 1 and get the Switch 2. I also have a Switch 1 laying around here somewhere. I don't actually know what I did with it. Ooh. Like on eBay? What? Selling it? I mean, you could just trade it in at GameStop and buy one if you wanted, but I don't know. You could sell it on eBay. Does Griff still think the Switch 2 haters are mostly poor fanooks? Yeah, I would say so. It's mostly Redditors and broke boys. $450 for a console is not anything crazy at all. This game looks like ass? What game looks better? Let me know and I'll play it right now. But it actually has to look better. Expedition 33. That's a good one. Bill Herb with the 5. Honestly, the worst thing Papa H has done is made it Europe and the West as a whole too scared to be anywhere near remotely right-wing or right-leaning or nationalistic. Yeah. I mean, that is, to a degree, true, but if it wasn't him, it would have been something else. So, the groundwork had already been laid well before, you know, Papa H even came into the limelight, so... They were already sowing the seeds of the, you know, melting pot and all that other shit for a very long time prior. Once the Federal Reserve Act and the equivalent central banking acts in European nations were signed, it was kind of over at that point anyway. Because once you control the money supply, you know, what's the famous quote? It's like, if I control the money supply, I care not who, you know, controls the country or something. I forgot what the quote is. But it's basically the acknowledgement that all you need is, you know, the control of monetary policy and the printing of money, and it doesn't really matter who the fuck people vote for. It's crazy you can't afford a house in your area with that income you have. Do I really have to do this math again? Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm not paid in gold, so... I'm not paid in gold. I'm trying to buy silver. But, yeah. You're paid in paper? Even worse, Brett. Numbers on a screen. Only 10% of the money that's in circulation is actually paper. Almost all of it's digital. It's not even real money in the first place. Like, if everybody went to withdraw their money, there quite literally would not be enough paper bills to even come close to, you know, providing the total amount of US dollars in circulation. I remember the quote now. It was, if I control the money supply, I care not who writes the laws. That's what it was. Shit. That was the quote I was thinking of. Yeah, I'd be careful about glazing JFK too much, because he's one of the more globo-homo presidents we had, especially back in those days. Him and Lyndon Johnson. The thing that got JFK killed was trying to put us on the silver standard. Well, yeah, that's because Gaddafi was going to make the Bank of Africa, which was going to be a direct, you know, threat to the Rothschild SWIFT banking system. So... Same thing with Saddam Hussein and, you know, many others. They didn't want to play ball with the Rothschilds. Dude, trust me, Israel is far more concerned about maintaining control over the U.S. monetary supply than they are about fucking nukes. Nobody's actually ever gonna fire a nuke. It's the biggest nothing on planet Earth. Plus, they could have easily gotten them in the future. Once they take away control of the monetary supply from, you know, the central bankers, then they're never getting that back. The greater prize is the central bank. Because if you can control the country's money, you control the country by extension. Doesn't matter what laws pass, doesn't matter who's president. None of it fucking matters because you quite literally control the pulse of the nation. You can bankrupt a country overnight if you want to. Nah, I definitely believe nukes exist. I just don't think anyone's ever going to fire one. Because the nuclear fallout, even if you use it in close proximity, is going to completely fuck your country too. Like, let's say Russia nuked Ukraine, it would have insane amounts of, you know, fallout that would negatively impact most of Russia. So, it's not really a practical thing to use. The biggest threat with nukes is more so of, like, the risk of a dirty bomb. Like some rogue, you know, nation or whatever who just, you know, is on like a suicide mission, who just doesn't care. So like, you know, Islamabad countries. Did you guys hear the thing where the UAE apparently is no longer paying to send their students to the UK because they view the UK as a radical Islamic, you know, basically recruitment area? So even the civilized Muslim nations think the UK is fucking crazy for the way that they cuck themselves to these fucking Islamists. Are you shitting me? Bro, really? Come on, dude. Kingdom of Heaven is not a based movie. It's literally an anti-Christian, pro-Muslim Hollywood slop piece. Pure Zog slop propaganda. Alright, let me pour myself some tea real quick. Let's see. Open up that. PP head with the 3 months. Yeah, we can check it out. Let me go ahead and open. Here, let me start the match.
Either subscribe, donate, or
While
get the
we
fuck
wait.
out.
Oh, the Assandgold clip. Okay. Alright, I can understand why you like Troy. Troy is a good movie, but Kingdom of Heaven is literal fucking Zog slob. It's yet another Jewish anti-Christian movie. Shocking. But yeah, Troy is pretty good. I think that's a cool movie. I wish that Alexander movie was actually better than it is. Instead, it's just homoerotic slop. But the soundtrack for that movie is really good. Yeah, the battle scenes of Alexander were good. Especially the Gargamella one at the beginning. That one was good. The soundtrack to that movie is really good, though. That's like the best part. Other than that, it's kind of hard to rewatch it, but they try and make Alexander look like a crazy person. It's like, bruh, he's like literally one of the most intelligent military leaders of human history. He definitely was not a fucking madman. Nope, I have not watched Oppenheimer. I don't really have an interest in it. Yeah, because Alexander was planning on going and attacking the Romans after he got back to Babylon if he wouldn't have gotten sick. So he had plans to keep going, just not to the east, but to the west. But yeah, he wanted to go and attack Italy, but he got whatever fucking, what was it, like malaria or whatever? No, he got to India and then turned around. Because it was such a shithole, his men wanted to go home. Dude, I'm not watching that Odyssey movie. That shit looks like absolute garbage. Any movie set in ancient Greek with, like, in an ancient Greek setting with black people, I'm not watching it. Don't care. I'm done. Like, I'm tired of giving money to people that, you know, openly hate you. Nope, I've never watched that Napoleon movie either. So... I'm done. Like, I've never watched Gladiator 2, and Gladiator is probably one of my favorite movies of all time. I'm not watching that dog shit, so I'm done. Like, the Jew slop is no longer being consumed by me, if I can help it. Nope, Ridley Scott literally was going to ruin Gladiator, and Russell Crowe basically played, you know, backseat fucking director and forced him to change shit. It's a well-known fact about Gladiator 1 that Ridley Scott had, like, this terrible fucking script and screenplay that he had written, and Russell Crowe literally fought him day after day to make the movie good. Like, Russell Crowe is the actual director of Gladiator. And that's like a well-known fact, that Ridley Scott literally butchered the fucking idea, and Russell Crowe had to clean it up when they were actually filming it in real time. So... Oh, dude, Braveheart's a great movie. That should be required viewing for every boy at age 10. They should show that shit in schools. Yeah, HBO Rome is really good. It's a shame it got canceled because it was too expensive. It was too expensive to produce back in the day, so they canceled it. But yeah, it's peak TV. Plus, I think the guy who played Titus Polo, I think he's dead now, right? I think he died recently. But the guy who plays Lucius Varenus plays Soap in Modern Warfare, which is pretty funny. He's the voice of the original Soap, I believe, in Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3. Or maybe somebody else. I don't remember. What character is it? I think it's Soap. Or it's Price. I don't remember. Look it up, but... I love how we're just competing for fucking second place. The other dude's so far ahead. Alright, let's see. Let me check. Yeah, it is. So the guy who plays Lucius Varenus plays Soap in Modern Warfare 2. That's what I thought. The original one, not the new one. Griffin really sounds bored in every stream. What do you want me to do? Like jump up and down and screech like an autist? Not really a high energy person, sorry. Let's see. Bill Herb with D5. Appreciate it, man. If Australia goes through with the ban of Twitter, then we officially will be worse than Canada. Even they came out and said they aren't going to do that shit. Well, from what it sounded like you were describing, they're just going to ban the grok portion of it, would be my guess. They'll just ban the AI thing. So, I don't know. I mean, you can always access it with the VPN, so... It's not like all is lost. It's like how my state banned porn, but... Or banned underage viewing of porn, I guess I should say, but people still watch it without verifying their age. The government's not willing to do what needs to be done in order to actually enforce shit in most places. Because they won't like what they'll find. Aw, what a fucking bitch. I got booed. Shekel Snatcher himself. Die Hard or Lethal Weapon? Definitely Lethal Weapon. Die Hard is kind of slow if you ask me. Lethal Weapon's way more fun of like a movie to watch. The Lethal Weapon series is far better than Die Hard. I've never watched RoboCop, so I'd have to go with Lethal Weapon. I don't know, I'm not really a big fan of 80s action movies, personally. Like Predator, Terminator, Die Hard, like, not really my thing. Or Rambo, whatever else. Trying to think what else there is. Rocky, I've never seen those. Oh, I hate Alien. Alien is awful. Oh my god, dude, there's an alien on the ship. I gotta hide from the alien on the ship. Plus, whatever that dyke-ass bitch in the movie is, like, she's ugly. Let's see. Juan with the 2. I'll take a look at it in a second. Midnight Mawile with the 2. Hey, I was curious what order got canceled. It was the silver coins I ordered last night. They were $13 each, but they were worth like 30-something a piece in silver content. And I ordered like 30 of them, and the guy canceled my order. So I'm kind of salty about it, because that would have been like, what, $900 in value for a little over $400 in cost. So I would have basically made $500 from doing nothing. The guy claimed that they were, quote, out of stock, which I don't buy, personally. I think he's lying. I think he Googled it because there was a large volume of orders last night and realized that he was selling the coins for under the spot price of silver. You're shitting me. I got fucking gypped in the last second. Do I like any movies? Let me check my library of movies I like. Let's see. Movies. Let's see, Blade Runner 2049, I like that. The Aviator, the Batman trilogy, Braveheart. I guess Dune 1 and 2, those are good. There's a movie I have called Excalibur, that one was good. Dude, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, add that one to the list. Gladiator. Let's see, what else do I have in here that I like? Lord of the Rings, obviously. The National Treasure movies I like. Oceans 11, 12, and 13 I like. The Nice Guys, that's a good movie. Pirates of the Caribbean 1, 2, and 3. Passion of the Christ is a good movie. The Prestige, that's a pretty good movie. 7. Shawshank Redemption's pretty good. Let's see, what else do I have in here? Troy, we were just talking about that, and Zodiac. Those are some of the movies I like that I've bought thus far. Yeah, Zodiac was a cool movie. That was a great first watch, bro. Like, I was one of those movies, I was like glued to my fucking screen. Like, I didn't want to... I didn't want to miss anything. That was a really good movie. I wish they'd make more shit like that. I really like those, like, really psychological kind of movies that make you think. Like that one scene where he's in the guy's house in the basement. That scene was so fucking well done. And it's like it wasn't even relevant to the overall story. Like it was just a one-off scene that didn't really have any significance after that point. And let's see. So, Rat Kicker Real with a 2. What's up, my Kangs? Got back into college again. Nice, bro. Very cool. And Juan with the 2. What is this? Oh, it's music. Oh, shit. Is this going to be some sloppa? Oh, wait, that's not. That's a regular video. Hold on. I'll do them later. Actually, I'll go ahead and play the music. Don't ask me what this is. I don't know. I'll turn down the game a little bit. Who hasn't seen the original Blade Runner? I've read the book that Blade Runner's based off of. That's how I got introduced to it. I listen to this? No, this is Swan's music, not mine. I don't listen to any music, to be honest. I pretty much exclusively listen to classical music or like game soundtracks. American Psycho's okay. I'm not really in love with it. I've watched it one time. I never really felt the need to watch it again.
I can't afford this shit!
Ah, shit. There we go. Oh, shit. Signs is overrated. I agree. My dad likes that movie. I don't. Personally. I'm not really a big sci-fi person. I don't know. The whole idea of aliens doesn't really interest me all that much. You know, unless we get some breedable aliens like the Asari, I don't really care. Oops. Shit. I'll change the volume in a minute. I apologize.
I can't afford this.
This one, I just can't really look away from this race. This one's too intense, dude. Will I actually make the cut? Or will a red shell hit me? Nope, I actually made it. I almost fucked that up. Alright, I'll take that. Let's see. Let me change the volume. Jay just enjoyed the Transporter movies. Is Pete? Yeah, those are pretty good. Jason Statham's a good actor. But yeah, those are pretty good movies. Let's see. Next song, No Scared? The hell? No Scared. Is this Jap shit? Kind of looks like it. Oh, that's a music video. Hold on. There we go. Is this some anime opening? Black Rock Shooter, the game. Oy vey, that's anti-Semitic. Don't shoot at Black Rock, dude. The backbone of our economy. What the hell? Apollo just like whistled when his sleep. What the hell? Dude, that was weird. I heard like a... He like whistled. I guess just the way he's breathing. I guess he can whistle now. I don't know. He ain't whistling Dixie? I guess not. He's technically a northern dog. A traitor. Oh, shit. Give me that. Now we're talking. There we go. I made it, dude. They don't make good movies anymore? No, they do not. Deliberately so. Come on, bitch. All right. Now I can adjust the volume. There we go. A PlayStation Portal with an OLED screen? No, I don't. If there is one, it'll be next gen at the earliest, but I don't think so. I think the whole point of that thing is to be as cheap as possible to make so that they get a huge profit margin on it. I mean, it's possible, but I wouldn't bet on it. Dude, I'm just getting raped. Damn. Right at the end, too. No, bro. Fuck, I hit land? Seriously? Dude, that's brutal. That's absolutely brutal. Oh my god. That's kind of funny. The chat total is 67. Or no, 76, 67. So it's like inverse of each other. It's kind of cool. Just noticed that. Let's see. RoboCop and Starship Troopers are a great movie. I've never seen RoboCop, so I can't say. But oops, shit! I didn't want to play that. There we go. Alright, this may kind of sound weird to say, but Hellboy is one of those movies that, like, I kind of felt physically ill watching. I don't know if it's because I actually watched it when I was sick, or if it's just kind of like the art style or whatever they were going for. It just kind of repulsed me. I don't know. I just remember watching it and not, like... I don't know. It's really hard. It's like maybe kind of feel uneasy, I guess is a good way to put it. It's like one of those movies that you feel worse after you finish it. Like, you start watching it, and then by the end of it, you can just kind of feel like, ugh, I just want to lay in bed and do nothing now. I don't know, bro. It's kind of hard for me to describe. I can't really put it into words. The same thing happened to me when I played Saints Row 4. It just, like, almost made me feel physically ill playing it, because I was just like, I don't know. It's rough. It's hard to put into words that sensation. I don't know, dude. I feel like that's becoming more and more of a trend with me when I consume, like, movies or TV shows or whatever. Like, it almost makes me feel physically sick in doing so. It's really hard to describe, but it just makes me feel tired. It makes me, like, just not feel good, I guess is a good way to put it. But it's kind of an odd sensation. Like, I just feel bad physically and mentally after sitting down and watching TV all day. I guess is a good way to put it. And it's the same sensation with playing video games. Like, I just want to, like, lay down and die, almost, kind of feeling. It's like the same feeling when you eat a bunch of salty-ass food and then you subsequently drink a shit ton of water. I don't know. It's hard for me to describe. It makes me feel fatigued, I guess. Fatigued. No, it's not like a headache thing. I don't know, dude. It's hard for me to describe. It's just like kind of almost like a sense of disgust. Like, yeah, I just sat inside and watched a fucking movie for 3 hours. And now I'm gonna watch another one or do nothing. I don't know. It's just... It's like the feeling that you should be doing something else, but you're not. You don't feel good about what you just did. Like, it's almost like post-nut clarity in a sense. I guess post-goy slop clarity. Uh-oh. I don't know, bro. There's like this feeling. It's like this feeling in like your gut where you've like sat around all day and you've played video games or you've just watched TV or anime or whatever. And it's just, you don't feel good. Like, you feel off. And it's really hard to describe that feeling because you have to feel it. It's not like anything else, but it's just like, dude, I would have rather done pretty much anything else than what I did all day, but I did it anyway because, I don't know, it's just, it's rough. But it, like, physically makes you feel fatigued. Like, you don't feel relaxed or calm or anything like that. That's how I get when I play video games or watch movies or watch TV nowadays. Uh-oh. No item. I'm going in raw. Natalie Portman or Emma Watson? Definitely Natalie Portman. Emma Watson, I don't really find that attractive. I mean, she was never hired because she was attractive. She was hired because she was a child for the Harry Potter movies. So she kind of just became famous for that, but she was never really a looker when she became of age. Like, Natalie Portman was literally scouted because she was hot. Yeah, George Lucas literally designed her outfits for her in Star Wars, so George was gooning. Yeah, bro, episode 1 and 2 Padme as a kid were really hot. Like, you know, that was part of, I think, my crucial development in not being a...
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
But, yeah. Well, dude, Natalie Portman's also a Jew, so most of Hollywood is Jews. That's why I think it's funny when people freaked out when I said I would fold for a hot Jewish chick. It's like, bro, yeah. There's a lot of hot Jewish women, especially, you know, in show business, dude. Because, you know, 80% of Beverly Hills is Jewish, so there's your Hollywood elites. Yep, Drake is Jewish. I feel like I'm running out of time. The fact it's been almost 4 years since I graduated high school scares me. We just got to start working, that's it. I mean, maybe you are, but... just go do something, if you're not already. I've had a Jew mistake me for a Jew before. They're very friendly if they think you're a fellow Jew. Yep, exactly. Yeah, we white people need to do that as well, I agree. It's like, dude, the other day I forgot what it was. I ordered something from the grocery store, not like actual food, but my Uber driver was a white woman for the first time in my entire time living here. I had a white fucking delivery driver. So I tipped handsomely. I was like, oh my god, a name I can pronounce. So yeah, I left a $10 tip. But it's like, damn, man. Usually it's like dudes with 2-letter names, 1-letter names. Fucking Ahmadinejad. Mahmood. Was she big? No, she was like normal sized, so no. I think she was like a probably recent college graduate or something. I have no idea. Or maybe it was a college student who was like visiting home. I have no idea. But yeah, she's just a normal looking, probably like mid-20s white chick. So yeah, I was like, holy shit, it actually happened. Usually I only get Arabs and, you know, Indians. So I was like, oh shit. I've been waiting for this moment. I did. I gave her $10 on a $15 order, so. No, I didn't fall in love. It's like, holy shit, the impossible happened, so I was like in disbelief. Could have been the love of my life, dude. Oh, yeah, man. Just like my favorite anime. She just magically appears and then sucks my cock. When is it Slop Bowl weekend? Isn't the Super Bowl coming up? I just thought about that for whatever reason. Is it? I think so. Doesn't it happen in fucking January? I don't watch Goyam Ball, so I have no idea, bro. I haven't even turned on the Super Bowl in like the last 10 years of my life. The only time I ever watched it is because I had to go to a Super Bowl party one time when I was in high school. That was it. And even then I didn't watch the game. I just sat on my phone the entire time. I wasn't gonna get anything. What a shit power up. FBI going to get his boyfriend? Ooh. Gee, I wonder what that's like. Dude, I literally had an Uber driver one time deliver food whose name was E.T. Like, letter E and then T. Nothing else. It's like, bro, they're not even trying to hide the fact that these bitches are fucking aliens. The wrong type, though. Not the technologically advanced, you know, star traveling kind. The, you know, steal your bike type. No, I always tip like $1 or $2 and then I'll adjust it if they actually do a good job. Or they don't try to take on like 85 fucking orders at once and then take over an hour to deliver. So I'll add on to it after that, but I put in the bare minimum up front. Yeah, dude, if only the Redditors hadn't have gotten such a hard-on for hating on EA Battlefront, we could have gotten Battlefront 3. We ain't winning. Shit. Let's see. Jay, just enjoy with the 2. I got motion sickness playing GoldenEye 007 and 99.
You're fucking full.
The last game I got motion sickness playing, I would say, was... Damn, why can I not... Oh, fuck, what was it? Was it Dead Rising 3? No, 4, I think. Dead Rising 4, I think, is the last one I got motion sickness in. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that. Bill Herb with the 2, it's an undocumented explorer. Exactly. Oh, I hate being on boats. I get really seasick. I can't be on boats. You know, my ass was meant to be on the ground. You must join? Then join. You could have joined while the match was going on. You didn't have to wait. Hurry up. You can literally join the lobby while the race is going on. Did you join yet? All right. I'm so glad the era of the Yong Yaz is fucking dead on YouTube, bro. Like, the faux consumer advocacy, you know, category is basically fucking dead. Because Zoomers and Gen Alpha view that shit as fucking corny as shit. I'm so glad that Xbox is dead now. Dreamcast guy told him. That's right, man. He was a prophet. We should have all listened. If only. Imagine what could have been. Whoa! Yeah, dude, we live in a different reality compared to the normgroids. That's the thing. It's just insane. Like, people actually live like that, eating fucking McDonald's every day, drinking Soylent, watching the next Marvel movie. It's just, it's sad, honestly. Have a good one, Britt. Uh-oh. Jez Corden says they're making another Hellblade 3 and canceled some game called Project Mara. Yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, did anyone... I don't know, dude. I would have just closed down Ninja Theory, personally. Hellblade 1 and 2 are fucking dog shit. I don't think they sold very well either. Like, Hellblade 1 only started selling when they started giving it away for like $1. And Hellblade 2, I think, what, sold 25,000 copies on Steam, and that was it? Ay, 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 ay. Oops. Shit. Well, Baldur's Gate 3 actually has a very large player base, to be fair. That game actually did sell very fucking well. Now, Expedition 33, yeah, that game's not as anywhere near as successful as people on Reddit hype it up to be. I think it's funny, even the Steam user base didn't vote, you know, Chungus Expedition 33, you know, Game of the Year, which Steam is usually an extension of the Redditor audience, so that was actually kind of surprising. Oh, is the Final Fantasy music playing? I didn't realize it was on. I can check what the song is. I thought I had paused it. I have my other headphones on, so I can't tell when the other music's playing. Oh, I missed the boxes, shit. It's over. There's like no chance you can recover on this stretch. So the game that was playing, or the music that was playing from the game, Final Fantasy 15, and it was... Oh, maybe it wasn't that. It was A Mother's Pride from Final Fantasy 14. Okay. It's Final Fantasy 14 music. Bill Herb with the 5. Appreciate it, man. What happened with Ashley Babbitt? Someone at Bring used that as a whataboutism with the ice shooting. All I know, she died on January 6th. Is it No, it's not similar at all. Basically, she was behind like a barricade or something inside of the Capitol. And some fucking unhinged, we won't say which demographic of security guard just pulled his gun out and fucking domed her for no fucking reason at all. So, yeah. It was like quite literally just a cop shooting somebody because he could. But yeah, she's the only one who died on January 6th. And, you know, leftists celebrated the fact that she got shot. And EB7 with the 2, Burden to Bear at the Church and Crisis Core is underrated. Play it, alright? Man. I had no energy today. Which, that's every day. Kind of in the mood of replaying Donkey Kong Bonanza. I really like Donkey Kong Bonanza a lot. That game was great. But yeah, the whole Ashley Babbitt thing is just more proof of the whole crocodile tears shit. Leftists don't fucking care about anyone except themselves. Period. There is no actual morality behind any of their beliefs. It's just a pure obsession with control. That's it. That's all they care about. Thank you for that, PK. I don't know what I would do without your kind words. Truly. Guys, can I ask y'all a really deep question if you promise not to laugh? Does that sound okay? You know, it's something that I've really just been thinking about a lot recently. Alright, are you sure? Did cavemen have insomnia? It's just something I've been thinking about recently. Fuck! Little bitch! God damn it. Yeah. Somewhere in the deepest shade of mushroom blue. Oh my god, bro, that video is like so bad. Farmer Peach? I'd love to plow her fields. Shit. Let's see. Creators Freedom with the 2 is Tis. Wait. Is Tis Noose Kart? You seem to be quite the racist. Oh my god. That's right, but I'm not playing as Donkey Kong. Sheesh. Nah, dude, cavemen probably were exhausted after slamming their rape wives and, you know, just passed out and fell asleep. I don't really think, you know, there'd be much thought process behind, you know, fear constantly. You'd probably just be physically exhausted living that, you know, lifestyle of having to hunt and gather constantly. You know, roaming the earth, you'd probably get very tired very quickly. You know, back in those days, you would just breed your, you know, woman and hunt and shit. I don't know. Unlimited breeding. I mean, that's basically what they would do, bro. You just walk up to a woman you were attracted to, bonk her on the head, and then go, you know, reproduce. I wish we had that today. Brutal. Yeah. That's what they took from us. We could have had it all, guys.
Yeah, far more sensible time. You heard about Amelia? Who is Amelia? Top 5 Game Boy Advance games? Ooh, this is easy. Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, Fire Red, Leaf Green. Is that cheating? Let's see. Link 1, 2, 3 with the 2. Let's take a look. Nintendo can't afford their own console. Oh my god. What type of clickbait is that? Alright, yeah, we can check it out, man. Nintendo can't afford their own console now. That is quite the statement. Yeah, Red Rescue Team was really good too. I had that back in the day.
I can't afford this shit!
A wild Jeff has appeared, indeed. Jeff, you should hop on Mario Kart if you want. We have a lobby going. If you're home. And Dr. Naberry, so the two, yeah, I was actually cheating, guys. Don't tell nobody. Yeah, my lips are sealed, man. I won't speak a word. I was on, but my Switch died. Did they not have electricity in Australia? Or did a dingo eat your Wi-Fi? You have to buy a new one? Damn, man, that's rough. What did I do to piss off YouTube? I have no idea, man. Oh my god, bro. I was about to lose it if I died there.
Aw. Whoa. Oh shit. Not good, not good. Uh-oh. Literally, they did steal my shekels, bro. I paid for them and everything, and then my order got canceled. That shit pisses me off, man. Genuinely. Well, I did lose money because I could have made, you know, double what I paid. I already figured out what I wanted to spend the money on. Yeah, I think they'll have quite a bit of stuff this year, games-wise, but we'll see. I mean, they have Fire Emblem, we know. There'll probably be some sort of Zelda game to coincide with the movie. I would not be shocked if a new 3D Mario gets announced in the form of Galaxy 3. But, I don't know. I feel like they're going to have quite a bit. I think, what, Mario Tennis comes out pretty soon, too, which I'll get that. Yeah, Donkey Kong's really fun. You know, smashing shit as a big monkey is nice. And it's a nice change of, you know, events, I guess you could say, compared to what you face in real life. No, they gave me a refund on the order, but I know the guy just canceled the order they were worth. So, he basically just Jewed me. Oy vey, that's too much money. Woo, barely. Ow. Dude, why am I the one who's just taking red shell after red shell? Just absolutely BTFO'd, bro. Yeah, the only part I don't like about Donkey Kong Bonanza is the Pauline singing when you use the Bonanzas. But aside from that, I think it's a very enjoyable game for the most part. What day does Rebirth, or not Rebirth, Remake come out on Switch? Comes out on the... Let's see, why does it not have a date on there? The 20th? Okay, cool. Yeah, so mine should be shipping pretty soon from Best Buy. I think Xbox's digital library will be fine, probably for at least 10 years or so. I mean, the biggest thing will be is if they can port, you know, the console, like, emulator over to PC and let you play Xbox versions of games in, like, an emulated format. I would assume that's probably what they're aiming to do, considering they're going to kill off the platform, but I don't know. I mean, as long as you technically have your Series X or whatever the newest iteration of Xbox hardware is, then as long as it can connect to the internet, you should be okay.
I can't afford this shit!
Ouch. Oh, come on, bruh. I'm getting wrecked. Well, I would make sure to see if there's not another dedicated console first. Because even if they do the hybrid PC thing, like Series X's will get really cheap. So I wouldn't rush out to buy one right now. I don't actually know what like pre-owned prices on the series consoles even are right now. I haven't looked, but I can't imagine they're $700. Oh no, I missed the box. Should've. Yeah, old Xbox hardware gets fucking dirt cheap. Xbox doesn't have like the same retro collector base that PlayStation and Nintendo have, so their retro consoles, aside from the OG Xbox, which is just expensive because there's very few of them, most Xbox retro stuff gets cheap very quick. Yep, I got my 500 gigabyte 360E, which was like brand new still. All the wires were still in their original packaging. I got that for $80. So, yeah, they're dirt cheap if you want a 360 in good condition. Even with a lot of storage. Yeah, I think it's funny Dreamcast guy keeps peddling that lie that whoever makes the cheapest console will automatically win the next generation because, like, dude, if that was the case, the Series S would be dominating the world right now. And that shit did not do very well. I mean, it did better than the Series X, but still. Series X didn't do good. No. Are you kidding me? Dude, I always get fucking cucked at like the final, like last, like foot. That's like the third time that's happened tonight. Jesus, man. Come on, dude. Here, let's see. So, what was I gonna look up? Fuck. Oh my god, I got sidetracked. Oh, yeah. Pre-owned Series S, or X's, I just want to see. Oh, dude, they're like $400 on eBay. 350, 320 for a pre-owned one. Oh, they're already cheap, man. They're half the price to retail. Nobody wants their console anymore. Wow. Wow, man. I didn't expect them to be that cheap so fast. Because I figured if they were $700, they would be around 500. Yeah, they're like 350 for a pre-owned one. Yeah, it is officially Jover for the Xbox. That's rough, man. Jay just enjoyed the 2-play Sticker Brush Symphony restored to HD.
Let me see if I can find it. From Danky Kang. Let's see. Rogue Dio with the 5. Watch Veilguard and Dawn Trail. Glimpse of Gaming. Coming Crisis. Alright. I hope Japan gaming doesn't suffer like the West when the crash happens. The problem Japanese games are going to have is all the talent aging out. Alright, I think I got it. And let's see, Link 123 with the 2. What's this? Nintendee. Oh god. I think we've seen this particular one. Let me see if he's uploaded anything recent. Oh, he uploaded something 2 hours ago. We could watch that.
Alright, so this.
We've seen that other one. Because that one's old. I think you sent for that one in the past, actually. But yeah, we'll watch one of his newer ones. Haven't sent things in a long... Yeah, that was like a 3-month-old video, so... Yeah, it's all good, man. No worries. But yeah, we have seen that one. I remember it. Dude, the Nintendo grifting shit is actually pretty sad, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty damn sad. That whole category is starting to fall apart, though. I think people are losing interest in it. I don't know if Metroid flopped or not. I think Nintendo said they're doing a sales number thing in February? Maybe? I don't remember when it was. But yeah, I think their next shareholder meeting's in February or some point around there. So they'll announce the sales numbers for everything around there. Would be my guess. Alright, can I do this successfully? Oh shit, I missed that double item bonus. Alright, let me just use that so I can swap my headphones. Fuck. There we go. February used to be the best month? How so? I've always hated February because it's cold. I don't really like any of the winter months other than December because of Christmas, but not really a fan of the cold. I may hate everything, but it doesn't mean I'm wrong. Ooh, MILF Peach, dude. Yeah, August through October is my favorite time of year because it's not like, you know, super hot. And also, just where I live, it's like a very pretty time of year with like leaves and stuff changing color. Overall, I would say though, like, just all other things equal, I do like summertime the best just because I like it hot. Bro, I keep getting cucked at that same spot. Holy shit. Damn. It's brutal out here. Let's see. Calamity Tristan with a 5 watch. Why does Cars for Kids funnel most of its money to... Okay. For kosher positivity. Oh, yeah, that stupid-ass fucking commercial, yeah. The Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids.
It's always summer here in Los Angeles. You should come over. On my way, PK. I've always wanted to go to LA. You know, in my heart, I really just feel like it's home, even though I've never been. Jeff is with us. How did he join? Cool. San Diego's way better than LA. Yeah, I don't know. I would go there, but I'd have to have a large budget to make it worthwhile. Not overall. It just depends. Like, if you live in upstate New York, yes, but if you're comparing New York City to California, then New York City is more expensive. Let's see. Link 1, 2, 3 of the 5. Have you seen this yet? Let's check.
Nintendo really thought they were
no. Not. We have not. Yeah, we can check it out. Switch 2 flopped. Cope? No.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You're a liar. You're a liar! Truly the greatest actor of all time. Hasn't the Switch 2 pretty much outsold the Wii U already? I think it has close to it, right? Because Wii U sold, what, 11 or 12 million units? That would actually be funny as shit, man, if Nintendo ends up selling more consoles in 1 year for launch versus the Wii U did in its entire life cycle.
I can't afford this shit!
There be oil in those barrels. Oh, come on, bro. I'm tired of this abuse. Oh, I missed the box. Shit. Yeah, it's still launch year for the Switch 2 until what? June? No, I didn't get a shroom. Fuck. Burn. Yeah, I saw this anime dating sim or some shit that got banned from Steam is getting ported to the Switch 2 now. So a bunch of weebs were celebrating because it's the uncensored version or some shit. It's kind of crazy, bro. Like, Nintendo has done a complete 180 on the type of content they allow on their platform. Like, they used to be super restrictive about nudity and adult content, and yeah, now they just don't give a shit. They're just like, yep, give us the monies. Oh my god, dude. I'm getting sabotaged. Is Aerith in that game? Oh, yeah. No, Aerith is in the game that releases on the 20th. Oh my god, bro. Even with all those boosts, I couldn't even... Oh, come on, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? At the very end, it has to, like, fuck me over. It has to fuck me over at the very end. Of course, just one more shell to the fucking face. Come on. Oh my god, bro. This is not my night. Uh-oh. Link 123 of the 5. I did overhear you have a girlfriend now. Is that true? No. Absolutely not, bro. I'm still forever alone.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
An
nigga. All right.
unlovable, undateable chud. Unfortunately not, bro.
I can't afford this shit!
And let's see, Jay just enjoyed the 2. Laguna Beach, California is 84% white. Yeah, there's a few pockets of California that are left. The day Griffin gets a girlfriend is the day the earth will blow up. Yep, exactly, man. It's sad. Sad but true, dude. And let's see, Jay just enjoyed the 2. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball 3 on Switch. I do actually have that on Switch. I have it sealed, though. I have a graded copy of that for the PS4 as well. Yeah, guys, I just need to find a based gamer GF who will play Nintendee games with me. But I don't know if those exist. You can find Nintendo GF at one of the gaming conventions. I don't know, bro. I don't know if women actually go to those gaming conventions. Alright, I gotta lock in, dude. There we go. Oh, shit. Nope. The lock has already been broken. A single mushroom. Wow. Oh, so generous. Mario Kart gods. Yeah, it's pretty sad that making 5K a month is considered, you know, basically low income nowadays. Especially if you live in a high income area. But from between 2000 and 2025, our money lost 50% of its value. So, pretty crazy. Pretty wild. Nah, I don't have Dino Crisis 3. Oh, come on, dude. Dude, it is kind of crazy to think about how wealthy people were back in the day. It's like they literally used to eat off of, like, you know, silver plates and silver cups and, you know, fine china, had, you know, silver fucking forks and knives and spoons. You know, now it's like, dude, an entire week's pay would not even buy you a cup. Maybe even a month in some cases. Like, it is pretty wild to think about. Dude, a set of actual silver, like, tableware is like over $2 grand now. It's expensive as shit. Especially if you're buying just at spot. You're going to have to pay a premium because it's considered a finished silver good. Are you shitting? Dude! What? What? Oh my god. Bro, that is like the 5th time tonight I have died at that exact fucking spot in the last like 3 seconds. Griffin's gonna melt down his shekels and make a cup out of them. Yeah. And I'll drink their tears. Nah. I kind of want to keep the shekels, man. I like these. They're fun to mess around with. I want to get a chest and just have like a big box full of silver coins. Yeah, it's like such a nice concept of having a coin that's actually worth money. There's just something nice about the weight, too, and it's just, I don't know, it feels good. And Jay just enjoyed the 2. I bought 10 or 100 ounces of silver for $23 or $2,300 or 23 an ounce. In 2023. Dude, I cannot read. Jesus.
But yeah, that's great, man. I bought my silver coins back then too, in 2023, I believe. My British Britannias. Ah, fuck. Lid is hard to get off. Yeah, I should probably sell these because the coins right now have a huge premium. Just trade them into more bars. Got a tube of 20 of those. Then I got a 10-ounce bar I bought for 38 an ounce. I've got all my chains, which that's like over £1 in that. And then I have my two 10-ounce bars. So I don't have a ton of silver yet. And Elijah with the oh god, not the dog. No, we don't need to start that tonight, man. I'm already sad enough. The dog doesn't need to piss in my cereal. Thank you. Jeez. Bill Herb with the 5. I got two 1/10 ounce gold Britannias. Crazy how much a small, or wait, how such a small coin is worth. Dude, I cannot read. Crazy how, okay, no, never mind. How much such a small coin is worth. I one day will get a 1 ounce gold coin, but I'm sticking to silver for now. Yeah, I mean, the good thing is if you had silver for a while, silver's over doubled in the past year. So you could theoretically cash in your gains on silver, put them into gold, because gold really hasn't moved that much in the past year comparably to silver.
I can't afford this shit!
Ricardo was here the other night. He stopped in for a few minutes. Jay just enjoyed the 2. I drink gin out of my silver cup. Mute anyone. Alright, I'll just do it blind. Oh. Jonathan the Fox. Alright, you get your minute. Sorry, bro. That's the luck of the Irish. As in, bad luck. Because you're Irish. Dude, I'm kind of hungry. Damn. It's too early / late for me to eat, though. %10 Irish, 90% Hebrew. Oh, God. I was cursed from the start, huh? I want Russian Empire silver coins. They look so cool. Dude, I just want a hot, skinny Russian chick. But, you know, I can't get shit anymore.
Scouted them graduates? Bruh. Cue the, I can't afford that shit. A lot of different silver coins and dollar coins. Nice. Yeah, I have a lot of graded American Eagles. I don't have any raw ones, but I have like a box full of graded American Eagle coins, as well as some commemorative 90% silver coins as well too from the Mint. But other than the Britannia coins and then now the German silver coins, I don't really have too many like interesting coins. Elvis was a Chad who got addicted to food. Dude, are you shitting me? I didn't even make it this time. Really? It's over, man. Jeez. I can't do anything, bro. I really can't. Tonight is not a good night. First, my coins get canceled, and now I can't even, you know, perform even suboptimally in Mario Kart. It's brutal, dude. Time to sleep. Dude, I can't sleep. I need some more tea. From gambling? Nice. Oops. Just green tea. Zesty Griffin drinking tea and collecting coins? Yeah. I'm weebing out, bro. I'm drinking Japanese import green tea. Griffin needs to promote anime that his family values. What, Ormo? Yeah. That's a goated show. Yeah, I went to the mall the other day to fill out my glasses prescription. And, I haven't been to the mall in like a year or so. I don't know how long it's been, it doesn't matter. But, they had a Yeti store or whatever, and they had like this tea, like, press, I guess, Yeti thermos thing. I don't fucking know. But it's pretty nice. You can brew the tea in the actual, like, Yeti. And that way, you have, like, this big-ass pitcher of tea that stays hot for hours versus, you know, having to do, like, an individual cup every hour or so. So, it's pretty nice. I've got my half-gallon jug of tea next to me. And it's nice and hot, like it was just brewed. Is my eye doctor a cutie? No. This wasn't a, it's that Warby Parker place or whatever the fuck. I don't know. With my vision insurance, I get a free pair of glasses every year from there. So, I just went there to go fill my prescription I already had that I never used. It actually expires today, so I had to use it by today. Yeah, I have to call my insurance company, though, because when I went to go use my prescription, they couldn't locate my plan, so I have to call them and see if they can reimburse me. But, yeah, in theory, I should get them for free. Wait, what happens first? Apollo dying of old age or Griffin getting a girl? Probably Apollo dying of old age at this rate. You know, if I ever come into some real money, then I'll just be neat maxing hardcore. Married to my YouTube channel? Possibly. You know, who knows, guys? Maybe someday I'll meet the right person. But it's not looking good, bro. Ah, shit. Come on, baby. There we go. Come on, dude. I'm just getting brutalized every single time I get a chance to maybe gain some ground. It's just total fucking, you know, discrimination against me. Griffin looking for an IRLP. Yeah, that's right. I need to marry royalty. Worthless. Black pill, but any woman that Griffin would be attracted to has already been claimed. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. All the good women have already been claimed. Usually they don't make it past college single. So... it's like I always say, your best chance is college. Once you get out, it's kind of over. Yeah, bro, at this rate, I don't even know if I would be capable of actually, like, dating is the biggest thing, too. That's, like, the scariest part, I guess, is, like, actually having to be a normie. Gross. Yeah, that's right. Keep grinding, chuds. Our wives haven't been born yet. That's a good meme. It seriously didn't give me a power up. What the fuck was that? At least I finished. I like traveling. Seen any good Netflix shows recently? What about the one about the serial killer? Yeah, Marvel, Fortnite, Starbucks, Sports Ball, Taylor Swift. I don't know. What are some other normie shit that people like? Drugs and drinking? I guess so, yeah. Therein lies my problem. Don't drink, don't use drugs, don't watch TV, don't watch movies, don't listen to music, don't like most games, don't like to travel, don't like to go out, don't fucking watch sports. Like, it's over, dude. It's absolutely over. It's absolutely over, bro. Yeah, I just don't even want to talk about it, though. That's the thing. I just want to be like, you bore me. Be gone, wench. A criminal record? What type of criminal record are we talking about? I guess that would depend on what the record is. No, I've never been hunting. Have I tried being interesting? In what way? What do you mean by interesting? Like the fucking guy that drinks Dos Equis, dude? Oh, yeah. A septum ring and tribal tattoo. Yeah, exactly. I'll just become one of those fucking music festival freaks that sleeps in like the back of a U-Haul going to random music festivals. The stuff y'all associate with interesting, I find boring, so therein lies the problem. Probably because you're a boring guy with no joy, no personality, no interesting thoughts, no interesting opinion. Well, I don't know if I'd say I don't have interesting opinions. People might perceive them to be dangerous, but I don't think you could say that a lot of my political opinions are boring. The only music I listen to is like video game soundtracks and like classical music. That's it. But I rarely ever listen to music. Yeah, dude, imagine telling a woman that the way to solve the criminal problem is just to start killing them. Oh my god, that's awful. Imagine. And then you followed up by saying, see, this is why you shouldn't fucking vote. Come on, dude! Damn! Ah. No hobbies, no taste in things, no confidence, no excitement. Well, I do have technically a hobby. It's my cards, but that's literally it. All it involves is buying shit, though. I don't do anything with the cards. I just, you know, consume. But yeah, I don't really have excitement or passion for anything, for sure. And Daryl's on with the 2. Give up, Griffin. You're suck. Oh, you're suck? You're suck when it comes to writing a sentence. Ooh. I'll never give up, dude. I'll never give in. I will always persevere through all of life's challenges. Herder. Damn, bro, my arms are sore. Jeez. Oops, I spilled my coins again. I do arms every day, it's just some days more than others. Daryl's on the two. I hate you and everyone on the chat. I think you meant I hate your and everyone on the chat.
Afford this shit.
I'm an anime weeb. That's right, PK. Konnichiwa, PK-san. Nani? Alright, we'll do one more match. Be proud to be a weeb. That's right. You have to, right? You know, now that I have my Crunchyroll account, I can sign in and watch all the animes that I've missed out on. If you can't get a girlfriend, might as well have anime girls. Amen, bro. Or you could have Aerith. I do have Crunchyroll, PK. This has already been talked about multiple times. I've paid for it for like the past 8 years, and I've never bothered to sign into it to cancel. So I recently recovered my account.
I can't afford this shit.
PK, I would appreciate if you would stop typing in this chat like some wannabe edgy chud, bro. Everybody knows that you voted for her. Both times. Yeah, dude, Oromo is the anime that the whole family can enjoy. It'll bring the entire family closer, especially if you have siblings of the opposite gender. Dude, I don't know why the fuck I just thought about it, but it was like, I forgot where it's from, but it's like, what happens if you punch a pregnant Muslim woman? She explodes. I don't know why hitting that bomb just made me think of that, but it did. I forgot where I fucking heard that from. It was like delivered in like the most dry fashion ever though. Like it was supposed to be like, I don't know dude, it was really good. The delivery made it so much better, so I probably didn't do it justice, but... You getting sleepy? Same here. Ooh. I don't know who even would be my anime waifu now that I'm thinking about it. I don't even know who it would be. I'd have to reverse myself with the anime bitches. Aerith is not anime, bro. She's in a league of her own. And was. It's over, dude. I really can't catch a W to save my life. This shit's brutal. Not gonna make it in time. Nope. You really can't recover on that stretch at all. No, there's no Final Fantasy VII anime. That was Final Fantasy 15 that had that. Pyra and Mithra. The 2-for-1 special. Nice. Dude, Griff tries to act so hard like he's not a weeb, it's actually funny. Bro, I literally watched anime for like the first time in X number of years because Schizo Garcia donated for me to watch whatever that fucking NHK show was. So that's it. I haven't even watched anime other than that one show. Dude, I fucking hate My Pedo Academia. Holy shit. My Hero Academia came out right around the time I stopped watching anime, which I would maybe like to attribute as part of the reason why I stopped watching it, because of how fucking gay that shit was. I do not like My Hero Academia at all. It's like Naruto, but even more unbearable. Do I like Sloppy Joes? I haven't had one in forever, but yeah, they're pretty good. The last time I had a Sloppy Joe was like probably when I was like in high school, maybe. I just eat plain seasoned ground beef nowadays with onions. Dude, my waifu is Prisma Ilia, man. That shit's nasty. Dude, it really is a shame that Fate is so bad outside of Fate Zero. Fate Zero is a great anime, but all the other series of Fate are really bad. It's a shame. Wasted potential. Do you know what I've never had in my life is Spam or bologna. Or no, I have had bologna once, but I didn't really like it. Is we getting videos? We should make Griffin watch. I don't think you could. I don't think you could make me watch it. That's a tall order. That's a tall order. 500. Well, how long is My Hero Academia? My Hero Academia episode count. It's long, right? 170 episodes.
Bruh.
Jeez. That's what? 57 hours. That's brutal, dude. I'm not watching One Piece. Too long. Watch 7 Deadly Sins? I don't know. What is that? Oh, wait, I know. That's the one where everybody made the giantess porn out of. With the chick in the orange jumpsuit, right? Episode count. How many episodes? 100 episodes.
Bruh.
That's a long-ass anime, bro. Most animes are like 25 episodes, maybe 30-something. Yeah, Bleach is good if you skip the filler, but yeah. Spice and Wolf. I never watched that because it looked furry coded. Spice and Wolf just seemed way too furry coded for me. So I never watched it. I had a friend who watched it and liked it, but yeah, nah. Yeah, I'm not really into the whole romance anime shit. Like, I don't know, bro. Yeah, I like Bleach. Bleach and Naruto were like the 2 childhood shows I watched, so. ReZero, dude. That's right. I got like halfway through the first season of ReZero and dropped it. It's the part with the maids. I was like, oh, yeah, no. It kind of just got repetitive. I like Death Note up until the 26th episode. Once L died, the show fell off hardcore. It should have just ended there. Light 1, period. That should have been the ending. Why should Light have lost? He was based. Light's literally me for real, dude. Other than I would have killed a lot more people than just criminals. But, yeah. Wow, you know so many animes for not being... PK, it's almost like I used to watch anime back in the day and have never said that I didn't. It's almost like I stopped watching anime back in like 2019 because I lost interest in it. But prior to that point, I had been watching anime since I was like 5. I don't know, dude. Riddle me this. Yeah, bro, the scene where Light kills that dumbass bitch from, like, I think, what was she, the wife of one of the investigators? Like, when that dumbass bitch hands him the driver's license, that was so great. That was one of the best scenes, man. And then she just walks up and fucking hangs herself. It's like, shit. That was Kino, bro. That was fucking Kino. But yeah, I don't know. It's a shame that show fell the fuck off at the end. The final 12 episodes were just horrific. Genuinely fucking horrific. Dude, the soundtrack for Death Note is really good. That's another thing I liked about it too, is the soundtrack was pretty fire. Yeah, I really like... Yeah, L's theme is good. The Low of Solipsism is good. The Death Note theme is good. I'm trying to think what else. There's a few of them I really like. Well, Code Geass's ending isn't necessarily bad. The issue with it is it ignores one of the most obvious fucking plot holes in the entire series. Instead of issuing singular commands, he could have literally just told people to become his slave in every single instance. Like, every single time he used his ability on someone, he could have just said, obey my every command for the rest of your life. Like, it's basically what's the first thing you wish for if you get a genie that grants you 3 wishes? Well, you grant for more fucking... You ask for more wishes. You don't fucking just wish away your 3 and then that's it. So, that's my one issue with it. Other than that, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But that plot hole just really kind of ruins it for me. It's like, bro, really? This guy's smart enough to conquer the entire fucking world, supposedly? But he couldn't figure out to ask the genie for more fucking wishes? Like, really? I don't know. Like, and then at the very end of the show, he literally does it. He literally does tell everyone to become his slave. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? What? That shit pissed me off. That's like the one beef I have with it. But other than that, it's okay. The green hair chick's pretty good, too. Bro, the guy who made that show is a massive fucking gooner. Hold on, let me show you this. The guy who made that show is like a massive fucking gooner, and he like wants to fuck his own characters like hardcore.
Like, this is the promotional material for the actual show. Hold on. Hold on, let me see if I can. Dude, I'm gonna save it just so I can pull it up easier. Ha ha ha. Not because I want it on my computer, bro. Let's see. But yeah, this is like actual promotional material he drew for the fucking show. Look at this. Like, just look at the grab. Like, he wants that, man. Like, dude, the guy who made the show is a massive fucking gooner. But yeah. That shit's not even in the show either. It's like, literally, that's just some shit he drew for promotional material. Oh my god, it's like, damn, bro. I mean, there's a lot of like ass shots and titties and stuff in the main series, but this particular frame is not there. This is Code Geass. So, yeah, that's some promotional material from it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna Goonias, exactly. Because I just downloaded it so I could zoom in. You making me want to watch the show? You should. It's pretty good, actually. It's one of the better animes, I would say. Overall. It's got its flaws, but...
Did Asmon hear about the dystopian...
Alright, hold on. Where is this tab? I can close out of that. And that. Is it better than Dragon Ball Z? Most things are. Most things are better than Dragon Ball Z. Nah, that's cap. I don't think so.
Pathways game that the UK made to combat radicalization. So, gentlemen, we have a new game made by the UK in order to navigate gaming, the internet, and extremism. It's been made by them for us to become de-radicalized and better members of society. Are you ready? I'm not. Let's start it. Welcome to Pathways, an interactive game where you determine your journey. In this game, you'll have to choose between certain options that can lead to different outcomes. Let's see where your path takes you. Instructions.
You will be presented with scenarios that require you to take action, like hearing something hateful while gaming, or watching a provocative video on social media.
Hearing something hurtful while gaming? Oh no.
From the 3 alternative options presented, you will use your mouse to select one based on the information given and what outcome you think this will have.
Okay. Got it?
The choices you make will determine the route your character takes. Remember to be aware of getting trapped in risky or harmful situations.
But I thought this was on the internet.
Different choices can lead to situations involving extremism and radicalization, damaging the outcome for your character.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay. I don't want to get radicalized. Choose your character. Well, I'm going to be a guy, obviously. Okay, this is level 1.
Charlie was enjoying an online game with...
Schizo Garcia with the 2. The second season is slow, but the ending's worth it. Of what? Which show is slow? Of Dragon Ball? Or what? Oh, Code Geass? I don't really think the second season's slow. I mean, that's like where he takes over the world and shit, right? Yeah, so I don't know if I'd say that's slow. I don't know. I don't think Code Geass was that slow in general. I mean, there's like the occasional like fan service episode, but it's not anything too bad.
Friends.
Uh-huh. Yeah, then what?
Charlie had not long started attending a new college in East Riding.
Yeah.
And they were so relieved to have made new friends having recently left school.
Okay, and then what?
Charlie has started browsing new games and websites that some of the new friends use. Sometimes, though, the people on these websites say things that seem off, even slightly concerning.
Just say Steam. Just say Steam.
Someone on this website has encouraged Charlie to download a video, but Charlie is unsure.
Yeah?
How should Charlie react?
Well, tell an adult, right? I mean, you don't want to download the video. I mean, obviously you don't want to do that.
Why? Download the video, bro.
Like, I mean, it could be a virus. It's not even about it being a video. It could be a fucking virus. I mean, obviously you don't want to do that. I mean, duh. I'm gonna get...
Always download strange files off the internet.
All right, well, it's A, obviously.
Charlie wanted to continue being part of their new online community.
Wait, I'm gonna become a Nazi. Again.
Charlie downloaded the video and shared it with different people online.
Okay, yeah. What's the video? Doesn't it tell you what the video is?
Charlie felt relieved and happy that people were liking the video.
But they don't even show what the video is.
Deep down, Charlie wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, as some of the ideas in the video were extreme and violent.
But no, you didn't even say that. So, like, I don't understand. You didn't even explain what the video was in the first place. How could I have known that it was a good idea to download the video? The only frame of reference you could have had would be, is the video potentially a virus because you're giving it to a kid? Like, this is so retarded.
It's important to remember that downloading or streaming certain content can lead to a terrorist offense conviction.
I love America. I am so glad that I don't live in this country. Oh my God. Okay, so that's number one.
Yeah, sharing a video can get you a terrorism conviction in the fucking UK, mate.
Nigger Hall Hitler.
That's all I can say, bro. It's just insane, dude. You know, thank God they could have been speaking German. You know, the opportunity existed even for a day. You know, it's better than no hope at all, right? Holy shit, bro.
I can't afford this shit.
That's just crazy. Sharing a fucking link gets you a terrorism conviction.
They failed.
Charlie is receiving an important grade on a piece of work they submitted for their hospitality course at college.
All right.
Charlie put in a lot of effort for this work and is excited to receive good feedback.
Okay.
Charlie takes a seat in class and waits to get their
I'm
grade.
gonna get a good grade.
To their disappointment, Charlie doesn't do as well as they expect.
Burned
They
out
got
of school.
60 out of 100
To their disappointment? You mean his?
for their work, but they wanted at least 75 out of 100.
You have to do it.
To make matters worse, somebody else got
And she's
40 out of
black?
100, and the teacher said
Oh
that this
no!
person has received the job offer.
Now I hate black people. Oh my God, I knew it. Shit. And a woman?
Charlie has applied to dozens of jobs, but hasn't had any luck yet.
Yeah?
Somebody else in the class tells Charlie that this is proof that immigrants are coming to the UK and taking our jobs.
You're not a woman. You're a whore. You're a fucking whore. Whore.
True. Ignore the comment and ask how the course leader and feedback on how you can improve. Ignore the comment but don't address your frustration. Agree with the comment and explore the idea further. So true. Absolutely. Yep.
Charlie approached the classmate angrily.
Yeah.
He agreed with the ideas and began shouting about them in class.
Damn, Charlie's crashing out.
The teacher let Charlie know that the school has a zero tolerance on hate speech.
But I thought it was just an immigrant, not a hate. What?
The teacher was concerned by Charlie's outburst and tried to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah? Then what?
Charlie became more agitated and ended up having to sit alone for the duration of the week's lessons because of the hurtful things they said.
Oh, he had to be in the corner? Wow.
The cock corner.
Okay, got it.
Charlie has been chilling out all afternoon.
Dude, honestly, the UK probably would put me in prison. They probably would. I'm not really in a huge rush to ever go to the UK personally. Like, the likelihood of you actually getting arrested for dumb shit like this is pretty high, especially as a foreigner, because they're looking for shit.
Yep, all right.
They've been scrolling on social media.
They? You mean he?
They spot a video that seems to be getting a lot of attention.
They're avoiding gendered language. Oh my God.
Yeah, he just noticed that.
This is crazy.
Charlie watches the video and learns from the video that Muslim men are stealing the places of British war veterans in emergency accommodation.
Oh, so this is in German.
They literally are. They literally are.
Because isn't that exactly what happened? Uh-oh.
In the video, they explain that the government is betraying white British people.
Yes.
And we need to take back control of our country.
Right.
Amen.
How should Charlie react? Scroll past the content, ignoring the message. Find more about the topic online. Engage directly with the post. This seems... Well, I would look up more about it, right? Obviously. Yeah, you should look it up and see if this is true or not. Yeah, I feel like that's smart. You know, find out more. Yeah, you go with B. That's what I would do, of course. Okay?
Charlie wasn't sure if this video was true.
Yeah.
But the recent other encounters made them curious. Charlie went directly to the account's website and found research papers, statistics, information about protests, and more regarding the replacement of white people.
Uh-oh.
He learned the truth.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is bad. This is really bad, guys. This is super bad.
They continued browsing and encountered lots of harmful groups who agree with these sentiments.
Yeah?
Charlie began intaking a lot of harmful ideological messages. In fact, some of the groups were actually illegal.
Oh, no. Oh, God. They were illegal groups. They have illegal opinions. Oh, no. So I want you to keep in mind that what they're saying here is that by researching and looking things up yourself and looking for further information, you will find out that you're radicalized. Sorry, you will become radicalized. That's it, stop. Because, like, if again, you go back to these options. Can I click on these? I don't think I can I? Okay, it's literally just fucking 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, ignore your lying eyes. Don't research things any further. If you hear something that doesn't go along with what our thinking is, then you need to turn that off immediately. You have to report it as soon as you can. This is a real thing.
Charlie has been enjoying a family dinner at home when they receive a notification from their friend.
Let me guess. Black people are bad.
Charlie's mum makes a comment about using phones at the dinner table, but Charlie checks in anyway.
You don't want to listen to a woman?
Amelia,
Yeah, I
Charlie's
agree.
close friend, has made a video encouraging young people
Especially
in
a
Griffin to join a
British
political
woman.
group that seeks to defend English rights.
Oh my God. Yeah, is that right? So, should we not defend English rights?
Amelia, Charlie's close friend, has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to... Amelia encourages Charlie to join a secret group on an app Charlie hasn't heard of before. Charlie isn't sure whether to join, explore further, or ignore.
Okay, what should you do? Ignore the video, risk upsetting your friend. Like the video and show your support to a friend, but
Join the Turbo Nazis, dude.
don't join the secret group. Share the video and join the secret group as your friend requested. I think we should go with the based option, right? Let's go join. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the right option for sure. Like, I would probably choose B, personally. But, okay, we're gonna go with C. Let me see what B says, because I think B is the most entertaining outcome. Like, because like B is just like, oh yeah, okay, for sure, man, definitely. Let's explain how that's a bad thing. The radicalized route? Yeah, let's go with this, because that's what I would pick. I would pick B. B is the reasonable thing that I would do as an individual. I would be like, okay, fine, that's nice, great. This is okay. Let's go at fence sitter. Well, yeah, I'm not much of a joiner for things, so yeah, I go with B. I'm Charlie, okay? You're not Charlie, I'm Charlie.
Charlie settled for a middle ground. They didn't want their friend to think they didn't care, but they didn't know if they wanted to join the group.
Yeah.
They decided to like the post quickly and continued to eat their dinner.
Exactly, you're busy. Yeah, sure. We are all Charlie? You're Charlie. Charlie who?
During the night, Charlie received a message from a stranger who saw that they had liked the post.
In the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, they're messaging him. Did you just like this post?
Holy
Did you like
shit,
this post
man.
about hating black
The
people?
nanny state.
Before they knew it, Charlie had been added to an encrypted private group without Charlie's permission.
That's not how it works, dumbass.
What? So you're in the group anyway? Oh my God.
Charlie was seeing their dad at the weekend. He lives in Hull, so their weekends look very different to their weekdays in East Riding.
Okay.
Charlie's friend Amelia immediately looked interested and told them about a protest she wished she could go to herself, but was not allowed.
Oh, why not? Because she's a woman.
Amelia spoke of a gathering that had been organised by a small political group. They would come together and protest the changes that Britain has been through in the last few years and the erosion of British values.
The erosion, they would come together and protest the changes that Britain has been through in the last few years and the erosion of British values.
Amelia talked about the banners and the pickets that her friends had made for the events and expressed a real regret that she could not go, begging Charlie to go in her place. Charlie has nothing to do this weekend, and a protest sounded like an interesting thing to take part in.
I wouldn't want to go because it's annoying.
Jesus
Decline the offer, risking your friendship.
man.
Tell your friend you watch from the sidelines. Let them know what happens. I wouldn't join that shit, bro. Like, fuck no. Like, what if somebody tries to drive a car through that? This is Europe, man. Like, fuck no, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would not. Like, I'm not gonna tell her no, but I would say like, yeah, I'll watch it happen. I'm not gonna get involved in this, bro. Like, she's asking you to carry her cross. You gonna let this bitch tell you what to do? Fuck that. She ain't gonna run me. She ain't gonna tell
Somebody
me what
in
to
the
do. Fuck
chat
that.
said, "Is she hot?"
Charlie
went to the protest in the end. It wasn't what they expected.
What was it instead?
They noticed the protest seemed to be more about racism and anti-immigration than British values
You don't
and
have to repeat yourself.
foreign veterans.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Charlie grew increasingly uncomfortable as the crowd became angrier. Police arrived after a few violent outbreaks.
Yeah, those are the ones that are the violent ones, for sure.
Before they knew it, they were running away from the scene. Some protesters next to Charlie had drawn the attention of the police.
Oh, Charlie's going to jail.
Charlie had only been here to observe, but the line between observing and participating was too easy to cross.
Uh-oh. Does Charlie die now? Oh, no. Anti-immigration is racism? That's what they say.
Charlie thought about all the difficult choices they had needed to make in the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Some of their choices had led to changes in friendship, and Charlie was feeling low, as they weren't sure if they had made the right decisions. The teacher had noticed this, and decided to reach out.
What's this bitch want?
The teacher sat with them and talked openly and frankly about the ideology that Charlie had discovered.
And now what?
Dude, I would love for a teacher to try and convince me that I'm wrong. Could you imagine me sitting down with some fucking Foyd college professor and them trying to convince me that I actually am incorrect in my worldview? Holy shit. That would be the funniest thing of all.
The teacher reassured that Charlie had made the right decisions. Charlie realised that if they had chosen to engage with these harmful ideas, the consequences would have been very different.
Oh, no. Wait, am I the good guy? Click to find out what support Charlie could have received if they had chosen to engage with harmful ideologies. Okay?
Charlie accepted they may need support.
Uh-huh.
Charlie's teacher made a prevent referral, and they were able to provide tailored support for Charlie.
Oh, he got a referral.
They began a workshop that helped them learn how to engage positively
He's being
with
re-educated.
ideology and the differences between right and wrong in expressing political beliefs.
Yes, of course. There's right political beliefs and wrong political beliefs.
They began a workshop that helped Charlie receive engage positively to help them process the other and the differences between right and wrong.
It's a little bit back and forth, right? Okay, yeah, he got re-educated. Here, I'll say it again. I'll have to do it again.
Charlie received counselling to help them process the other events in their life.
Wait, he had to go to
and he felt
counselling?
much better for it.
Because he liked the YouTube video, he had to go to counseling? What? Congratulations on completing all the scenarios. Let's explore the consequences of your character choices and see what lies ahead.
It was decided that Charlie was at borderline risk of radicalisation, given their proximity to it.
Yeah? And then what?
Charlie engaged in various activities through Prevent,
such
as family counselling sessions,
yes.
which helped address some of the issues at the heart of being influenced by harmful ideologies.
Yes, of course. Harmful ideologies.
Jesus
They started taking up new skills and hobbies, and made new friends.
Uh-huh. Yeah?
They also started receiving extra support at college to ensure they had someone to talk to openly about ideological thoughts.
But I thought they couldn't think about it. Now let's dive into a video that explains the Prevent process. This will provide crucial details and advice applicable to real life. Okay, great.
What is Prevent? Prevent is a referral program operated by the Home Office in partnership with local services. It was set up in 2003 as part of legislation responding to the 9/11 terror attack in the USA. The overarching aim of Prevent is to stop violent extremism from happening within our communities. Prevent works on the basis that any ideology can be harmful, and therefore anyone can be at risk.
Yeah, because white people are famous for terrorist attacks. Genius.
Radicalized.
Of course.
The program seeks to identify cases of
No one's
extremism
innocent.
before any violent acts are committed.
That's right.
And it does so by addressing
Minority report.
difficulties vulnerable individuals may be experiencing and helping them overcome it.
Right.
Why is Prevent important?
Why is it important?
Prevent is an important part of the UK's counter-terrorism strategy because it seeks to tackle extremist behaviour.
I thought the terrorism came... Never mind.
After an attack.
Because at 9/11...
It acknowledges that underlying issues and vulnerabilities play a role in extreme ideas and behaviours and wants to reduce the effects that push someone into extremism.
Guys.
It's important because Prevent doesn't seek to punish people who have fallen victim to radicalisation. It aims to reduce the risk of violence and enable vulnerable people to live a life without hate or violence.
Yeah.
Who does Prevent support?
The government.
Though it is rare, Prevent understands that any ideology has the potential to harm others if the right conditions are met. Prevent does not target any specific demographic, community, or ideology.
It sure
and
seems like it does.
Offer is available to anyone who may be motivated by an ideology to behave in an extreme manner.
Oh, really?
This means that
why
anyone
are they
can
all one
refer to
example?
Prevent to receive their support.
Uh-huh.
What is the process, and how does Prevent work?
Do they
Prevent will only come into contact
there
with
hammers
someone if they receive a referral, either from them directly or from someone who has concerns.
Oh.
Referrals can come from a variety of places, such as parents,
so you can
other
report
family
people.
members or friends,
Oh,
teachers,
okay.
and health or social workers.
Yeah.
Anyone can make a
No, that's
referral
good.
if they have concerns about radicalisation. The referral asks the person filling the form to include details about the individual's behaviour, beliefs, and other contextual factors that might make them vulnerable.
You get to
The
report them.
referral is then reviewed by a panel of experts from different fields to discuss if the person is at risk or not.
So then they just...
and what
Okay,
kind
yeah,
of
of course.
support
Makes
would
sense.
be most appropriate.
Yeah.
Most referrals
They
are
go to
not
the
followed up by
Guantanamo
Prevent
Bay?
if support from other organisations
Go to
is
jail
more
for having
appropriate.
these opinions?
On the occasions where Prevent does take on a referral, the information is passed to Channel.
What's Channel?
Channels are the specialists in supplying support that is specific to radicalisation and ideologies.
Oh, okay.
They work with the individual to reduce the risk of harm to that person and wider society.
How do you reduce it to
They
wider
take a
society?
multi-agency approach to providing support, so support could involve
Dude, we could take this country in a fucking weekend, I'm like convinced. Holy shit, bro. We could clean up the UK in probably a weekend. This shit's crazy. There would be zero fucking resistance. I mean, this is levels of softness I don't even think I've ever encountered before.
Interactions with people who left harmful ideologies, family support, financial and housing support, counselling or therapy sessions, religious support, and more. Receiving support from Prevent or Channel does not appear on a criminal record. Any involvement is always confidential and voluntary.
For now.
Involvement with Prevent
Video
seeks
games.
to lead people away from behaviours that are against the law before they engage.
Oh, no.
It is designed not only to keep communities safe and peaceful, but to enable the individual at risk to live a fulfilling life without the risk of fines, arrests, or prison sentences, which may arise from extreme behaviours.
Statistically speaking, she is the most at risk of violent behavior.
Individual at risk
Just
to live a
throwing
fulfilling
that
life
out
without
there.
the risk of fines, arrests, or prison sentences, which may arise from
Black
extreme
women.
behaviours.
Wow. Thank God. What does it show? To prevent, is this to safeguard us from the threat of extremism and radicalization before violence takes place? Prevent involves lots of organizations such as schools, healthcare practitioners, and police to help people get support if they're considering extreme beliefs or behaviors. Well, here's the thing, right? Is that how is it that it's for every ideology, but only one ideology is being shown? How about that? That's a little bit interesting, isn't it? Oh my God. Jesus. Wow. I wonder why. Support equals you're going to jail. Isn't that so weird? And you have to, at the beginning of it, you get reported by like your parents or your friends into this? Oh my God. And they're using they instead of he? Oh, wow. Go back and pick the cuck dancers. It's targeting white males and they still have to make Charlie non-binary. Yeah, true. And who made this game? I don't know, but definitely not anybody that cares about free speech or free expression. I'll certainly tell you that.
Brown
George Orwell made the game.
hands.
Charlie was sent to jail for asking too many questions. Charlie had harmful opinions. Charlie had to die. We had to kill Charlie. Charlie believed that immigration wasn't our best advantage. Charlie died. mute the audio. It's terrible. Is it really? I had no idea. And anyway, I'm going to take a break and chill out, but I figured I would at least, do that. I forgot all about this, but I'm glad I did it myself. It's funny. And I'll be back on tomorrow and, do the same usual shit I usually do.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
All right. Let's see. Oski with the 2. If that's so, Griffin clicked the Steam links. I know, exactly. Go back onto the... Hold on, wait. Let me see. This one. Back from the community post on Steam. There you go. That's the image that downloaded if you click the link. Just throwing that out there, guys. Always click the links, no matter what it is, dude. All right, let's see. Or it could be something like this. You never know.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Or that. Yeah, I wonder when the Switch version of that's going to get ported. Because apparently they were working on the Switch 2 version, which would be pretty cool. And let's see. Link 123 with the 2. What's this? Alright, let me see. Okay, I think it should be fine. If SAR's playing, I'll just pause it again. And FBI Gaming with the 2. This has only radicalized me more. Exactly, bro. That's the thing. There is no unity. The threat must be eliminated once and for all. Perfect Dark with the 10. A leftist. MAGA are all dumb because they don't do research. You don't do your own research. Research. You don't do your own research. Don't do your own research or you're a racist. Listen to what I'm telling you and go where I tell you for research. Exactly. That's the thing, bro. It's like leftism is a faith-based belief structure. It's a new religion for, shit libs. None of it's actually based in any factual, logic or sound reasoning. It's literally just belief-based arguments. Like, I believe that we can all live together and sing Kumbaya and get along. Like, obviously it doesn't fucking work. Diversity is directly linked to a degradation of, the average life of people. So, it's just a belief structure. I believe that if we build more schools, then, black children won't shoot each other or whatever it might be. It's just retarded. It's like, it's not how it works. Not how it fucking works. It's pure faith-based arguments, and none of them make sense. Here, while I have it open. Oops, wrong one. Oops, wrong one. Where is it? Shit, I thought I had a different one in here. Maybe it isn't in here. Okay. Well, that was good enough, I guess. One more time. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I guess I don't have it saved in that folder, and I'm not going to go looking. Daryl's on the 2. Sorry, Griffin, I don't like women. I'm gay. Well, sorry, bro. I may not be gay, but I don't even know if I like women. From a personal level, let's just say. A total void death, bro. Hell yeah, dude. I'm definitely not gay, but it doesn't mean I like women, if you know what I'm saying. Let's see. Alright, I think these are in order, I believe. Or close enough. Yeah, whatever, it doesn't really matter.
Unstoppable following the success of the original Switch until today. You see, now that the holiday season is behind us, sales data is slowly starting to trickle out into the public, and the truth is that things are not looking good for the Switch 2 outside of Japan. And the best part is that we apparently already have
It's Jover.
at least one Nintendo employee trying to damage control the situation, and it's probably because their stock price is down almost 30%
Samurai Jake with D1. Appreciate it, man.
in the last 6 months. But don't worry, folks, Nintendo just announced a brand new $100 controller. Yes! I wish I were kidding, but see, Nintendo, this is part of the problem. What are you doing? Folks, let's dive in and figure out what is going on with the Nintendo Switch 2 this time. But first, what's going on, guys? Cheers. Guys, I need to thank you because you guys recently hyped one of my videos to be number 82 in the entire United States. To show that liking the videos actually helps them out a ton, so thank you guys, seriously. All right, folks, let's jump right in here. This story is brought to us by Christopher Dring over at The Game Business. Nintendo Switch 2 sales stumble over Christmas. Now, a lot was actually covered in their show. As you can see here, it's over an hour long. I'm going to link to this in the description below. Chris has a great conversation with Keza over here from The Guardian. Really sorry if I mispronounced that, by the way. But anyway, again, please support their show. It will be linked in the description below. But let's talk about the Switch 2 sales stumbling over Christmas, because as you guys know, we reported here on the channel that the November Circana data for the Switch 2 was shockingly low. Like, it was worse than people's lowest expectations for the Switch 2. In fact, the Switch 2 this year sold worse than the Switch 1 last year in November, which is just, nobody thought it would be that bad. Even people who thought it was going to be bad didn't think it would be that bad. A console's first holiday should definitely be more successful than the previous console's last holiday. It was really abysmal, right? So going into December, a lot of people were wondering what the sales data was going to be throughout Christmas, right? And of course, we saw starting on December 1st on Cyber Monday, that's when the
Tuesday, isn't it, mate?
retail price drops started, which, by the way, there is one retailer in the United States that has already done a price drop on the Switch 2 in 2026. Yeah, we're not talking about Christmas anymore. We're talking about today, January 8th, 2026. There is one retailer that dropped the price by $50 already, but there is a catch.
Oh my god. They put something on sale?
We'll talk about that later in the video, okay? That's just like the icing on the cake here. Like, we're still seeing price drops in the new year. Like, again, my Cyber Monday analysis of the price drop was just, it's aging like fine wine. Like, I immediately called it, and this is like the 4th time I've been right in a row. But anyway, let's actually take a look at what the Game Business reported over here. Nintendo Switch 2 sales momentum slowed over the key holiday sales period, particularly in Western markets. It follows a huge launch for the console in June when Switch 2 became the fastest selling game console with over 3.5 million units sold in just 4 days. The Game Business understands that Switch 2 sales, this is the bombshell right here, okay? The Game Business understands that Switch 2 sales in the United States over the holiday period, which they specify November and December, was down by around 35% compared to what the Switch 1 delivered during the same period in 2017, which was when...
Yeah, that's because we had the worst year for console sales since 1995. The entire gaming industry was way fucking down this year. In general, not just Nintendo, across the fucking board. It was quite literally the worst Black Friday for gaming in 30 years.
Launch. This follows a separate report from US data tracker Circana, which reveals that US console sales overall had their worst November since 1995. We actually talked about that in a previous video. Circana's December figures are due later in the month. And at the time of recording this, we should be about 10 days or less away from that information coming out. But the article goes on to say there are also mixed results across Europe. In the UK, Switch 2 sales for the last 8 weeks of the year were 16% lower than what Switch 1 managed during the last 8 weeks of 2017. So again, we're seeing in the UK, the Switch 1's holiday season of 2017 versus the Switch 2's holiday season of 2025. And that data was brought to us by Nielsen IQ, all right? Now, I will say, and this is something that I'm a little bit uneasy about, right? This makes me feel a little bit...
Yeah, exactly. If there's a sale, then they're failing. If there's no sale, then they're greedy. Exactly. Yup. It's a no-win situation with the clickbait, you know, content creators.
Here. In the previous paragraph where they said the Game Business understands that Switch 2 sales in the US over the holiday from November to December was down 35%, they don't actually link a source there. So I just want to be abundantly clear. I am aware of that, and I don't know where is that number coming from, right? Like, if we don't have the Circana data yet, I am curious as to where they're getting that information. I didn't watch the entirety of their episode here, but I did go through the sales data portion of it, and they don't actually say. So that is a bit of a red flag. So really, we have to wait for the Circana data to come out. But if they are confident enough to report it here on the Game Business, then we're going to talk about it here on the channel, because a lot of you guys might not know this. I'm not a journalist, all right? Never claimed to be either. I am top 3 biggest goofballs on YouTube. In fact, I have no idea.
Look how stupid and silly I am, guys. So if I get something wrong, don't hold me accountable. I hate when people fucking do this shit. No, if you want to talk like a fucking journalist, then stop acting like you're just some, I'm just some heckin' wholesome retard. Like, God, I can't fucking stand that shit. It's so annoying. It's so, I'm just a heckin' goofball, dude. I'm so silly. Oh my, and then he'll be the first, I told you so, guys. I predicted that this would happen given my experience in the gaming industry. It's like, which one is it, dumbass? Which one is it? I'm just a heckin' goofball. Like, what type of retarded I cannot fucking stand when people do that. I can't fucking stand it. It just drives me insane, man. Drives me fucking insane.
Idea what I'm talking about. We're just covering stuff that I think is interesting. So if they're comfortable releasing that information, then I'll talk about it, right? And maybe it's wrong. Anyway, I thought it was important to be fully transparent and point that out, okay? Let's move on with the article. They go on to say, when we add in Switch 1 UK
Wow, thank you for that, bro. You know, I don't know what we would have done if you didn't point that one out.
sales, the overall number of Nintendo devices sold during November and December 2025 are up 7% compared with the same period in 2017. So what they're saying is, okay, in 2025, if you take all the Switch 2 sales and all the Switch 1 sales, then it is 7% higher than just Switch 1 sales for 2017, which, by the way, is a completely meaningless number. It does not matter. Nobody cares about the combined sales data. So, Kana, if you're watching, don't do that stupid stuff again where you combine the Switch 1 and Switch 2. We all know what you're doing. You're clearly trying to spin it to be more positive towards Nintendo. Okay, no, let me just be clear, right? Nobody really cares.
How is that spinning it to be more positive for Nintendo? The two biggest holiday games that Nintendo released were for the Switch 1, you fucking idiot. They literally released Pokemon and Metroid, two cross-generation titles. So, yeah, it is actually relevant that they sold both consoles to a higher degree. So, yeah, I don't know what he's getting at there. If Nintendo didn't want to sell any more Switch 1s, they would stop releasing games for it right now. They obviously still want to sell, you know, Switch 1s because they probably have a huge stock of them on the back burner that they're trying to cycle through. So they're still getting paid by selling those Switch 1s. In fact, they're probably more incentivized to sell Switch 1s because the profit margin on them is probably fucking huge at this point.
About Switch 1 plus Switch 2 sales, right? That's like saying, oh, what were the Switch plus 3DS sales back at, like, no, stop it, okay, just stop it. No one cares about that. Just release the Switch 2 sales data, okay? Anyway, again,
no one cares about that? I'm pretty sure Nintendo does. They don't care what they're selling.
I want to say overall for the year, Switch 2 UK sales are 6% higher than what Switch 1 managed in its first year, which was also on sale for 14 extra weeks. Okay, so again, Switch 1 came out, I think, in around March. Switch 2 came out in June. So from launch to the end of the year, there was more time for the Switch 1, and yet it still is the case that the launch for the Switch 2 was so successful that actually sales are still up for the Switch 2 in the UK compared to the Switch 1's year. So that just goes to show how much supply was available and how much hype was available for the launch of the Switch 2. And now that we see those sales start to slow throughout the holiday season, because remember, the economy was not good in June, just like it's not good now. Okay, so we can't like point to the economy. Oh, the economy's bad. Like, yeah, it's been bad all year. Like, you're late to the party. Welcome to the party. I'm glad you finally made it, right? But the economy's been bad since like 2023 or something, or even before that. Anyway, they go on to say the most disappointing result was in France, which is typically one of Nintendo's key European markets. This was actually surprising to me. According to data shared with the game business, Switch 2 sales in France last year were over 30% lower than what Switch 1 achieved in its first year. As a result, the UK was bigger than France for Switch 2 sales in 2025. Now again,
oh my God.
we have to still remember when the Switch 1 launched versus when the Switch 2 launched. Okay, that is definitely a factor. Okay, the Switch 1 had more weeks on the market in 2017 than Switch 2 in 2025. But even still, like we just said with the UK and with Japan and with the USA, the launch sales were absolutely through the roof. So France, loving Nintendo stuff, you would think it would still be higher, but it's actually not. They go on to say France was an outlier in terms of full year results. Nevertheless, all major European markets saw a slowdown in Switch 2 sales momentum over the Christmas sales window. Again, we've been reporting on this on the channel. If you watch my videos before, you already know that the hype for the Switch 2
yeah, because wasn't like the big winner for Christmas time that weird fucking, what was it even called? That like Chinese TikTok console with the motion controls. What the fuck was that thing? It outsold the Xbox. Like, I think that kind of threw a wrench into the holiday, you know, season gaming wise, because a lot of people bought that shit apparently. I don't remember what it was fucking called. It's that little like white and yellow box with like the motion controls. I don't remember what it's called, but yeah. That thing was like the big seller this holidays for whatever reason.
is not what people thought it.
Yeah, the NEX Playground. That's it. Yep. Whatever the fuck that thing is, and whoever the fuck was buying it, they sold a ton of them. They were reselling on eBay for like $800 apparently too.
Would be going into Christmas. In fact, here's what a Nintendo employee has to say about this. One senior Nintendo employee told me that a complicated economic landscape mixed with higher price points and the absence—
That was the hot toy this year, gaming-wise. Samurai Jake with the 2. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
of a major Western game during Christmas could make for tough comparisons with Switch 1, but overall, he's proud of what was accomplished during a tricky year. Okay, so this is what I talked about at the very beginning of the video. We already see at least this one employee who is unnamed and anonymous, for good reason, I can imagine why. They're coming out and throwing out a couple of different excuses as to why the Switch 2 is underperforming in the Christmas season, okay? Let's start with complicated economic landscape. That's true. That's 100% true. Let's just be honest here. That is a valid data point to look at when we talk about why the Switch 2 might be struggling, right? We see global trade was crazy literally all throughout the year, especially in the first half, right? Plus we've got inflation, plus we've just got people getting laid off all over the place. Like, it is, in fact, a complicated economic landscape. Now we're going into the AI world where prices for RAM
Well, no, the thing is there's no incentive yet to go out and buy a Switch 2. This is the problem the PS5 had. It's the problem the Xbox still has. When you release all of your big games on the last generation console, there's not really a huge incentive to rush out and buy a Switch 2. Like, the only games you can't play on the Switch 1 right now are Mario Kart, which everyone has Mario Kart 8. Donkey Kong, which Donkey Kong is not that big of a franchise. And then Hyrule Warriors. So Nintendo hasn't released like that must-have title that's going to push people to, forsake their Switch 1s. If you can still play Pokemon on the Switch 1, and if the new Metroid just came out on Switch 1, there's not really a huge incentive to rush out and buy the console in the holidays. You could just buy the games and then buy it later. So
things are surging, so I get that, right? Let's move on to his second point, higher price points. Okay, so this one, actually, this is also true, but this one is Nintendo's fault, actually. You look at the complicated economic landscape, it's like, okay, fair enough, like, that's outside of Nintendo's control. You can't control what tariffs look like. You can't control what RAM prices look like, right? But you can control your higher price points, you know what I mean? And this is absolutely why we saw retailers slashing their price for the Switch 2 during its first ever holiday season in December, literally throughout all of December, and even right now. Again, we'll talk about this later, but there's still a retailer out there that has a $50 price reduction on the Switch 2. We'll talk about that in a second, and no, it's not the bundled version. So the retailers arrived at...
Yeah, hold on. What was it? Micro Center? Let's just see real quick. How many Micro Centers are in the U.S.? 30 locations, guys. We are talking about a deal where the Switch 2 was $50 off in a total of 30 stores across the entire United States. And these fucking half-wits want to act like it's some indication that they literally can't sell them. And keep in mind, the deal was not online either. It was only in-store. So it was obviously just one of those like examples of a store discounting a hot item in order to get people into their store. So you couldn't even order that deal online. So, again, I don't know why we're manipulating individual retailer discounts that are used for promotional purposes where the retailer eats the savings themselves as some sort of indicator that the Switch 2 literally isn't selling. It's just retarded.
The conclusion in December that the price point was a key factor in slower sales, and they basically decided on their own to lower prices, right? We've been transparent about this on the channel. The price reductions we saw in December from Walmart, Target, Best Buy, and Micro Center, everybody else involved, Amazon, those were retailer price reductions because the retailers had the real-time data and were like, wow, this thing is not moving like we thought it would. Let's lower the price and see if it's the price. And then what do you know? They kept the price low for almost the entire month, which just goes to show that, yeah, actually, the price is a problem, okay? And so here we see, not only did we see a lot of Nintendo fans echo this concern when the console was announced, by the way, the whole drop the price crowd, right? They said this all the way back in April. So we see Nintendo fans say it. We saw the retailers arrive at this conclusion all on their own in December, and now we have a senior employee from Nintendo coming out and saying that a higher price point was a problem for the Switch 2 selling in holiday. That's not my opinion. That is from the mouth of a senior Nintendo employee. So everyone out there who's saying, oh, it's not the price, you're wrong at this point. Everyone already figured it out. The retailers, Nintendo, the fans, everyone already figured it out. You're late to the party. Welcome to the party. It's fine. We forgive you. Definitely subscribe to the channel if you want more correct opinions on everything. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm just kidding. But let's tackle the third thing that this senior Nintendo employee said.
Wait, correct opinions, dude? I thought you were just a heckin' goofball. Yeah, I'm just so heckin' quirky and funny, guys. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Now we get the correct opinions, huh? Which one is it, bud?
The absence of a major Western game. Again, 100% true, but unfortunately for Nintendo, this is also something that is in their control. Why wouldn't they launch this thing with a 3D Mario? Why wouldn't they launch this thing with a brand new Zelda? Why wouldn't they launch this thing with an actual good...
Yeah, bro, we need... No. We don't want Peach and her tennis. We want this Peach. We want this Peach. Hold on, where is it? Well, I can only find the concept art, so you'll just have to make do with that. We need this version of Peach from the soccer one. From Mario Strikers, bro. That's the Peach we need. With the exposed midriff and the booty shorts, like, chef's kiss. Beautiful.
Pokemon game, right? Don't even at me with Legends EA, okay? The Mega Dimensions
Hopefully the paint is pretty durable on amiibos.
DLC proved that I was right about Legends EA all along, and there's just people who realized I was right and people who haven't admitted it yet, but I was right about Legends EA, okay? So again, 2 of these 3 excuses that we see coming from a senior Nintendo employee. By the way, senior Nintendo employee. This guy isn't just...
God! What are amiibos for? You put them in the bottom of your mason jar, and then you fill it up over time. Imagining that character doing unspeakable acts to you.
Like packing the delivery trucks from the warehouse. Okay, this is a senior Nintendo employee, according to Christopher...
Nah, technically you can scan the amiibos and it gives you like bonus items in certain games. That's basically it. Or in the case of Metroid Prime 4, if you tap the amiibo on the Switch 2 controller, then it unlocks music in the desert.
All right, I'm relying on him as a source here. Again, top 3 biggest goofballs on YouTube. I don't know what I'm talking about, but a senior Nintendo employee is saying this, and 2 of these things are just completely Nintendo's fault. These were in their control, and they failed to deliver here, right? So hopefully...
Nah, dude, the only amiibos that are going in my jar are my Solaire of Astora ones. So, you know, I filled up 5 jars of Solaire so far, but I still have plenty to go.
Going into 2026, we see a change, but plot twist, I'm not holding my breath, okay? I'm not holding my breath. Now, it could be a big year. Maybe we'll talk about that later, right? Depending on how much time...
I'm more of a Pauline guy. You better not fucking say from Donkey Kong Bonanza. You freak. Oski Woski with the 5. Nah, look up Daisy from the same game. You get a better pick? Okay. Mario, Strikers, Daisy. Oh, shit, yeah. I see what you're talking about. Yeah. The cheeks. Back when Nintendo gave the fans what they wanted. Wait, hold on a second. Let me just do this real quick.
All right,
Let's just
awesome.
do this
Thanks,
real
nigga.
quick.
All right.
Let's just do this. I have it recorded still. Where is it? Is this it? Oh no, that's Donkey Kong. Yeah, there it is. Oops.
Oh yeah,
Bruh. Definitely had some fans. Alright, there we go. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled programming.
We have this video's already getting long, but anyway, the article goes on to say, in terms of the Japanese market, Switch 2
You know what else is getting long?
finished strongly, but sales were a little lower over November and December compared with the Switch 1 launch year. For the last 9 weeks of 2025, 1.32 million Switch 2 consoles were sold in Japan from Famitsu. Okay, obviously we've talked about Famitsu on the channel. This is slightly down, about 5.5% on the 1.39 million units that the Switch 1 sold over the same period in 2017. Now, I will say that I believe part of the reason why the Switch 1 outsold in these 9 weeks is that Mario Odyssey might have landed right in there at the end, okay? The 9 weeks leading up to Christmas. I think Mario Odyssey launched right in that window, so I think that's probably why the Switch 1 was...
No, Mario Odyssey came out in October of 2017. I remember. Also, Mario Kart 8 had come out right before that, too. So, you had like 2 bangers back to back. Mario Kart and Mario Odyssey. The Switch 2 does not have that caliber of exclusive other than Mario Kart World, which came out in, what, June? So it's been 7 months since that came out. Not as recent, so...
pulled up a little bit, whereas the Switch 2 had just a trickle out of games every month. We had Metroid, Kirby Air Riders, and yada yada. You get the drill. Anyway, the article goes on to say, however, it was an impressive year in Japan overall, with Switch 2 sales up 11% compared with the launch year of Switch 1, despite the Switch 1 being on sale longer. Like we said earlier, the Switch 2 proposition in Japan is stronger than it is in Western markets, with a cheaper Japan-only version of the console priced at roughly $335. This is why a lot of times you see...
which is never in stock, by the way. The Japanese people are buying out all the $500 ones, even though they have a cheaper model available, because the cheaper model doesn't stay in stock. So, all the models of the Switch 2 sell out in Japan instantly.
There are, Nintendo fanboys that they're always like, oh my god, look how good it's doing in Japan. Oh my god, it's flying off the shelves in Japan. And it's like, buddy, it's over $100 cheaper. Like, what are we even talking about? That's a huge difference. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If they drop the price by
Yeah, but the thing is, bro, it's like Japan, they make less money than the US, so things need to be cheaper there. Otherwise, they ain't gonna be able to eat, man. The Japanese get paid way less than Westerners do. Yours truly with the 2. Sorry about your coins. I know, bro. That shit pisses me off. Read the title and my heart broke for you. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, my heart breaks too. That shit sucks. I wanted those coins. That fucking piece of shit. Canceled my order. He probably saw how much they were worth and then was like, oh, I'm going to cancel all these and then just keep them myself or cash them in for silver.
$100, how many of you guys would buy it? I know a lot of you guys in the audience, you don't like the Switch 2, so maybe you guys wouldn't, right? But if we think about the normies out there, I think, yeah, a lot of people would buy it if it was $100 off. Like, that's a huge price difference. Actually, going from $449 to $335 is a 25% price cut, right? So, like, it's super disingenuous to be like, wow, the console's flying off the shelves in Japan. I wonder why it's so popular. Look how good. It's like, no kidding. It's so much cheaper. It's not a little bit cheaper. It's
okay, then why does the multi-language version sell out in Japan too, bro? It's not just the Japanese-only console that sells out in Japan. All variants of it sell out. Type 0 stream when? I don't know. Maybe I would play that. I need to give that game a fair shot. I kind of just dropped it back in the day because I had other stuff to play at the time.
so much cheaper over there. Anyway, they go on to say also the Switch 2 lineup for holiday 2025 was better suited to Japanese player tastes, with Kirby Air Riders one of the key releases. Kirby is a popular IP in Japan, and Air Riders has already sold over 420,000 units since its release, box sales only. Looking ahead, Switch 2's release slate for 2026 is currently lacking a major first-party game.
I was not really expecting that Kirby game to sell super well, but that's actually pretty good. What, in Japan, 400,000 copies? That's pretty solid, honestly. Because Kirby's niche already, and Kirby Air Riders is a niche spin-off of an already niche Nintendo game.
Nintendo's announced lineup is made up of Mario Tennis Fever, which they released a new trailer today, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, The Dust Bloods, and Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. However, Keza McDonald feels...
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna get the Yoshi game.
Switch 2 exclusive Pokemon Pokopia, in which players build their own Pokemon Paradise, might be one to watch. That game is due on March 5th. Well, as we talked about in my last video, over the last month, only 900 people pre-ordered it on Amazon, which is a shockingly low number when you think about the fact that the launch hype and the launch sales for Legends EA was like, what, 5-point-something million? So like, yeah, 900 people. More than 900 people are gonna like this video. Like, it's nothing. There's not, look how small this channel is. 900 is nothing. Anyway, other key titles include Switch 2 updates to Animal Crossing New Horizons and Super Mario Wonder. More details on upcoming Switch 2 games will likely be revealed in the coming weeks, including products designed to tie in with the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, and also, I think it's the 40th anniversary of Zelda this year, right? So really, there should be something big coming in 2026. I mean, like, they have no excuse, right? You've got all these anniversaries, and yet we're still sitting here thinking like, okay, what's the big game we're looking for? It's like, is it Pokemon Pokopia? Like, that would be surprising, right? Is it Duskbloods? Maybe it's Duskbloods, right? Which would be also surprising because it's not a first-party Nintendo game, but maybe, I mean, you're not gonna be able to play it anywhere else. But I mean, really, as of the time of recording this, we don't know what the big game of 2026 is. Now, that's not to say that there isn't going to be one. I think I mean, really, hopefully for them, there is.
PK, when will you ever learn, bro? When you bitch about something in the chat, or when other people bitch about something in the chat, it makes me want to do it more. Or when people go, videos, 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 it makes me want to watch videos less. This is how things work around here, man. So, obviously you enjoy it. That's what I'm taking away from this entire thing.
One, right? Nintendo's been in business for a long time. Like, I assume they know what they're doing, but like, as of late, I'm starting to question it because I don't know. Also, if they wanted to be the biggest scumbag imaginable, they could easily just re-release all of the Game Boy and DS and 3DS Pokemon games on the Switch 2 exclusively. And the reason that would be an absolute scumbag move is because there's no reason why they should be exclusive to Switch 2, right? Like, if the Game Boy Color can play Pokemon Yellow version, then a Switch 1 can also play Pokemon Yellow version, right? So can the 3DS. We already
PK, do we have to have this lesson again, too, about greasing the palms? You know, you walk up, we give each other a firm handshake, eye contact held throughout. You reach into your pocket, you give me a little piece, aka $10, put it in my palm, I take it, put it in my pocket, we shake hands once more, eye contact held. We don't say a word, but we understand exactly what it means. This is not hard to figure out, man. It's how things work. You know, you got to grease the palms to get what you actually want in life. And the same thing applies to this live stream. So, you got to give me my taste, so to speak. If you want me to take the coins out of my hand, you got to put something else in it to take its place. You get what I'm saying? I'm glad we have an understanding.
Right, so if they wanted to, they could lock those games to the newer console for literally no other reason than to sell more consoles, right? And you know people would do it. I mean, how many of you, maybe not you specifically, but you know a lot of the Pokemon fanboys would go out there just to buy, you know, Fire Red on their Switch 2, right? Like they would do that. I know they would do that, right? In fact, I would probably even get Fire Red on the Switch 2, or maybe they would just throw it into the Game Boy Advance thing, which has a monthly subscription, would drive me insane. So maybe I don't know. But either way, my point is they have an easy route to just do it, but they'd be huge scumbags if they did it. Anyway, maybe I shouldn't give Nintendo any ideas because they have no problem being scumbags all on their own, because here we can see that first Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Con color variants have been announced and they're out next month. However, the new Joy-Cons...
Yeah, I like that green one, bro. I wish you could just get 2 greens instead of the purple, but the green one looks sick. I like that.
Don't match the inside of the Nintendo Switch 2. Here we see
oh my god, it won't match the inside. When the fuck would you ever see the inside of the Switch 2?
Light sort of teal, or a green I should say, and purple color for the Joy-Cons, and the article goes on to say the Joy-Con 2 light purple light green controllers will be released on
This is news? Oh my god.
February 12th. Of the controllers,
you mean I can't repaint the inside of my fucking console?
which marked the first time the Switch 2 system has deviated from the default light blue, light orange Joy-Con 2s, will also come with matching wrist straps. No pricing information is currently available. However, a default set of Joy-Con 2 controllers currently costs $100, while some limited edition Joy-Con controllers will be given different pricing due to the limited nature of them.
Isn't that how much the Joy-Cons have always cost? Like $90 or something? I don't remember. I've never had to buy additional Joy-Cons because I've never broke mine.
Standard color variations were typically around the same price as the original. That's for the original Switch, by the way. So yeah, this thing is, it's going to be $100, right? There's no way it's going to be lower. I hope it's lower. I want to be wrong here, just to be clear. They should lower the price. $100, bro. What are you guys on? $100. Hello? The console.
Oh my heckin' science, dude.
Console is $450. God forbid you break a controller. Now you can't play. You need to spend another $100. Almost a quarter of the price of the whole console with tax. Maybe it's 20% of the entire console is the Joy-Cons. Hello? But here's the worst part, okay? Because you might be looking at this and you're saying, oh, I'm here. It's just a color variant. Who cares, right? Like, it's just a new color. It doesn't matter, right? Well, first of all, I care. It's $100, right? But second of all, yes, it looks very...
I care. It's $100.
Be pretty in these images, but remember, when you attach this to the controller, you don't even see the color. You actually legitimately only see the color around the joysticks, right? And that's the same thing.
Okay, then don't buy them. Why do you need to go out and buy them then?
When you've got the console, when you snap these onto the console, you don't see the color that's shown here, okay? So literally, you're paying $100 just to change the color around the joystick unless you...
Okay, then don't do it. There we go. Problem solved. Moving on. Holy shit, man.
Actually play with the Joy-Con separated from the console, which, by the way, I feel like nobody does that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of people, when they play the Switch, it's either in handheld mode, so you're not going to see this color, or it's docked and you've attached it to the...
Holy shit. He's just talking for the sake of talking, bro.
Controller, in which case you're still not going to see the color. Okay, so $100 just to change, effectively, to change the color of the spot around the joystick. Like, buddy, why didn't you just change the whole body of it to green and the whole body of this to purple? Then at least you would see it right here, right? Like, it's such an obvious solution. Like, what are you doing? But decisions like this lead to articles like this, assessing Nintendo valuation as shares pull back after multi-year run. The share price has recently softened with a 30-day share price return of 14.2% decline and a 90-day return of a 17.6% decline. However, the one-year total shareholder return of 13.2% and 3-year shareholder return of about 2x shows that longer-term holders have still seen gains. So let's take a
Okay, so it's just normal market fluctuation. WOWEEZOWEE.
look at the stock price ourselves here. Okay, we've got Nintendo over here. It's actually a Japanese stock, okay? But in the last 5 days, we're down 4.4%. In the last month, we're down 19.1%. In the last 6 months,
what is the overall state of the Japanese market? Let's see. So the overall Japanese market looks pretty flat. So my guess is it was just a positivity spike, because it still said what? It was up 13% year to or whatever for the past 12 months. So yeah, it's just correcting a little bit.
We're down 28.48%, which is not good, okay? And I'm not just picking these time frames because they're bad ones, right? Obviously, if we go to the 1 year, it's up 12%, right? But the 6 month time frame is critical.
Oh, but if we go to the 1 year, it's up 12. Okay, so the stock's fine. Got it.
Because that's when the Switch 2 came out, right? Like, remember, the Switch 2 is officially 7 months old at this point, okay? So this is how the stock has performed in the last 6 months after they launched their next big thing, the successor to the Switch 1, which is one of the most successful consoles they've ever released, right? In fact, it might have actually passed the Nintendo DS officially at this point, because they were so close. So it could actually just straight up be their most successful console ever, okay? And here we see the 6 months following its successor, we're down.
Dude, this is like the meme of like the crypto bros where it's like, oh my god, Bitcoin's down 20%, and then it shows like the overall like cycle of it, and it's like, yeah, no, it's not even down that much compared to where it began.
Almost 30%. That's crazy, okay? They gotta pick
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he's a stockholder now, bro. I'm
back
not
up for the
sure.
Switch 2. And one great way to do that would be to lower the price, which one retailer has already started doing in 2026. Let's take a look over at Micro Center again.
Remember, guys, they have 30 stores in the entire United States, and you can only get this deal if you're a member on their fucking whatever rewards program, and if you go in person. You cannot get this deal online. This is quite literally just what retailers do. They bait people into stores with a really hot deal, so then they buy other shit while they're there.
And for those of you that don't know, Micro Center was the retailer that before Christmas lowered the price of the Switch from $449 to $399, and this was not the bundled Mario Kart thing. This was just the base model, the base unit. They lowered it by $50 right around Christmas. Okay, clearly the units were not moving like they thought they would move, and so they lowered the price. And you know, all of the Nintendo fanboys who were coping and seething and just don't understand business at all, they're like, oh, it's just a sale for the holidays. Oh, it's just a sale for the holidays.
Oh, and you do? You don't... Wait. This guy is an understander of business now? I thought you were a heckin' goofy dumbass, bro, who just reads and gives their opinion, bro. Now you're a business expert? Again, this is what I love from these type of people. They love to throw out that, I'm just so heckin' stupid, dude, herder. And then they want to act like they're fucking experts compared to other people. Can't have it both ways, dipshit.
Well, here we are. It is January 8th, and we can see they actually have introduced the same discount for members only. Here we can see we have a $50 saving with member pricing, and you can be a member for free until 2027. Bruh. So it literally doesn't even cost you anything to get the $50 discount. In fact, this was brought to my attention by Wario64.
It doesn't cost you anything to get a discount? It wouldn't be a discount if that was the case.
Over on Twitter, they tweeted out a few hours ago, earlier this morning, that the Switch 2 is $399 at Micro Center. You can see the attached sale price or whatever. It says right here, member pricing only, okay? Again, literally doesn't cost anything to be a member right now. There's probably, if you don't cancel it in time, they probably will charge you, okay? So set like a reminder on your phone, cancel it in 11 months from now. And I can already see the excuse here, right? I can already see the fanboys. They're picking up their pitchforks to defend their multi-billion-dollar corporation again. Are you guys tired? Are you exhausted of doing that? But the argument here is going to be, oh, they're just doing this so they can get more members and people are going to forget about it. Then they're going to get charged a membership fee in a year. And it's like, yeah, that's probably right. Yes, probably. But of all the different things Micro Center sells, they picked the Switch 2 to lower the price of. I mean, like, come on, bro.
Wait, of all the things they sell?
Right, yes, probably. But of all the...
Oh, what are these? It looks like they're on sale, dude. Save $250, save $50, save $200, save what? $1,100? Dude, I guess Asus is going out of business, right? What the fuck do you mean of all the things they chose, they put that on discount? They have a whole fucking page full of discounts. What the fuck is this guy smoking, bro?
Different things Micro Center...
Also, if they're so desperate to get rid of the consoles, why is it in-store only? If it's in-store only, why are they not putting it online with all of their other fucking deals, bro? Like...
sells, they picked the Switch 2 to lower the price of. I mean, like, come on, bro. Come on. They know it's not selling at $450. They already have the data to show however many they sold at $400 from last month from December.
If they're so desperate to get rid of it, why not just fucking put it on their... Look, there's 9 of them at the store. Dude, the Switch 2 is fucking flopping. They're discounting 9 consoles by $50.
Bruh.
It's Jover, dude. Wrap it up, Nintendo. A small niche computer parts retailer in the United States is discounting a total of 9 Switches by fucking location. So what, 270 Switch 2s total will be discounted by $50? That is a grand total of what, $13,500 that Nintendo is going to be losing out on, guys. It is officially Jover. Switch 2, wrap it up. It's a flop.
They probably look at the sales numbers and like, oh, well, actually, like, it's better to have it at $400 anyway. We'll do that. And here's the feedback from people over on Twitter. The Switch 2 is the most consistently discounted new console I've ever seen. Yeah, that's because new consoles don't ever get discounts in their first year, except for the Switch 2.
Yes, they do.
And the 3DS, because the 3DS was very...
They absolutely do get discounts in their first year. $50 off is 10%, bro. That's like sales tax.
Pretty expensive at launch, and that was a permanent price reduction, right? So, and that was from Nintendo themselves. So, yeah, we could point to the 3DS. So, really, like, is the Switch 2 the new 3DS, right? Honestly, I don't think Nintendo would even be mad about that. If the Switch 2 sells as much as the 3DS, I think they're going to be happy about that because it's more expensive than the 3DS was anyway. So, they're still making more money. This person says the real price is $350, but they had to gouge all the Nintendo adults an extra $100 on release because they will buy whatever they release. True, but this is just the beginning of 2026, folks. Today, the argument's going to be, oh, it's just to get more members on for Micro Center, right? 2 or 3 weeks ago, the argument was like, oh, they just have excess supply of this console. Like, we swear it's falling off the shelves, but they just have extras of it. Like, okay, sure, buddy. We're a week into 2026, and we're already going to see people start to make up.
This guy, like, these people have no idea how retailers work, bro. Like, retailers sell shit for a loss to get people into the door, like, all the fucking time. It's called a loss leader. You bring people in with a crazy deal, and then they end up spending a bunch of money on other shit as well. It's what Costco does with the fucking rotisserie chickens and the hot dogs and all that other shit. It's so when you go there, you have like one thing where you're like, oh, it's such a great deal, dude. But then the rest of the shit is what they get you on. So...
excuses for this $50 price reduction on the Switch 2. So if you thought the price reductions for this console at retailers was going to just go away in 2026, I don't know, maybe it won't, right? Maybe. A lot of people feel like Nintendo's going to raise the price of this thing, okay? And I think that is...
Alright, he's just blathering at this point. We have another one of these. Whoa, buddy.
Nintendo is currently facing...
We're going to speed this one up, too.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
a
Nick.
problem
All
that
right.
they have never had before, and it's gotten to the point where their president Shintaro Furukawa had to come out and publicly address it. You see, lately, Nintendo's stock price has been in a slow motion slide, losing nearly a quarter of its value in just 6 months. In that time, Nintendo has been facing multiple problems since the record-shattering launch of the Switch 2, and the latest one has their president quietly waving a red flag. Because the truth is that behind the scenes, Nintendo knows that its latest threat is not other games or its competitors, it's AI. In his latest interview, President Furukawa broke his...
It's AI? Oh my god! Dude, holy shit. These fuckers are just pathetic at this point, dude. I don't even know what the fuck. Now AI is gonna destroy the Nintendo Switch. Dude. Oh my god, man. Jesus. Ah, oh, it's all so tiresome, man. It's all so tiresome. Jesus Christ. Oh, let's see. Raymond with the 2. Can we watch? Let me see what it is. This? Bruh, no. I'm not watching that. That's like some animation. No. That is independent viewing. You can watch that in your own time. I'm not watching cartoons. Nope. No, thank you. Bill Herb with the 10. Perth Mint here in Australia has Lunar New Year's coins. I ordered the 2026 1-ounce silver coin. It's the year of the horse, and the horse is opal. My Jew brain exploded in delight. It looks so nice. Here, let me see. 2026 1-ounce silver coin. Oh, that is nice. That is a pretty coin. Yeah, that is nice. This is the coin I want to get. Hold on. For obvious reasons, but it looks sick. Look at that, dude. Look at that. That shit's fire. So I need to get one of those at some point. That looks sweet. All right, let me close out of those. Okay.
His silence on the volatile market crisis involving RAM prices and shifting tariffs, both of which have backed Nintendo into a corner. But here's the uncomfortable part. Retailers in the United States are begging for a price cut to save the Switch 2 sales momentum, but the math says that Nintendo might have to do the unthinkable and raise the price. So today, let's dive in and figure out if Nintendo is actually in trouble. But first, what's going on, guys? Cheers. How am I supposed to get anything done when you're being so cute? All right, Tiger, it is treat time. Everyone said that you're a cute kitty and you deserve some treats, so here are some little duck treats, by the way.
Oh my god, dude! The heckin' oh my god, Jesus.
They smell absolutely incredible. I'm a man.
This is like the epitome of the new male, bro. The new age male. Am I a coin collector now? I wouldn't say I'm like a coin collector, but I do like silver. But I do think it's cool because it's, you know, I guess named appropriately. Is that it? The opal version. See if you can look and see if you can find it and just link it in the chat and I'll pull it up. Unless this is it. Oh, I think this is it. Never mind, I got it. This one? That is very nice. Yeah, that looks cool, bro. That does look very cool. All right, let's see him pet his Quirk Chungus kitty, dude.
Out of my word, when you guys like the video, she gets treats. Isn't that right, Tiger? All right, folks, let's jump right in here. Nintendo is monitoring high RAM prices and tariff impact.
The only way my dog gets treats is if we hit the fucking stream goal. Otherwise, he starves.
Very closely, President Shintaro Furukawa says he doesn't comment on...
Forget treats. He doesn't deserve any.
Potential price increases, calling it hypothetical. Nintendo President Shintaro Furukawa says the company is keeping a close eye on Switch 2's profit margin as the increase in memory prices and ongoing tariffs remain an ongoing issue in the industry. In an interview with Kyoto Shimbun, paywalled but read by Video Game Chronicles, Furukawa was asked what the challenges were regarding Switch 2's lower profit margin than that of the original Switch, which is kind of crazy, honestly, considering how much cheaper the Switch was when it first launched. To know that their profit margins on Switch 2 are even lower, maybe they're just talking about the Switch 2 version in Japan, because as you guys know, we've talked about this on the channel, the Switch 2 in Japan is actually much cheaper. It's about 50,000 Japanese yen, which is equivalent to about $316 US. So in Japan, the Switch 2 is about $130 cheaper than that of the United States version. So considering it's so cheap in Japan, maybe...
Wait, what is it in yen? I thought the yen... Hold on, let's see. What is the exchange rate for yen? I thought the Japanese yen had recovered a little bit, but maybe not.
$16 US. So in Japan, the Switch 2 is about $130 cheaper than that of the United...
That's good. I can... Well, the tariffs kind of kill any ability to order anything from Japan, unfortunately, right now, but...
States version. So considering it's so cheap in Japan, maybe that's why he's saying the profit margin is lower than that of the original Switch. And keep in mind, the Japanese version...
Is Nintendo bad? The new easy slop content? Yeah, pretty much, bro.
No, the Switch 2 will only play the Japanese games for the Switch 2. In fact, you can't even use an international credit card on the eShop of the Switch 2 Japanese version. They have that thing locked down. So if you were in another country thinking, oh, when I visit Japan, I'm just going to buy a Switch 2 there and then bring it back to the US and I'm going to save a bunch of money, I ain't going to work, okay? They have deliberately locked that unit down so that way it only works in Japan, or at least it would be very inconvenient to use it out.
I think it's nice that they do that, you know? Good for Nintendo for treating their own people right. You know, American companies should try doing that for once. Giving Americans, you know, a special version of something that, you know, only they can have that's cheaper than the international release. God forbid. So, good for the Japanese. You know, it'd be nice to have companies like that here.
Outside of Japan, you would need to buy eShop gift cards and things like that. It is just not worth the headache. Anyway, the article goes on to say, and this is a quote here from President Furukawa, hardware profitability depends on factors like component procurement conditions, cost reductions through mass production, and the impact of exchange rates and tariffs. It's difficult to generalize. Fundamentally, we aim to address this by advancing component procurement over the medium to long term. Furukawa went on to note that the rapidly increasing cost of RAM, mainly attributed to AI data centers buying up huge quantities of it, making supply scarce, is something that could become an issue if it continues. Yeah, I'm gonna just be a bit transparent here, okay, because I think maybe Furukawa can't be, so I'll just do it for him. This is an issue that will continue, okay? The AI data centers are not gonna be finished being built in the next 3 months, right? Like, I don't think that's going to be the case, especially because countries all around the world are building these things, right? So all that to say, maybe the Switch 2...
Is this guy really that stupid? Bro, you don't need to wait for your data center to be finished being built to buy the RAM. The problem is that there's so many data centers being built that they're pre-buying the RAM, that's what's driven up the price. They're not going to just keep buying it infinitely as they're being built. They put in one order for one quantity of RAM to be inserted into the data center once it's finished. Like, it's a one-time supply squeeze right now.
components have been stockpiled to such a massive degree such that we won't start to see those impacts of the pricing of the RAM sticks for a while now. And by the way, if you were looking at the price of the Switch 2 games at $70 and $80 and you were thinking like, surely if Nintendo is losing money on the high component costs, they're making up for it with the higher price of the games, right? Well, I've got breaking news for you folks, because Amazon keeps lowering the price of Switch 2 games, and it is so
Yeah, it's not like the data centers are going to be like, 1 RAM stick, please. Oh, it's Wednesday. We'd like another 2. Oh, it's another Wednesday. We'd like another 2. Like, no, they order it all at once.
to the point where in one specific market, there is an upcoming Switch 2 exclusive from one of the biggest franchises in the world that Amazon has had to lower the price of. That's right, they lowered the price on a Switch 2 pre-order of a massive popular franchise. We're going to talk about that later in the video because
oh my god! No!
I think this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. It's actually insane. But let's continue with the article. Furukawa goes on to say, we procure from
Holy
suppliers.
shit, guys. Amazon gave a discount. Walmart literally discounted every single Switch 1 game for the entire generation by $7. But did the Switch 1 fail? No. We're going to see.
To long-term business plans, but the current memory market is very volatile, he explained. There is no immediate impact on earnings, but it is something we must monitor closely. When asked if it could increase its price depending on the future procurement costs, Furukawa said that was hypothetical and he couldn't comment. Okay, so what they're saying is, this interview asked them like, hey, if these prices do continue, will you have to increase the price of the Switch 2 to reflect that? And Furukawa, he can't comment, right? Because if he says that, then that's horrible for the investors, it's horrible for the stock price, and it makes them look bad. He can't just come out and say like, yeah, if RAM prices continue surging, of course we're gonna have to raise the price of the Switch 2. He can't say that. But that is unfortunately the reality that Nintendo
Dude, the fact that he's wearing a quarter zip with no undershirt underneath is a sign that this dude's a bum. Like, he's LARPing, bro. Anyone who comes from any sort of background, who has any bit of class, the quarter zip audience, before they became TikTok trendy, would tell you that when you wear a quarter zip, you typically, at the very least, should have a polo shirt on underneath. Maybe a button-up if you're feeling real fancy. But fucking raw dogging a quarter zip like this screams fucking trailer trash trying to dress up.
Themselves in right now. And by the way, it's not just the RAM prices, it's also things like the internal storage of the Switch 2. A lot of these components are really inflating in price because manufacturers just cannot meet the demand of these AI data centers and of everybody else that is looking to buy these components, right? I mean, it's not like Nintendo is just competing with AI data centers. They're also competing with like Samsung and Apple and all of these companies that are manufacturing devices. I mean, even cars now, even like Teslas, for example, like all of these companies that you don't even think about, all these companies are using all the same components, well, not the exact same components, but the same family of components, because everything these days is a computer and AI is built into every computer now. The article goes on to say, later in the interview, Furukawa was asked what impact the high tariffs placed on Japan by the US were having on the company. This is another massive problem, by the way, which we talked about a few months ago because tariffs were the hot topic back in like April through like July or whatever. I mean, they're still a hot topic now, but we've moved on. Furukawa noted that at the start of its fiscal year, Nintendo had projected a negative impact.
The military uses quarter zips and don't wear undershirts? My Enwa, do you really think that this is military issue clothing? Does this guy look like he's fresh out of fucking boot camp to you?
Of several tens of billions of yen as a result of the tariffs, and said it did see a corresponding impact in the first half of the year. Quote, while it's difficult to accurately gauge the future impact, our basic policy is to recognize tariffs as a cost and pass them on to—
Do you think the military's wearing pine green vineyard vines quarter zips when they're, suiting up for military drills and shit?
Prices as much as possible, not just in the United States. That's actually a crazy quote, which verifies a lot of things that we've talked about on the channel, not recently, but a few months ago. Okay, so first of all, I like how he just comes out and says it's difficult to accurately gauge the future impact because, as you guys know, our current president is he's kind of all over the place, right? Whether you like him or you hate him, one thing is a fact, and he's tweeting crazy stuff.
Oh, I heckin' hate him, dude.
One day he's tweeting about the ballroom that's costing however much money, and then next thing you know, he's tweeting about like owning Greenland, and then talking about Chinese tariffs. Like, he's all over the place, okay? And here we see Nintendo just basically coming out and saying that they're like, yeah, I don't know, man. The US is like they're doing whatever, and we try to guess what it's gonna be, but like who knows? But the second half of this quote is what's super important here, okay? He says our basic policy.
My argument about quarter zips is still wrong. Nope, it's not wrong, because I grew up in the South, which is where the quarter zip has been predominantly a staple of fashion. Also on the East Coast in the New England area. And you will not see a single person of any societal standing raw dogging a fucking quarter zip, bro.
You're fucking poor!
That's some low class behavior.
Is to recognize tariffs as a cost, of course, right? All companies—
It's like wearing a graphic t-shirt with a fucking sports coat. It makes you look like a bum.
Do this, all businesses do this, it's just a cost of doing business. But then he says, and to pass them on to prices as much as possible, not just in the US. And this is one of the biggest things that we need to understand when it comes to Nintendo's pricing strategy, right? Because a lot of people, when we were talking about tariffs a couple of months ago, and we saw them raise the price on the old Switch, and they raised the price on accessories and controllers and all this other stuff, a lot of people correctly came out to say this is directly as a response to tariffs, right? Obviously that was the case. And a lot of dumb people came out and were like, actually they're raising the price in Europe, and they're raising the price in Canada. So obviously it's not because of tariffs, it's because Nintendo's greedy. And it's like, yes, of course, Nintendo is greedy. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it, okay? No one's gonna argue that point. However, what we see here is the president of Nintendo just coming out and saying that they are passing on prices as much as—
All right. We're just going to settle this very quickly.
So we can all agree, right, that pretty much I would say the number one source for the quarter zip is probably Polo, right? Well, how many of these images do you see where the people wearing them are fucking raw dogging that quarter zip? He's not. Sorry. It has never been a thing to raw dog a fucking quarter zip like this. Period. I've worn quarter zips my entire fucking life, and not once have I ever seen someone raw dog it.
Possible, not just in the US. So what that means is, instead of raising the price in the United States by $100, they're going to raise the price in the US by $50, and then they'll raise the price in Canada by $30, and they'll raise the price in Europe by $20, and in total, it's a $100 price increase. But it's not just on the US market, right? Because obviously the United States is a massive market for Nintendo, and they don't just want to raise the prices here, because then they're going to price out the average consumer even more than they already have, which we'll talk about that later in the video. But it's just nice to see this direct quote telling us exactly how they see tariffs and how they adapt to their pricing strategy to reflect that, okay? The article goes on to quote Furukawa saying, on the other hand, this is a crucial period for our game business as we promote the adoption of new hardware and maintain the momentum of our platforms. We are working on this while carefully considering the situation. And this is literally just President Furukawa coming out and saying, like, yeah, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place here, because the component situation with RAM prices and with storage prices, that's kind of forcing us to raise prices, right? Like, as he said earlier, the Switch 2 has a lower profit margin.
Yeah, you would never wear it like this because your chest hair would get stuck in the zipper. Like, it's just retarded all the way around. It's like literally wearing fucking jeans with no underwear. How uncomfortable would that fucking be to have your fucking nuts constantly rubbing against the metal of the fucking zipper? Like, it's retarded. Like, it just makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. Yes, I have chest hair. I got a full fucking, chest of hair.
Original Switch. Now, again, we don't know if he's referring to globally on average or if he's referring to just Japanese units or whatever the case might be, but he knows that, in a perfect world, in response to increased component
costs... It'd be like walking around wearing jeans with no underwear on. And your fucking nuts constantly getting pinched by the zipper and shit.
They would just pass that on to the consumer, right? They would just raise the price of the Switch 2 by $50. But he knows that they can't just do that, right? It's not that simple because, like he says, they want as many customers buying the Switch 2 as possible, right? We know that the days of Switch 1 and Switch 2 versions are pretty much over, right? The end of 2025 was kind of the end of that. If you guys were hoping to hold on to your Switch 1 for a bit longer and continue to play the latest Nintendo games, I've got bad news for you. It doesn't look like that is in the future. That is not in the cards, okay? Metroid Prime 4 and Pokemon Legends EA, those were pretty much the last of the games that were built for Switch 1 and Switch 2, at least that we know of. They could come out and reveal something else entirely, but when we look at all the things that they have lined up for 2026, we look at Mario Tennis Fever, we look at Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, we look at the Dust Bloods, which is a third-party game, but it's made for the Switch 2, we look at Pokemon Pokopia, and we know through leaks that allegedly Generation 10 of Pokemon is being built exclusively for the Switch 2. So as far as
he doesn't. He can't grow any. Trust me, I have plenty of body hair to go around, bro. On my back, my chest, my stomach, my arms, my legs. The only place is my ass cheeks that are, for the most part, somewhat bald. But yeah, no, I have plenty of body hair. Trust me.
And I'm, like I said on the channel, I'm top 3 biggest goofballs on YouTube, so I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know everything, okay? Maybe there's...
Oh, dude, he's a goofball! There it is again. There's the disclaimer. He's just a heckin' idiot, dude. He doesn't know anything.
More games coming down the pipeline from Nintendo that are both Switch 1 and Switch 2, but as far as I know, all the big stuff coming down the pipeline is Switch 2 exclusively. And if
God, I hate that shit so much.
Games to succeed, they need as many people buying a Switch 2 as possible. Now, if some of these games are just insanely good, 10 out of 10...
Griffin is an ape. That's right, dude.
Must-play Game of the Year contenders, then those games are going to sell the units themselves, right? I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Even in a recession, people will buy an expensive console if there's something on there that is a must-play, right? I mean, even in America, people are horrible with their finances. They're not educated to understand credit or anything. They'll use Klarna, they'll use whatever they can, they'll use credit cards with a 40% interest rate. Like, they're going to buy the Switch 2 if there's a must-play game on there because they are Nintendo adults, okay? Nintendo is kind of like the Disney or the Apple of the video game world. They have high prices and their core fan base will buy it, right? But if they don't have those system seller games, which by the way, at the time of recording this, I don't know of one, okay? I don't think they've announced it. We might hear about it soon, right? We've got the Pokemon Day coming up in, I think, February. We know that they're still celebrating Mario's anniversary. We know that Zelda's anniversary is coming soon, or at least this year is Zelda's anniversary, right? I think that's in February as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for 2026 to have that big game that's going to sell the system. But if they don't have that, then they need to get more normies buying the console.
Griffin is felted. He's hairy. He's gay. He's a bear. That's right. I'm like those two hairy gay men from the Last of Us TV show, bro. Literally.
And in order to do that, they can't raise the price, okay? As we've seen through November's Circana data for the United States, and we should be getting the December data at any point now, but also based on the game business's estimates from their recent article that we covered here on the channel, Switch 2 sales for the holiday are down. Now, sales for all video game consoles are down, but it's important to note the Switch 2 specifically because it's coming off the heels of the hype of the Switch 1, one of the most successful consoles of all time, and it's the latest thing on the market, right? We can't sit here and say, oh, well, Xbox and PlayStation sales are down too. It's like, yeah, because they're 5 years old. There's like 50 reasons why their sales would be down. Their sales would be down regardless. The Switch 2, though, is brand new. There's no excuse for the bad sales other than lack of games and the price is too high. And those things are worsened by the economic environment in the world, but also the United States. The article goes on to say, Nintendo held fire on Switch 2 pre-orders in the US due to economic uncertainty in the region before eventually announcing that while the console itself would not see a price increase at launch, some accessories would. And let me just remind you of this bombshell here, okay? This is a direct quote. Nintendo Switch 2 accessories will experience price adjustments from those announced on April 2nd due to changes in market conditions. Other adjustments to the price of any Nintendo product are also possible in the future depending on market conditions. Nintendo came out and said that at the time when they raised the accessories that they might have to do it again, and now that RAM prices and storage prices are up, I would not be surprised if that is even more on the table. Because look at this, Nintendo reportedly has to spend 41% more on RAM to build the Switch 2 amid memory shortages. It seems safe to assume that Nintendo will up the cost of the Switch 2 in the future. Nintendo, like the rest of the industry, has been hit by RAM price hikes. Reports say that the Japanese video game giant is having to pay 41% more for the 12 gigabytes of RAM inside the Nintendo Switch 2. As pointed out by Bloomberg, Nintendo has lost a massive $14 billion of its value as a result of memory shortage fears, which translated to around a 4.7% drop in shares. Now, this was back in December 2025, okay, December 11th, and as you guys know, the stock price is even lower now than it was back then. The article goes on to say, and not only...
So wait, the stock price isn't dropping because of actual financial, performance. It's dropping because of fears of RAM prices. Okay.
has memory been affected, but
there we go. I'm glad that settles it.
we're also seeing the same with the NAND flash memory industry, which is forcing SSDs to become more expensive. Fast storage is also highly desirable among AI firms to speed up AI inference. Thankfully, this is to a lesser extent, but TrendForce reports an 8% rise in costs regardless. Probably only gotten worse as well. So then the question becomes, how long can Nintendo hold out before they feel like their hand is forced and they have to raise the price? Well, I dug a little bit deeper, and I want to thank Nintendo Patents Watch over on Blue Sky. I don't know if they have a Twitter account. I just found their Blue Sky profile, but they shared Switch 2 assembly orders in 2020.
Bill Herb with the 2, would you use biblical names for your children? Probably, because it's like the default YPPO names anyway. So, yeah, most likely. I don't know. Guess it would depend, but most likely, yeah. I mean, that's like kind of the default name pool for, Western men. And Band Over Tui with the 5. How much for you to stream every day until you beat Escape from Tarkov PvP? Is that even possible? Can you beat PvP? But I don't know. I don't think you could send enough super chats for that. If that's a tall order, I have no idea. You'll name your son Israel Talmud. There you go. Beautiful name.
26. They got a couple of interesting bits of information from the latest investor conference of Foxconn Technology Company, which apparently is a Switch assembler. If you guys know more about that, you can let me know in the comment section below. But here's the first thing they pointed out. When asked whether the memory shortage will impact Switch 2 production in 2026, Foxconn stated that Nintendo procures the components, not Foxconn. At the moment, the visible Nintendo orders have not decreased, and they specify that the visible orders typically means a 3 to 6 month window. They go on to say it sounds like Nintendo has enough inventory and contracts of memory to weather at least 1 to 2 quarters. See previous report about inventory data. Since Nintendo hasn't reduced its orders from Foxconn, I'd venture to guess that no immediate Switch 2 price hike either, which would of course reduce the demand. And then they actually did share a graph of Nintendo's inventories, okay? So this goes all the way back to March of 2017. We have raw materials, work in progress, and finished goods. And as of September 2025, we have no work in progress. So good for them assembling these things, just getting them out the door. But as you can see, a massive spike right after September of 2024. So right at the end of 2024 is when we see the inventory spike, probably for the Switch 2. But here's the next thing that I thought was super interesting, right? And this basically just confirms what everybody already knows, and that is the supply of the Switch 2. But Foxconn confirmed that it began shipping Switch 2 units from October of 2024, suggesting that Nintendo stockpiled 8 months of Switch 2 production before launch. This is why it was so easy to get your hands on a Switch 2 in basically any country outside of Japan. They manufactured this thing for 8 months before putting it on the market, which is crazy. And clearly the strategy worked for the launch. They're just struggling to keep the demand up, at least from what we can tell from holiday data in the United States. Not only did Nintendo's finished goods inventory level in March of 2025 hint at that, Foxconn's eye-popping November revenue already let the cat out of the bag. So what they're saying is, if we look here, Foxconn's revenue in October of 2024 compared to November of 2024, it literally doubled in 1 month, okay? A 223% increase from 2023, right? So clearly Foxconn had been busy in that November. What could it possibly be? It's probably the next console. It's probably the Switch 2. So what we know is that there's a ridiculous amount of Switch 2 units that are already in production. They already have the raw materials acquired, and they are already assembled and probably already on store shelves. A lot of you guys have commented.
Okay, so there we go. Crisis averted. Holy shit, bro. This guy is just talking to fucking talk.
On my video saying that every time you go to Target, Walmart, GameStop, Best Buy, whatever, you always tell me that there's tons of Switch 2 units on the shelves, right? They're just sitting there. They always seem to be there, and now we know why. They've been manufacturing these things for months at this point, 8 months up to its launch. Not only that, though, Nintendo procures components in the medium to long term, so there's a good chance that they have contracts for certain components at certain prices that last for however many months, right? Like these gigantic business-to-business transactions, the price is not fluctuating on a day-to-day basis, right? Like they go to these companies and they say, we need 15 million units of the 12 gigabyte RAM components for the Switch 2. Like what would you sell it to us for, right? And they probably negotiated that a long time ago. So with the current inventory level and however long left on the advantageous contracts that Nintendo probably already has in place, we might not see price increases for a little bit, but according to PC Guide, last month they are already starting to see an increase in RAM prices. So not all those contracts are in perpetuity. So then Kotaku goes on to ask, is 2026 the year Switch 2 goes to $500? The rising cost of PC parts aren't only concerning for gaming firms like Nintendo, but also for average people. It's become pricey and challenging to purchase RAM and graphic cards for PCs. It's gotten so bad that Nvidia is reportedly considering making its older RTX 3060s graphics cards available again to meet demand. That's crazy. We are seeing technology go backwards in 2026. Welcome to modern gaming, ladies and gentlemen. During the interview, the Nintendo president also said that the game company had projected a negative impact on tariffs last year, which ended up costing it tens of millions in the first half. We already knew all that. All right, but here's the next thing that I want to show you guys. If you made it this far, you're getting a little bit of a treat here. Okay, this is another icing on the cake situation. When you raise prices,
oh boy, dude, we're getting a little treat, guys.
Demand goes down. That is basic supply and demand. If you've taken any business business 101 class, you know this. At least on average, okay? Don't go in the comments saying like, oh, well, actually during a famine, you can charge a lot of money. Okay, I know. But one of the common concerns from average gamers who haven't made the jump to the Switch 2 yet is the cost of the games. It's not just that the console is really expensive, it's also the fact that the games are creeping up in price as well. The average game is $70.
Yeah, dude, this video does feel like it goes on for eternity.
Some titles hitting as high as $80. Kirby and the Forgotten Land on the Switch 2 is $80. Mario Party Jamboree on the Switch 2 is $80. Mario Kart World is $80. Two of those three games are literally just re-releases with a little bit of extra content. And to be clear, I've not heard anyone say that those games' extra content is worth the extra price, right? But at the time of recording this, Donkey Kong Bonanza is currently 10% off on Amazon. We are posting it.
Oh my god. Guys, Donkey Kong Bonanza is 10% off on Amazon? It's fucking over, dude. Holy shit. Dude, Amazon did this the entire last generation of the Switch. Amazon and Walmart both did the exact same thing where every single Switch 1 first-party title was like $50 at launch instead of $60. Did the Switch 1 flop? No, they're just taking a fucking cut from their share of the fucking sale price.
This is not for Black Friday, this is not for Cyber Monday, this is not a holiday sale, this is not a loss leader, this is not whatever other excuse all the Nintendo fans were using last month to justify why these things are happening. Now that we're in January, everyone is sobering up to the reality that people really are struggling to justify the price of a lot of Nintendo's latest things, and we've got a discount on Donkey Kong Bonanza. Now, this is not the first time this has happened. We've seen consistent discounts on Donkey Kong Bonanza, but
holy shit, man. Walmart and Amazon did this the entire last generation of the Switch. But a 10% discount is just, you know, sound the alarm, bro.
This is just another point on the graph. But what if I told you that they actually have a game that is announced that they've already reduced the price on in one specific market? I'm going to say that again. There is an upcoming Switch 2 exclusive that has already been announced that they have had to reduce the price of before the game is out. So not only is Donkey Kong Bonanza affected, here we see Pokemon Pokopia. Now, we've been talking about this game on the channel. This game is at a 19% discount in Spain, and the game is
in Spain! Oh my god, what is this fucking coat, bro? In Spain? Quite literally the largest video game market on planet Earth? Holy fuck, man.
Even out yet. So this game comes out on
this is insanity, bro.
March 13th. And apparently it's supposed to cost
Dude, take your fucking normal pills, I beg you.
66 euros. Now, as you'll see here, prices for products sold on Amazon include a value-added tax, okay? So that's why the price is a little bit higher. For those of you that don't know, 66 euros is $77 US. And as we've covered on the channel, Pokemon Pokopia is supposed to be a $70 Switch 2 exclusive. But apparently in Spain, and I don't live there, but I mean, you can see it right here. I'm not making anything up. This is literally just Amazon's website, okay? Right now, 2 months before launch, they've already lowered the price by almost 20%. And this goes to show that
holy shit, guys. It's over.
I was saying in one of my most recent videos is actually true, and that is the fact that apparently nobody is pre-ordering this game. Because in my recent video where I covered this, I said that over the last month, only 900 people...
Yeah, it looks like shit. Why would you?
have pre-ordered this game on Amazon, which really was just one data point, right? On top of the fact that they've added an additional pre-order bonus for the Pokemon Center. But now we see, at least in Spain, they're actually lowering the price before the game is even out. If that doesn't scream no one is buying, then I don't know what will. I don't know if I've ever even seen this for a game as big as Pokemon, right? A franchise as big as Pokemon having a 19% price cut 2 months before it's even out. What is going on? Literally no one must be buying this thing, I guess. I mean, if you guys live in Spain or you have any other insight here, you can let me know. As you guys know, I live...
Why is it not on sale in every other market, though? Is Spain really that big of a market where they have to discount it? Like, it's so retarded, man. Like, this guy doesn't even think. It's just pure fucking regurgitation slop.
In the United States, so I don't know for sure, but I want to bring this to your attention. The high prices simply aren't working. They're not working. We're seeing this in multiple different countries.
How is Spain even right? I don't know. It's not even in all European countries either. It's only in fucking Spain. Like... This is an insane coat, bro.
Around the world, not just on the consoles, but on the games themselves.
Holy
so once again, Nintendo
shit,
finds itself in
man.
a really difficult position. They're facing the rising cost of RAM and other...
Band over Tui with the 4. Thanks for the gay pair, bro. Very much appreciated.
Components for the Switch 2. The price is already too high. As we still see from Micro Center, you can get $50 off the purchase of the Switch 2. So effectively, retailers are already saying that the base model should...
Look, dude. Guys, in the time that he spent recording this video, it went from 9 to 6. So in the span of him recording the video, 33% of these discounted units already disappeared from the shelves. It's over, bro. Nobody's buying them.
Be $400 and the bundle should be $450. A $50 price cut clearly is going a long way with the United States retailers. Okay, so costs are increasing and the price is already
actually funny.
Too high, and they're going to struggle to offset that cost because what are they going to do? Raise the price of their games even further when they're already having to lower the price for games that aren't even out yet? Because here's the funny thing: a 19% price cut on Pokemon Pokopia still isn't
yeah, I guess discounts are a bad thing.
Enough to get people excited. This was posted by Centro Pokemon over on Twitter. They said a price drop for the Pokemon Pokopia pre-order, the new game in the style of Animal Crossing and Minecraft for Switch 2. Get it with a 19% discount on Amazon Spain. Okay, and then they link to the discount that I just showed you. And here's the comments: if it were 20 euros, I'd think think about it. No thanks, I don't buy keycards. In-game keycard, there it stays. These are all translated, by the way, okay? So if the language here feels a little off, that's why. I saw the gameplay and the playability is horrible. This user says they would buy it at $15 because the current price is a joke. No thanks. If anything, I'll buy that game on sale already on digital. So things are not looking good, okay? I don't know what they're gonna do with Pokemon Pokopia. Maybe the marketing push for this game is gonna start in full force when the upcoming Pokemon Day happens. I have no idea. I'm interested to see what they're actually gonna do here. Guys, Nintendo has a lot on their plate right now and things are not looking good. Hopefully for their sake, they have some sort of trick up their sleeve or some sort of face melting insanely.
Goodbye. Holy shit. Alright, give me 1 second. Actually, I don't know if I should... Dude, I'm kind of feeling, like, sick right now. Like, I'm gonna, you know, hurl. I don't know. This is weird. I kind of feel like I have to puke. Jeez. I don't know if it's good for me to get up and move or not. What did I eat? Nothing. I haven't eaten since, like, 2 p.m. today, so... It was the video. Yeah, it might be the video. I don't know. But yeah. I might just go take my dog out real quick and get like some cool air and see if it goes away. So maybe I should probably do that. Give me like 5 or so minutes. I might just go walk around for a bit outside and then see if that helps. But yeah, I kind of feel like genuinely my mouth is like watering and shit and it feels like I'm gonna fucking puke. So just give me a few minutes. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab some like normal water too. But anyway, give me a few minutes and then we will continue on. I'll go ahead and pull this up. So there's something on screen. And do I have the music? Yes. Alright. I'll be back. Give me a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Damn, bro. Yeah, I'm not really feeling any better. I might have to order something, bro. Let me see if anything's open. I need something bready, I guess. I don't know. Jeez. Nope, nothing's open. Oh, IHOP. Gross. No, I don't want that. Jeez. Yeah, there's nothing open yet. Shit. The order? I bought some silver coins for 13 bucks that were worth 30 something, and the guy canceled the order, so. Probably after realizing how valuable they were. Oh, man. Dude, I feel nasty. Like, it's like, you know that feeling you get when you're about to puke, right? Like, that's basically what I have right now. I don't know. I don't even know why I would have that feeling, because I haven't eaten anything. But shit's brutal, man. There's nothing I can order, so there's no Goy Slop available. Literally just IHOP, and I don't want IHOP. I can order from Gordon Ramsay's Street Pizza. The fuck? Why are they open at 5 a.m.? What the hell? Maybe I should order from Gordon Ramsay's Street Pizza, guys, at 5 a.m. Do you think that'd turn out good? Yeah, McDonald's, everything's closed near me. Literally, it's just Burger King's open, but you have to pay extra money because it's so far away. Yeah, I mean, Dunkin' Donuts is open, but I hate Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, there's like nothing. 7-Eleven's open, but they don't do food in the morning. Oh my god, bro. I feel like shit. That sucks, man. Let's see. Band over Tui with the 2. Will you do a dual stream with Young? Yeah, it would be the honor of my lifetime, but I don't know if he'll have me. I don't know if he would have me on.
I can't afford this shit!
Damn, bro. And also band over Tui with the 5. Really appreciate it, man. Should start a podcast called Griff's Gruff and only invite potential wives on. Yeah. That would, dude, honestly, it would kind of be funny to do the, like, just, you know, roast women, IRL to their face. That'd be a funny ass, I guess, format. I'd probably be good at it, too. I would probably actually be pretty good at that. The problem is, I can't even get a woman to look at me. God. Well, yeah, that would be pretty funny. All right. Let's see.
Look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
Dontrell was a mystery. As a story, it was boring to experience, sparse in its gameplay, and childish in its themes.
Listen, man, I'm tired of trying to be positive for this game. Like, right now, we're in...
Let's see. Yogi Bear with the 30 for your 304 pancake. I appreciate it, man. Some good old pancake titty. But yeah, that's very kind of you, dude. I appreciate it. I'm hoping some stuff will open up. I do need something. I don't have any bread, which is a problem. I looked. I used to have like these little fucking pita breads, but they're all gone now. I gotta wait. What order canceled? The coins I bought last night. The guy canceled my... I bought like 30 of them. They were 13 bucks a piece. valued at over 30 a piece. Easy money to make, but the guy canceled my order, so rip. But yeah, greatly appreciate, man. It's very kind of you. Chick-fil-A is not open yet, but yeah, that actually would be a good idea. Although, I don't know, because it'd be kind of greasy because of the chicken. I don't know. I was kind of... There's like a local deli place, or not deli, I guess bakery, I guess would be the term. I don't fucking... It doesn't matter. But they do like breakfast, like croissants and stuff, so I was going to order from that, but they're not open yet. Because like the croissants would be good. Because it's just bread. Yeah, I got a refund for it already, but... Why are the top donators Australian? Because of the time. Because what? Over in Australia, what time is it now? Like 7 p.m.? I guess it depends on which time zone you're in, but... Because the timing is, like, perfect for Australia. So... You know, while everyone in the United States is either in bed or, you know, about to get up for work, unless you're neat. I mean, that's another option, but yeah, the timing is like literally perfect for the Australian audience. So that's why. Just works out that way. Most people in the US and even Europe are either getting ready for work or asleep. Let's see. Bill Herb with the 5. Watch this at 12:55. Have got some crazy boats. Okay. Let's see.
I can't afford this shit!
Here, we can just watch it real quick. 12:25. It's not very long. Or 12:55. Gabe Newell.
Founder Gabe Newell spends most of his time at sea on his billion-dollar army of yachts. During the pandemic, he had his 220-foot support vessel named Dapple follow him around as a floating hospital. After COVID died down, he sold that boat to Zuck and now daily drives the 300-foot Tranquility, which was originally owned by legendary fraudster Jolo. But Gabe might have no use for the massive luxury boat once he gets done building his even more massive Project Y722. For exploring, he has a research vessel named Pressure Drop. But for more extreme adventures, his ocean exploration company Inkfish has a submarine that's been to the very bottom of the Mariana Trench. On their first descent, they mainly just found plastic. But if Gabe keeps on going, who knows what he'll discover.
Brutal.
Gabe's just living that peak gamer life. Elon Musk has bad luck with vacations. In 2000, when he was the CEO of X.com, he took his first ever break from work to go on a honeymoon with his then wife. But during the plane ride, Elon got ousted as CEO by X.com. Go on a honeymoon with his then wife.
Damn, bro, she's pretty fire.
But during the plane ride, Elon got ousted as CEO by X.com's board. On his second attempt at a honeymoon a few months later, he almost died of malaria.
He has good taste.
The next time he took a week off, his friend's rocket exploded. The time after that, it was Elon's rocket that blew up. According to the Musk, the lesson here is, don't take a week off. Keeping with that spirit, Elon doesn't own any yachts.
Yeah, I would never own a yacht, personally. I would never get a yacht.
Very proud about this. When Zuck copped his yacht, Elon said it looked cool, but he made sure to clarify that his work doesn't allow time for a yacht. He then took some pot shots at Jeff Bezos, telling him to get out of his hot tub and yacht so he could actually make it to space. In a world where the ultra-rich flex on each other with bigger and bigger yachts, having no yacht just might be the biggest flex of all. Elon Musk is a professional perception manager. In July of 2021, a freshly divorced Jeff Bezos spent his final days as Amazon CEO on his friend Barry Diller's yacht. The $200 million boat is one of the tallest sailing yachts ever made, complete with a hood ornament of Barry's wife.
Simp!
A few years later, Jeff took delivery of his $500 million boat, which is the tallest sailing yacht ever made, complete with a hood ornament of not his wife. When asked if the figurehead was carved in her image, Lauren Sanchez said, "I'm very flattered, but it's not. If it was me, it would need bigger breasts."
Jesus Christ. I don't understand why he married this whore. Like, it makes no sense to me.
Zuck would definitely...
If I was Jeff, you know, I would go find, like, some 20-something-year-old, you know, Southern belle, personally. Not some nasty-ass, like, plastic surgery bimbo.
Agree. Jeff named his boat Koru, a Maori word for new beginnings, but his floating midlife crisis ran into problems before he even stepped on board. In 2022, Rotterdam announced they would be dismantling a historic bridge to allow Jeff's boat to pass through. But after thousands of outraged locals agreed to throw eggs at the super yacht, the plans were called off, and Koru was quietly towed below the bridge with its mast detached. But criticism still follows Koru and its $100 million support vessel everywhere they go.
For God's sake, tax the rich. This guy...
Dude, you can find 100 Sydney Sweeneys in any college town in the South. Like, that's the thing, bro. The Southern stock is very fucking solid if you know where to look. You can find 100 Sydney Sweeneys within a mile radius.
Doesn't know what to do with his money.
Like, bro, most people underestimate how attractive the average white woman is that's not fat. Like, the average white girl that is not fat is, like, genuinely beautiful. The problem is they all get fat.
The amount of capital accumulation at the very, very top is unrivaled in global history.
While his...
Let's see. So, wing kick with the 2. Yeah, we can... if we got time, I think we should be alright. We can check it out. And Bill Herb with the 2. Me buying AAA slop funded Gabe's boat. Yep. Indeed, man. I'm guilty, too. And let's see. Like the fish with the 2 for the chuds. Alright, yeah, we'll see how we're doing on time, but most likely we can check it out.
Employees are literally found dead. He's going to spend $500 million on a stupid mega yacht.
Jeff has never officially...
Does this show anymore? Okay, no.
Deep shit. The graph is going down, brother.
Dawn Trail is by far the weakest of all iterations of Final Fantasy XIV.
The issue is that it's so fucking boring.
Sweet mother of holy hell. Never in the history of games anything so successful.
Wasn't this the expansion? Shit. This was the expansion that they hired the women to write from the West, I believe.
Driven comatose.
The song is fucking awful. So, with that said, how much do I like People Man? Well, not much, sadly.
I'd rate the main story a 4 out of 10 at best.
Where are we gonna find it?
Dragon Age the Veilguard is a colossal disappointment. I really can't put it any other way. Every interaction between the companions feels like HR is in the room, and every interaction led by the main character, Rook, sounds like he's addressing an under-12 soccer team before a semi-final, or teaching toddlers how to properly share toys.
If you've never played Dragon Age the Veilguard or Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail, well, don't worry. This isn't a review, and you don't need to be familiar with either one. I will be discussing spoilers very lightly in terms of a few background examples, but I'm not going to be going into detail on any of them in particular. Now, just imagine this. A series that you are a longtime fan of is returning or has been renewed for another season. The only catch is, everyone who was in charge of making it has been moved off to another project. They've been replaced by everyone that was working just beneath them, and those people, well, they've got a bit of a roadmap left behind by the original creatives. That's probably the best case scenario, right?
Yep, that's many such cases in the gaming industry nowadays, because all the talent's gone in the West, especially. But it's also becoming an issue in Japan, too.
When Kentaro Miura died suddenly in 2021, what was to become of Berserk? Was it just to end abruptly, unfinished? Ultimately, his friend agreed to continue the manga to completion, trying to follow to the letter what Miura had described and written. The next Song of Ice and Fire clearly is not getting done before old Georgie makes his way up to those big pearly gates, but should someone else try to cobble an ending together? It didn't work out too hot for the last people who tried to do that. As time goes on, the people who made old beloved classics are just getting out of the business. Some retire, some get fired, some get promoted to irrelevancy, some die, and some start embarrassingly rambling in really weird ways on Twitter. And this has always been part of the medium, same as it is anywhere else that you have long-running franchises and series. That's what makes these two games so noteworthy to me. They were made by the best possible replacements. Both of these games were made by veterans of the series, minus just a few at the top. That seems like it's a pattern that we're going to see more of. A changing of the times, a passing of the torch, and a cycling of generations. In decades past, it felt like there was a pretty good chance that, with new hands at the helm, the series would be driven towards something exciting and interesting. But these days, it just feels kind of different. Maybe that's because both of these games bombed horribly. I personally suffered through Dawn Trail, and it was one of the most enraging things I have ever sat through.
all the best parts of our journey so far.
What best parts? There hasn't even been a good one.
And I was enchanted by Veilguard, so I watched playthrough after playthrough. The script was just so confused.
Well, wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days.
In both cases, questions kept popping to my mind. How in the world did this happen? Why were so many incompetent people put into these lead positions? And
women.
Why were so many people working for so long on franchises that they clearly did not like at all? I think the answer is a mix of a few things. It's
women.
An over-reliance on
women!
knowledge, it's the quiet proliferation of business idiots, and it's a generational sea change when it comes to attracting new talent.
Do I need to say it again? It's women. They don't fucking understand what makes video games good.
I feel that's all
like,
hardly
has anyone ever
unique to either of these two companies
watched... Has anyone ever watched, like, those female-oriented, like, fucking shit-tier drama movies? Like, they're horrible, bro. Like, all these fucking female entertainment, like, movies and TV shows and stuff, they suck. They fucking suck. There is nothing good about, you know, female-centric entertainment when it comes to gaming. It doesn't fucking work. You know, games are not going to fit in that fucking mold of storytelling. So, it's just never going to work out. What women want out of a story is not compatible with the gaming industry. It just is what it is, bro. There's a reason why there's only one successful franchise created by a woman in the video game industry, and it was literally a ripoff of Lara Croft and Indiana Jones, and it's Uncharted. Uncharted is the only female-made franchise in the entire video game industry made by a woman that was successful, and even that ripped off two other vastly more successful franchises that came before. So it was a direct ripoff of two already existing IPs. And that's the only example of a female-led franchise that actually succeeded. So, one game.
Even to the gaming industry as a whole. Institutional knowledge is pretty straightforward. It's the idea that as people work for your company retains a certain amount of information, even if those people should leave. Much of this is, pretty obvious. Did you write some documentation, create an engine, or create some assets? All of that, properly employed, makes your business more efficient. People can reference them and use them for other projects. But there's also a more dogmatic interpretation of institutional knowledge, and this is really the troublesome one. If you've worked for a corporation, or frankly just in a group for a class, you know that it's abundantly obvious that it tends to just be a few people that are really putting in most of the effort. The corporate line of thinking goes, and corporate thinking is basically just business religion, people who put in effort, well, they rub that talent off onto others. So you can attach a hard worker to a group of underperformers, and they will naturally work harder. The problem is that what is actually happening in those cases is that the hard workers are hauling ass, and they're covering up for all the slackers. It doesn't matter as such if the people who wrote Veilguard and Dawntrail had been contributing to the series for years, if it was the case that their middling work was being filtered through a competent editor overlooking everything. Because someone is covering up for the underperformers don't get canned. When a project comes out that succeeds despite a high staffing of those underperformers, the idea of trickle-down talent, well, seemingly it gets vindicated. And so corporations repeat the tactic over and over, and you get left with a ton of teams that are all idiots except for one person, but more on that later. There's also the simple fact that even if someone does leave behind institutional knowledge, it really doesn't matter if their descendants don't even make use of it. Settings and stories themselves are a form of institutional knowledge, if you think about it. But Veilguard retcons a ton of Dragon Age lore. I guess it was because the team thought that they could do better? In some cases, you aren't even getting just a deviation away from that accumulated institutional knowledge. You're getting a full-on regression. Final Fantasy XIV's main story is told basically like a visual novel. There's lots of text, some of which is voiced, over a backdrop of reused character, location, and soundtrack assets. In its earlier iteration, these were pretty rough. You had static shots, many of the same emotes recycled, and you had a very boring utilitarian presentation with a camera that was mostly locked. The developers experimented around in a comedic relief side quest in order to see what they could do with the engine and how they could present a story, which is a trend that continues to this day and is actually one of the pretty cool things about this game. The end result was that even the main story saw its cutscenes really improve in terms of what they were doing with the camera. They got to be honestly, genuinely engaging and a lot of fun. But that really doesn't matter if the new guy is entirely too lazy to animate his script. Dawntrail sees the camera locked most of the time in static shot reverse shots. There are a bunch of simple pans and simple zooms, but it never really gets more complicated than that. It's not like the team for
Luc Lamont. Bro, you just already know. Is this like some anti-colonial story? Like, I can already tell the way they're dressed. It's probably some anti-fucking colonial shit, right?
got how to make a compelling presentation. It's not like they lacked the documentation on how to do it. They just didn't feel like doing it because the new guy in charge was, I don't know, lazy. And that brings me back to the other question. How did people that uninterested and that unmotivated to work in the properties that they were, writing for wind up in the lead writers' chairs? Shouldn't someone have realized that they were unfit for the role before they got put in charge of a project with a budget in the millions of dollars? And I think the answer to that conundrum is actually pretty simple. Business idiots. I first heard this term as coined by Ed Zitron of the Better Offline podcast, who defines it with a few clear tenets. Think of the business idiot as a kind of con artist, except the con has become the standard way of doing business for an alarmingly large part of society. The business idiot thrives on alienation, on distancing themselves from the customer and the thing that they consume. The business idiot is the manager that doesn't seem to do anything but keeps being promoted. They're absolutely everywhere, and they creep into every single industry at every single level.
Dude, that was literally my original project at my job. Like, they just kept bringing in managers constantly and promoting them instead of actually promoting the people who worked on the project. So it's just, yeah, that unfortunately is true everywhere. They hire and promote all the wrong fucking people. Oh my god, bro. Dude, my stomach is fucked up. This is bad. Jeez. From what I learned about women, they have a really bad case of, oh, this is what you want. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this my way. Yeah, exactly. They want to, prove that they're, different. It's a resentment thing.
I have a personal theory that these kinds of people are exactly why we have business cycles. Once we arrive at a critical mass of them, companies start making extremely stupid decisions repeatedly. There are tons of big splashy examples of business idiots to look at. Concord is probably my favorite one because you have a development team full of people with absolutely zero idea of what they're doing. I mean, seriously, look at these character designs, and if you don't know about the story of the professor, well, you really should learn. Remember when Yahoo purchased Tumblr for $1 billion because Marissa Mayer insisted it was a much better buy than Netflix? Or when SoftBank hadn't yet realized that Masayoshi Son was maybe not giving the best advice when he pressed the company to invest $10 billion into WeWork, a temporary office space rental company? It's still weird to think that happened. Don't worry though, both Mayer and Son are highly paid executives in the AI industry, so, they're doing okay. Wait, why am I putting Baldur's Gate 4? Why would I bring that up? Anyways, good management is what deters business idiots. When you spy an employee that's doing basically nothing, what do? Well, you get rid of that useless baggage. You make sure that you're only hiring competent and engaged people who won't be an active detriment to your business. You reward and you empower the people who are actually doing good work, rather than rewarding the people who spend all day engrossed in office politics turning in absolute trash. This just doesn't tend to be compatible with corporate structure, at least not in the long term. Sure, for a while, you might get team leads who know what they're doing and who know how to run a tight shop. But sooner or later, they're going to retire, they're going to leave the company, maybe they'll join a different team, and someone outside of that team is going to make a decision on who to promote within it. And even if they do wind up promoting someone from within the team, well, just because you're a good programmer or artist or writer doesn't mean that you're a good leader. They're separate sets of skills, even though most corporations seem really desperate to gainsay that obvious truth, probably because the business idiots in the C-suite are wildly antisocial, and so, of course, they don't have any leadership skills. They probably don't even have any gamer skills.
Anyone's spamming the chat? We'll get
So when you get someone in there who isn't exactly the greatest fit for the leadership role, they might unknowingly let a business idiot in. And that one idiot is going to fester and multiply till you arrive at the point that
Yeah, the WeWork shit is pretty interesting. Like, that shit's wild that he could actually convince people that was a good idea.
I think most AAA studios are at today. You have a core group of people who are damn good at what they do, and then waiting in the wings is an absolute horde of utterly incompetent, unfit, useless morons.
I hate office politics. It's always been in the field doing physical work and then get back to the office and get laid off, bruh. Yeah. Dude, that's the sad part is you have to leave a company for like a year or two, and then you come back and then you start making the money you should have been making in the first place. Like, it's the most retarded fucking, methodology ever. Instead of just retaining good employees by paying them what they're actually worth. They want to Jew you the fuck out and pay you as little as possible, only to have to pay you more when you come back later. It's retarded as shit.
It really only takes one business idiot to squander the hard work of everyone else involved in the project. And in the case of these two games, well, the faces of the games fit that bill. The characters Tosh and Wook Lamont. These two characters have almost single-handedly imperiled these two franchises. Tosh is a character that got a lot of attention because, well, Dragon Age the Veilguard released...
Why don't I play Final Fantasy XIV? I don't have time for an MMO. MMOs are like basically life replacements. I don't have time for that yet.
During an election year.
I like Final Fantasy XIV though. I played some of it back in the day when they like initially re-released it.
And it released 5 days before the election itself, and it featured a prominent non-binary character, which thrust it into the culture war at its genuine hottest point.
So, I'm non-binary.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I think this is the game I played the night before election night.
But even overlooking the atrocious release timing, this character is really awful. Being non-binary doesn't really make sense within the setting, and it
Because I remember shilling for people to go out and fucking vote.
Probably so doesn't make any sense for the Qunari, a prominent culture whose unusual relationship to gender has already been established and explored in previous entries.
I understood Qunari women did not fight.
If a Qunari woman really wants to fight and has a gift for it, she becomes an Akunath'lak. The Akunath'lak joins the warriors and is treated like a male. He becomes a guy, for all intents and purposes.
But she wouldn't physically become male, surely.
Doesn't matter. In the Qun, your role is everything.
Fiction is a great place to prod at, that kind of topic, these kinds of ideas, but you have to respect your setting and you have to make whatever you want to explore make sense within the universe that it exists in.
God, that just looks repulsive, man.
Of ideas, but you have to respect your setting and you have to
just light up that room with a fucking LMG.
Make whatever you want to explore make sense within the universe that it exists in. Dragon Age already did this before, In Inquisition, Dorian's father doesn't like the fact that he's gay, and so his father tries to use actual wackadoo crazy.
If my kids grow up to be gay, I'm beating the shit out of them. Look here, there's two choices in life.
Wings.
You pretend you're straight, or I beat you to death.
Base dad.
Easy blood magic to turn his son into his daughter. Isn't that kind of an interesting concept to chew on? It's sort of like a Star Trek conundrum.
These people, I mean, if they don't know anything about... What I mean is, they don't seem to have any natural, I mean, how is it done?
Would you mind being careful where you throw your rocks, Mr. Spy? Obviously, highly unstable kid.
Tosh is none of that. Tosh doesn't make any sense in the universe. It's like a bourgeois teenager who loves Joss Whedon quips and hates their stupid mom, poured out their angst into a DeviantArt story, and then someone greenlit them to write a character companion quest for Dragon Age 4, to write a companion altogether, frankly. The business idiot that wrote this character is the game's lead writer. Ooh. So I think Dawntrail had the bigger own goal, ultimately. See,
top surgery scars.
Final Fantasy XIV has a weird relationship with voice acting. A Realm Reborn, which was the reboot of its abysmal first iteration, had US-based voice acting, and it is very bad.
Well met, friend. My name is Minthelia, and I lead the Scions of the 7th...
Damn, bro, that bitch is hot.
Dawn.
Inconsistent recording setups and volumes, actors that...
Flat stomach for the win.
Really do always sound like they're talking right past each other. Generally, genuinely poor performances.
What chance have we against such an ungodly creation?
At least Bobo put in some good work.
What exactly did you hope to accomplish here this day?
The answer man's here. It's... It's eggplant! Just kidding.
Well, I guess once A Realm Reborn didn't bomb, Square Enix decided to splurge a little bit to improve the voice work. They hired a UK-based studio, and oh my goodness, suddenly the game had genuinely professional-sounding recordings and performances that elevated the story and its characters so tremendously.
The dawn's light will shine again.
The studio kept pumping out hits and kept getting better at these roles for the next 3 expansions. Boom, boom, boom. And yet, for some weird reason, in Dawntrail, somebody insisted that, quote, more authentic voices, end quote, were needed. And that necessitated bringing on a US studio in order to voice a lot of the new cast.
That's a mistake.
Fantasy XIV draws from a lot of cultures in the real world in order to inform its setting, and Dawntrail was to take place on a continent that incorporates Mesoamerican and Latin American influences. Of course,
I knew it! It's about colonialism.
What ultimately came out was that those cultures are nothing more than tacos, alpaca, and mezcal, so I guess that's pretty cool. Anyways, the voice studio that Square Enix contracted this new work out to was not good. It was US-based, and it was really bad.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Dude,
You could pick up literally anyone off the street and get this performance.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends or I'll make you wish you had.
Yeah, like there's somebody's grandpa, and his performance is it's fun, it's campy. I actually enjoy it.
Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises.
But then you've got this guy, who despite being capable of exactly one melodramatic anime voice, he does the exact same voice for 8 other characters.
Through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, you are truly into a more prosperous victorious.
All of that is so much worse with WOWEEZOWEE. Here's some of my favorites.
What happened? What good is a valid resolve who cannot save her people?
That's the character that's voiced by the Troon, right?
And then, though the people grieved their queen's tragic passing, guided by her legacy of art, I am killed.
If you were wondering, no, I somehow don't think that this voice actor is an authentic representation, either of Mesoamerican or Latin American culture.
Or of a woman.
Bizarre accent. I genuinely do not know what it's supposed to be. The fact that it's dropped every 3rd or 4th line, like...
My name is Wuplamat, and I've come to talk to Guluja. A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
Can we be real for a moment? WOWEEZOWEE, this voice actor, this was a nepotism hire. This is someone consummately unfit for and incapable of the role, whose poor performance was repeatedly and pointedly overlooked throughout the years-long development of this game. It is inexcusable that this take made it into the release version of the game, and it was in the game for months and months, just like this, every single time you did this boss.
There's truly no other way to resolve this. Then face me, not as a machine, but as the real you.
This is not the result of your garden variety, oh, they're incompetent. This only could possibly happen with willful and purposeful negligence. One business idiot crawled up to a point where they could make an important decision, and they loaded up the production with the baggage of another.
See, this is why I'm glad Square Enix laid off their entire North American staff. So they fired the entire U.S. staff of, you know, their, I guess, localization and whatever. So hopefully this mistake is never repeated. I'm sure that's the reason why.
Voice acting studio, which seriously damaged the quality of the end product, all so that they could get their friend a job. By bringing on a second studio, the team had to get all this voice work done between 2 different time zones. 3 if you count Japan itself. You've got inconsistent recording setups that you should be trying to balance out in the final mix. Not that the team tried. You have no quality control or input whatsoever on what the new team puts out.
Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself?
And maybe worse than even any of that, you lose all of the ability to have your actors rehearse face-to-face on a soundstage in order to get more intricate and more communal understanding of the characters. That's how you get performances that are like this.
We'll take care of them. Don't worry. And we will never forget the Endless. Neither them, nor the time we spent with you. So be free of your burdens, Sveen. And sleep well.
Instead of performances that are like this.
Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
And that's the damage that just a few business idiots in a few positions of power can do to your game, can do to your company. It's hardly as if those 2 characters were the only things dragging their games down, but they were certainly the most prominent examples of a more widespread ineptitude that crisscrossed the entire production process. Dragon Age has been basically binned as a series for how badly Veilguard failed, and BioWare itself is honestly probably up for the chopping block. Dawn Trail has made Final Fantasy XIV subscription count backslide to levels not seen since 2019, and if the next expansion that comes out is anything but stellar, this game could enter into a real death spiral. Why would anyone come back? I think a lot of people might expect that as the old guard cycles out of a creative studio, the new guard coming in will experiment, will try new things, and will bring in the same creative fervor that the people exiting once had. That despite the fact that there will be a presence of business idiots, amidst those morons, you're still going to get at least some passionate and enthusiastic creatives. But why would talented people go into an industry where they're going to have to do the work of a bunch of clueless, talentless socialites in addition to their own work? An industry where those absolutely useless idiots cause shortfall after shortfall that lead repeatedly to crunch. Crunch which falls primarily on the people who are actually willing to do work. To kind of put a feather in this idea, who is the kind of person who wants to work at Blizzard Entertainment today? Does this look like it was made by a team of people who are all really putting in effort, really trying their best? The ballooning size of game budgets have made even AA studios a little bit too bloated, a little bit too big, a little bit too stultifying to really attract a lot of the up-and-coming talent. I think the next generation of actually enthusiastic and hardworking game devs, they're all trying to get in on the indie space first and foremost. I mean...
Well, they can't even get hired in the first place because straight white men, one, don't get accepted into college, and two, even if they do graduate by some miracle, you know, they're not going to get hired by the companies. So it's literally impossible for the real talented game developers or would-be talented game developers to even enter the industry in the first place now. It's all DEI hires and women.
You don't have to cover for idiots. Your teams are going to be small enough that you can spot and summarily eject slackers right away. You don't have to constantly grovel before publishers for funding, and you can experiment and you can try new things. Indie projects can take shape in places where the cost of living isn't absolutely ridiculous for no reason. And if you knock it out of the park, they can be just as good of an into the industry as would be doing grunt work for some of the more established companies. Just look at Toby Fox and Undertale. Maybe, honestly, you just carve out your niche and stick with it. Tailworlds Entertainment has been making games out of Turkey since like 2005, and they seem perfectly content to just keep pumping out the Mountain Blade series. The Lisa guy seems perfectly happy just making games and lifting weights. Silksong is only, what, the most anticipated game?
Nah, dude, I stand by the fact that I got hired mainly due to the fact that the guy I interviewed with, me and him talked about trading cards for the 30 minutes that I was supposed to be doing the interview. I swear to God, bro, like, I feel like that's the reason why I got my job. Like, no bullshit. I feel like the reason why is because the conversation I had with the recruiter was, like, so good in terms of us just, like, you know, talking about trading cards and shit for 30 minutes that he forgot to ask me the interview questions and goes, don't worry, I'll just put you down for good marks on all of them. So, yeah, it was actually pretty funny. So, yeah. Talking about Aerith? Nope, this was before I discovered Final Fantasy trading cards were a thing.
Game of this year? I'm sure some people have the ambition of a Hideo Kojima, you know, those uncompromising artistic visionaries that simply have to have AAA funding behind them to ever realize their goals and dreams and ideas. But I think by and large, the industry is undergoing something of a generational sea change, and it's just taking a little while for these corporate entities to realize it. In order to attract the type of talent that they used to get, they're going to need to change their structure, their compensation, and most importantly, they're going to need to clean house. You cannot use business idiots productively for anything. And so it's pretty impossible to make a good game if most of the people working...
Why? Okay, he's showing one woman, but the majority of business idiots are women, I hate to say.
...on it are business idiots. And hard workers are getting more and more exhausted of covering up for the human equivalent.
All right, there we go. That is the face. These two are the face of everything wrong with gaming.
Slop. Dragon Age and Final Fantasy XIV aren't the first franchises where the new generation dropped the ball, and they certainly aren't going to be the last either. But as entertaining as their particular failures are, the twisted roots that caused them seem to me to be endemic within the AAA games industry. Which is to say, I think there's going to be a lot more beloved series, settings, and characters who are going to get this exact treatment.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.
The bizarre political aspect of Veilguard probably isn't going to happen again, but the same ineptitude is just going to take a different
yeah, no, it definitely is going to.
Form. And while Final Fantasy XIV could correct its course, almost everything that they've done for the last few years really hasn't given me any hope. You should be prepared to leave behind the franchises that you love. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, plot threads left dangling, all that potential wasted, but the fun you had before, well, it will always have been there. You've always had it. You know, in the moment, you enjoyed things. Does True Detective Season 2 mean that you didn't enjoy Season 1? Does iDub Season 2 mean you didn't enjoy iDub Season 1?
I didn't enjoy either.
I'm stoic.
At some point, well, you just gotta move on.
Abandon gaming, guys. It's not worth it.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life, so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy. Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name.
Alright, we'll watch this real quick because it's short.
What is a turnaround?
Jesus. Why did you recommend this video?
Well, whether you call them shutdowns, outages, or turnarounds, they'll all produce the same results. Turnarounds are scheduled events where an entire process unit of an industrial plant is taken off stream for a scheduled period of time to perform maintenance, inspections, and testing. Once the plant is off stream, the downtime presents an opportunity. That can be used to perform debottlenecking, capital project improvements, revamps, and catalyst regeneration projects. Turnarounds allow for necessary maintenance and the upkeep of operating units. Turnarounds are needed to maintain safe and efficient operations. If you think of an oil refinery the way you think of your car, you'll realize there are many types of routine maintenance you need to perform on your car to keep it running efficiently. You should get your oil changed every 3,000 miles. You should get new tires every 50,000 miles or so, depending on the brand. Then there's your power steering fluid, your transmission, air filters, gaskets, and that's just routine maintenance. What if something malfunctions? Let's say you drive your car for work every day, and that's how you make your living. When the time comes to make these repairs and maintenance services...
Dude, if you even have to think between her or Melanie Mack, you've already lost the fucking plot.
Not only will you be spending money, but you'll be losing money since you're not able to use your car for work.
If you even have to spend a minute time, even a second, considering between her or Melanie Mack, it's over for you, dude.
Wouldn't this make you want to carefully plan what repairs you would make so that you could spend only what you needed to spend and lose as little money as possible during that downtime? Now imagine that your car is making you millions of dollars every day. Well, maybe that's a bit of a stretch for one car, but it isn't a stretch when it comes to a refinery. When a refinery shuts down for repairs, maintenance, and compliance with regulations, there is no production. And that means the refinery is losing money.
Born during a bountiful harvest,
that are regularly
indeed, man.
delivered to the refinery? What happens to the other facilities that depend on the oil products
Those
that usually
calcium
come from the
cannons
refinery?
are on
How many workers are
fucking
needed to perform the
point.
maintenance and repairs? Are there enough qualified workers available to carry out all the needed repairs? Turnarounds are very expensive, both in terms of production that is lost while the process unit is offline, and also in terms of direct costs for the labor, tools, heavy equipment, and materials used to execute the turnaround. Turnarounds are the most significant portion of a plant's yearly maintenance budget and can affect the company's bottom line if they are mismanaged. Turnarounds have unique project management characteristics, which make them volatile and challenging. At EPCM PSI, we specialize in project management for turnarounds, as well as capital and routine maintenance. We are experts in Primavera, the industry standard software for scheduling. We schedule the work to be done through the use of our trademarked dynamic scheduling methodology called float-based prioritization. Our methodology has been proven as an effective way to manage turnarounds and any type of outage, on time and within budget. We also plan, estimate, and provide cost controls. EPCM PSI's motto is to provide solutions and valued service as opposed to simply providing resources. EPCM PSI helps your company plan for success.
Bruh. No, I don't think her face is bad. That's like the perfect example of a beautiful mid, bro. That's like the perfect example of a beautiful mid.
So recently, I've been making a lot of videos about how I don't like the Nintendo Switch 2 and
what a shock.
Why I think it's going to fail, and why I think Nintendo is particularly greedy this console generation. But the other day, I realized that I haven't really made a video about why I don't like Nintendo, and if you look at my channel over the past few months, my take on this company has changed pretty dramatically. So today, I just kind of wanted to make a more open commentary video with less cuts, and talk about why I don't really like Nintendo anymore, because I used to be one of their biggest fans up until recently, and I have some really good reasons for why I just don't really like this company anymore. So feel free to just play this video in the background. I'm not really going to put any graphics on screen, just some gameplay of whatever I'm playing. It might not even be a Nintendo game. So first, I want to talk about what kind of Nintendo fan I was before the Switch 2, and why I suddenly just don't like the Switch 2, because if you look at my past content and my current content, they kind of conflict on what I think of this company as a whole. So my first console was a 2DS, and I really enjoyed that thing. My favorite games were Animal Crossing New Leaf, New Super Mario Bros. 2.
His first console was a 2DS, bro. You need to go back and play some better games.
Mario Kart 7, and there were a couple other ones, but I don't remember them off the top of my head. And eventually I did get a Switch, and I've basically played that until the Switch 2 came out. I've been more of a casual.
I wish Griff met her at Walmart and he falls in love and quits streaming to start a... Yeah, okay. And also, she just happens to have $10 million in her bank account, so I never have to work again. And her favorite thing to do is wake me up with the morning blowjob. Yeah, that's definitely going to happen.
Gamer as far as my playstyle, but I did watch a lot of Nintendo content on YouTube, so I might be a little more...
I mean, since we're living in fantasy land, why not add on to the story, right?
...than a casual gamer, but I still don't sink tons of hours into video games. And for me, the end of the Switch's lifetime was really kind of depressing, not because it was a bad console or the games that were coming out were bad, but it really felt like Nintendo was trying to stretch this thing out as far as they could before their next set of hardware came out, which is the Switch 2, as we know now. But I did have a few games that I enjoyed when they came out, like Super Mario Bros. Wonder and Super Mario Party Jamboree. I thought both those games were great, although neither of them are what I would have expected Nintendo to make, so they did do good on that front. But that period felt really, really slow because of all the Switch 2 leaks, and then no announcements, and then more Switch 2 leaks, and then no announcements, and it felt like Nintendo was waiting as long as they possibly could to unveil the Switch 2. Like in September of 2024, it just felt like Nintendo was going to announce this thing. There's no way they weren't. They announced the original Switch, I believe in October of 2016, so it just made sense for them to announce the Switch, and then crickets, all the way up until January of 2025, when they finally drop a trailer. And I was excited to see the Switch 2 finally, but it looks just like the leaks, exactly how everyone expected it to look.
I'm pretty sure they announced the Switch 1 in January, but I could be mistaken.
Same name that everybody had called it for years, and it didn't feel like a super exciting trailer to me, and this is kind of where I started to not feel as excited about this console, but I was still excited to see info because, you know, no games had been announced at that point. We just saw a few seconds of Mario Kart World, and that was it.
Yeah, the first console I ever played on was a PS1, and then, I had a PS2 and a Game Boy around the same time, and then everything forward. I'm not going to recount my whole gaming history, but yeah, I started on PS1 playing games with my dad.
And we were promised a direct on April 2nd. And after this trailer was revealed is when I started grinding on my YouTube channel. I'd had it for years before, but I never really took it seriously up until this point, and I started making a ton of videos, a lot of speculation between when the Switch 2 trailer was dropped and then the April 2nd direct aired. And as you all know, the Switch 2 direct was kind of underwhelming, but it felt really good when I was actually watching it. Mario Kart World actually looks like an amazing game, but that's because I only saw a few minutes of footage of it, not all of it, which was gameplay footage, and it looks really cool. Open world sounds amazing, which, of course, it didn't turn out to be as amazing as Nintendo hyped it up to be, which the hype factor is something that I'll talk about in a few minutes here after I'm done talking about why I don't really like the Switch 2. And it did feel like Nintendo was trying to jam a whole bunch of third-party announcements into this direct, because the only real...
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, though. I have zero real connection to the PlayStation brand. Like, yeah, it was the first console I ever played, and, you know, my first game was Final Fantasy VII that I played, but I just really don't have any connection to PlayStation as a brand at all. It just doesn't really trigger the member berries for me.
Substance that we got.
I'm much more of a Nintendee kid myself, because I was obsessed with Pokemon as a kid, so I absolutely loved all things Pokemon, except the TV show. But yeah, that was my, I guess, first gaming love as a child was like the Pokemon Game Boy games, Red and Blue. I had yellow version, and then obviously like Gold and Silver and Crystal, and then also, you know, the Game Boy Advance games, which were peak. You know, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and then Fire Red, Leaf Green. You know, that was like the golden age of Pokemon, so...
From that direct were Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza, but it didn't really matter to me. I was on a hype cycle at this point. I had wanted a new console for quite a while. I had just bought a PS5 that December before because I was so tired of the Switch, and I really wanted something new, so I was just taking whatever they were giving me at that point. And subsequently, because I was on that hype cycle, I made a ton of videos glazing Nintendo. I'll flash a few on screen. They sound really crazy now that the dust has settled. I even made one saying that I thought Mario Kart World was going to be worth $80, which, speaking of which, it
I think it's more than worth $80. I've almost put 200 hours into the game. It's great.
Really was annoying me that people were saying Mario Kart World was going to be $90 because I genuinely believed that the physical version was going to cost me $90, and I am somebody who collects physical versions when I can. I don't like digital games, so the idea that I would have to pay $90 to get a physical copy of Mario Kart World sounded absolutely insane to me. Like, what is Nintendo doing? But then I found out that was misinformation that was milked so hard by people, and it felt like the haters were actually going out of their way to actually spread real misinformation, and that's one reason that I started glazing Nintendo like crazy. And June 5th comes, the Switch 2 comes out, I get the Switch 2, and I get Mario Kart World, and I pay $80 for it, keep in mind, because I'm a physical collector. And this is basically the last positive moment that I have with Nintendo, is enjoying the new console, playing Mario Kart World, and enjoying it because I was a Nintendo glazer. I thought that Nintendo could do no wrong, which I completely disagree with now after I had played that, and I also played Donkey Kong Bonanza when it came out. And for the next few months, I kept making videos about how I liked the Switch 2 and why I thought it was such a great console, and this was because I thought Nintendo was still going to continue supplying great games, because I thought Mario Kart World was at least substantial enough to make the Switch 2 feel good at launch, though I thought $80 was way too much for it, and I really wouldn't have paid that going back. But regardless, I kept making speculation content about I thought Nintendo was going to make a ton of great games. You can look back on my channel if you want to see exactly what those are.
So wait, this guy thought they were going to dump the entire generation's catalog in the first few months? Buddy, the console just came out. What do you mean they're not going to continue to make great games? Like, the fuck? We haven't even gotten a Mario game yet. We haven't gotten a Zelda game yet. We haven't gotten Smash Brothers. We haven't got most of the Mario sports titles that are going to come out. We haven't gotten a real Pokemon game, which I don't really have much faith in that. But, like, the thing's not even been out for a year. Do you expect them to just dump the entire catalog day one? It's not a Wii U situation where they can just re-release all the Wii U stuff because nobody bought it in the first place.
And the September Direct comes, and Nintendo does not meet expectations. This Direct was supposed to have a whole bunch of great new games. I mean, we have a new console. It's supposed to be filled with great exclusives. We should see 3D Mario, Animal Crossing, Mario Maker, something like that. But we just see Mario Tennis, an overpriced bundle of Mario Galaxy, and not too much else that's really interesting. And Nintendo is revealing the movie, which I'm so excited for the movie. The movie looks good. I'll watch that because I think that the first one was really good, and I do think that Illumination knows what they're doing, even if they do play things really safe. I think that the content is good. But Nintendo is just putting a whole bunch of filler that should have been like in a separate presentation or something. Like the movie, Nintendo really never spent time showing off a trailer.
Yeah, the Switch really, like, I think fucked with people's expectations because the Switch, you know, got all of those Wii U games ported almost immediately because nobody bought them on the Wii U. So it was easy to just re-release a bunch of games from an entire console generation that felt new to everyone. And as a result, it made the Switch library feel overinflated with Nintendo first-party games because you basically were getting 2 generations worth of games in 1 generation.
And one of their previous directs, the most that they went, I believe in 2021 when they announced the movie, they showed off the actors who were going to be in, you know, the first movie, and that's it. But this time around, they had filler content. It was just like products, like a talking flower toy, a book, the Rosalina book from Super Mario Galaxy, Virtual Boy, which nobody asked for. It sounds cool, but nobody asked for it, and I don't really want to play games in red and black, honestly. It just doesn't sound fun. It sounds like it'd be cool to try, but I'm not paying $100 to get a headset for this. Like, what are you thinking? And looking back, I was a bit excited for this headset, but I don't even think I'm excited for it at all because if you haven't noticed something about Nintendo, it's that they're really good at hyping up mediocre things. Like, they made the Virtual Boy Virtual Console, one of the most low-effort things they could have done, sound cool. But by this point, the Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics, I think I said Virtual Console before, but that's actually what was on the 3DS and the Wii U when you bought the old Nintendo games. That's when those old Nintendo games were actually packaged well. Now they're just on Switch Online, and I would prefer to go back to where we can buy the games we want instead of being forced to subscribe to something, but I guess we're past that at this point. But anyway, Nintendo was hyping up this Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics, and the internet was not buying it. The Switch 2 had already been a train wreck by that point, and Nintendo
It had already been a train wreck? Oh my god, man.
Acting like the Virtual Boy was actually one of their biggest announcements just felt like adding insult to injury. People had paid for this $450 console, and even Nintendo fans were mad because they're not delivering on this great investment price that Nintendo is charging. They're just announcing the bare minimum, doing the safest thing possible by announcing Mario Tennis, announcing Fire Emblem, and then making trailers for Metroid Prime 4, a game that should have been released years ago at this point, although I do know it had difficulties in development, so I won't ding Nintendo there. And all of the stuff that was announced required purchasing extremely expensive stuff just to play it. Like Mario Tennis, it looks cool. I actually am kind of excited for that game, but I don't know if I'll pay $70 for it. I mean, I have this Switch 2 lying around that I kind of, like, want to use, but I can't really use it because Nintendo isn't even making something that's worth the price. And not too long after, I started to make more videos criticizing Nintendo, and you guys enjoyed those, so I just kept...
Okay, here we go. He got the dopamine hit for making, you know, videos that were negative. Yep, many such cases.
making them, and the way YouTube's algorithm works, once you start making one thing, it's really, really hard to pivot, so that's why I haven't made, like, more positive content. The other reason being Nintendo really hasn't given me anything good to work with because, I mean, it's been super underwhelming. I apologize if you hear dogs barking in the background. But anyway, Nintendo, not too long after the September Direct, announced a free update for Animal Crossing New Horizons, and then a $5 Switch 2 edition that basically just enhances the graphics and doesn't really do too much else. I'm really confused by why Nintendo is even charging for this, but I mean, I shouldn't even be confused anymore because this company has gone so far off what they used to be, and it's really frustrating. But you might think a free update sounds great. I mean, it's free content. Nintendo's actually giving us something for once, and I would kind of agree with you, but at the same time, Animal Crossing New Horizons is probably one of the most overrated games ever, and I was obsessed with Animal Crossing New Leaf on the 3DS, so I'm not just one of those people who bought New Horizons because it was COVID. I bought it because I was actually a fan of the series, and I wanted to play the next game, but I just don't think there was enough content there, and then Nintendo was like drip-feeding with updates, and they got rid of a ton of the characters that were there. The deserted island concept is honestly just kind of lacking. It's not really that exciting, and the villagers just feel like they have more generic things that they're saying than they used to, and they're nice all the time. They're never mad. So if you're an Animal Crossing fan, you probably know what I'm talking about, but if you're not, I mean, you might have to go play it and then go play New Leaf or something else just to see what I'm talking about. But to sum up what I'm saying about New Horizons is Nintendo should just abandon this game already. It's just so boring. I don't really want a new update because it's just not a good game. I'd rather than just finally make a sequel, but like I said, Nintendo is just taking the safest route possible this generation, and a free update to get people playing New Horizons.
They're giving people exactly what they asked for, which was a more powerful Switch. Well, now it's here and nobody wants it. So it's like, okay, wait. It's very interesting because for that entire Switch generation, you guys remember everyone begging for the Switch Pro, right? All the Switch Pro leaks that used to come out all the time. You know, that was all people wanted was a more powerful Switch. Now all of a sudden we have it. And now all of a sudden everyone's like, I never wanted this. There's no innovation. It's like, okay, well, this is exactly what you were asking for.
And then in turn by the $5 Switch 2 edition, which is insanely confusing about why they're even charging for that at that point. Like, put all this new content in the Switch 2 edition and charge $10 to $20 for it, and it would make at least some sense, but I don't even get what Nintendo is doing here, and it just feels so confusing. And then one other thing I have to talk about because we've basically caught up to real time, besides the fact that Nintendo just announced new Joy-Con colors, which I have a video coming on those because there's a whole other thing about what's going on with those that I just need to talk about, but Nintendo Glazers have been the other issue with this company. Even though it's quite obvious that Nintendo is screwing up a lot of stuff, frankly, and kind of letting their business side flow into their actual gaming side, and then they're spending all this time on Nintendo versus Palworld, which we still have yet to figure out what's going on with that. I think Nintendo will lose, but
they're spending all this time. Dude, they have lawyers on staff that do nothing but go after copyright. Do you really think them engaging in a lawsuit has any impact on game development? What the fuck type of logic is that?
Video on why I think they could win, not because I want them to win, but because I honestly think that Nintendo has more resources than people realize. But the worst part of all this is that Nintendo Glazers have literally not given Nintendo what they deserve by saying, hey, you're doing something wrong here. Instead, they're on like every one of my videos and everybody else's, basically, anybody who's calling out this stuff that Nintendo is doing, and they're acting like we're the problem or something, and they're defending every action of Nintendo as if Nintendo can do no wrong at all. And I was there at one point, just as early last year, where I was glazing Nintendo, but I wasn't even doing it to the extent as these glazers that I'm seeing have been doing it. It seems like they cannot admit that Nintendo has done something wrong and that there are some things that just they can't do right. And I'll give you one example just so that you don't think that I'm just saying this to get dirt on them, because I really don't care, honestly. They can have their own opinion, but the Nintendo stock drop, let's just take for example. I got a few views on that video. It hasn't done as well as some of my other ones, but people were saying in my comment section that the Nintendo stock drop is only because of the RAM crisis, and they're calling me so.
It is. That's literally what the financial whatever analysis was. People were saying like they're worried about RAM shortages on Nintendo's consoles. It has nothing to do with financial results.
Pretty not nice terms and not nice words. I mean, I don't really care, honestly. Like I said, they can have their own opinion, I can have mine. But they're acting as if the RAM crisis, which is ultimately the starter for this stock drop, as if it's the only reason that the stock is dropping. And I'm trying to say that it's for other reasons too. Nintendo is particularly volatile at this time because they've been making so many bad decisions. If they raise the price because of RAM, people are not going to care. Nintendo is still going to get blamed, even if that directly is not their fault. They're going to get blamed because they started something that's basically going to come back to bite them because they've made all these stupid decisions. And I don't think that Nintendo investors are necessarily the most educated people on what Nintendo has been doing and what fans think of Nintendo. They're just hoping to make money. But I do think that they know that Nintendo has been having PR issues, and I think that that's why the stock is dropping so hard, because it lost 25% of its value within a couple of weeks from where it started, and then once the stock started dropping, it lost 25% of its value. A RAM crisis isn't going to be the only thing to do that, because if Nintendo raises the price...
It is, though. Investors are not rational. That's literally Finance 101. Markets are not rational.
Of the Switch 2
because people are what drive markets.
Or one of their consoles in a normal situation, it's going to hurt them, but fans will get over it because there's a reason. But the Switch 2 has just been so sensitive because Nintendo has made so many mistakes that it's not just because of that. And I guess to the Glazers' credit, that is kind of a speculative point that I made, not like hard truth, but let's be honest, YouTube is all about speculation. I never said that this was factual, but I said this is probably a reason why Nintendo's investors are backing out so much. But it's not just that. I made another video talking about how the Switch 2 did worse than the PS5, and there were some analysts who were confirming this was the case, and I showed an article on screen that actually talked about this, but people were still saying, no, it's the fastest selling console, and the fact that it sold poorly is just because I'm trying to filter out content to make a point, but I really don't care, honestly. From what I've been hearing, it's really just because the Switch 2 is selling—
Dude, the new Donkey Kong is really good. I really like the Donkey Kong Bonanza a lot. I mean, even with the flaws of, like, the Pauline singing and, you know, kind of the corny story and stuff, like, it genuinely is a fun-ass game to play. Like, if you're just looking for a fun gameplay experience, this shit is awesome. Like, if you like destructible environments, such as myself, it is very addicting to play.
So well in Japan. Japan is loving this thing, but the US isn't as much, and sales are kind of slowing there. And if sales are slowing in the US, it's ultimately going to hurt Nintendo. But it's still the fastest selling console as of right now because Nintendo heavily front-loaded demand for the month of launch. It was the fastest selling console then because Nintendo supplied enough units, which is something they don't usually do at a console launch, and they've been meeting demands like crazy. But I don't think this thing is going to keep going because I think it's overpriced for what Nintendo fans are used to paying. They don't care about power or how good the Switch 2 is. They just care that the Switch 2 is more expensive than the Switch by a considerable margin, and that's going to be what Nintendo is going to have to deal with. Because you gotta keep in mind that casual gamers are the ones who don't go online and give their opinion. They're the people who just buy something that they can afford and don't ever talk about it. They don't have tons of money lying around to spend on video games. That's why a lot of casual gamers have always gravitated towards Nintendo, because they prioritize being cheap. But Nintendo is not cheap with the Switch 2, and the Switch is still perfectly good for most people. They don't care about specs, they just care that they're having a good time, and the Switch is still a decent console. So they're not going to buy a Switch 2, but these people never bought Nintendo consoles early on in the first place, so it's going to be hard to tell for a while, but I just don't see a world where they start buying a Switch 2 when Mario Kart World is $80, games are $70, and the Switch 2 is $450. Now,
games are $70 everywhere.
Now, if Nintendo makes a budget model like a Switch 2 Lite, maybe it'll change a bit, but Mario Kart World is still $80, and games are still $70, with that being the case anyway. It's priced more like a PS5 than any Nintendo console was priced like a PlayStation console.
Dude, the Switch 2 is not that expensive. Like, for what it is, it's not even that pricey. It is a solid little handheld. And you get the dock included, and you get controllers included. You know, the Steam Deck is what, $500? Nobody's bitching about that.
Console before, and that's going to be an issue for Nintendo. And those are just a couple of the things that Nintendo Glazers have been trying to point out, or trying to act like Nintendo didn't do wrong, when, in fact, the Switch 2 is just so much different than any other Nintendo console, and Nintendo really is showing their business side, even if we act like they aren't really—
The big watermelon level, yeah. That's a fun level. I really like that world.
And the Switch 2 is $450. Now, if Nintendo makes a—
whatever that material's called where you grab it and you float up, that's a really fun, like, layer to play on.
Budget model like
to use the correct terminology.
Switch 2 Lite. Maybe it'll change a bit, but Mario Kart World is still $80, and games are still $70, with that being the case anyway.
Yeah, the watermelon level is really good.
Anyway, it's priced more like a PS5 than any Nintendo console was priced like a PlayStation console before, and that's going to be an issue for Nintendo. And those are just a couple—
Well, Nintendo's given me much more reasons to play on their console than, you know, Sony has given me to play on theirs, so take that as you will.
A couple of the things that Nintendo Glazers have been trying to point out, or trying to act like Nintendo didn't do wrong, when, in fact, the Switch 2 is just so much different than any other Nintendo console, and Nintendo really is showing their business side, even if we act like they aren't really that greedy, or the Switch 2 isn't that bad of a deal, two things of which they pretty much are.
Every company's greedy. Do you think the companies are in it for the kindness of their heart? No. They're here to make money, bro.
The Switch 2 is just not that good, at least right now, until we get some kind of other major game, like a 3D Mario, a 3D Zelda, which I don't think we'll see that for a while. I don't really even think we'll see a 3D Mario for a while, just because of Donkey Kong Bonanza, and—
Why?
The fact that the Odyssey team worked on Donkey Kong Bonanza is kind of making me think there's not going to be anything anytime soon. Maybe there's an Animal Crossing, but the fact that Nintendo is updating New Horizons is kind of making me think we're not going to see another Animal Crossing. So I just don't see Nintendo making anything that interesting in 2026. And
does he think they're just gonna dump everything in the first fucking like, again, they're gonna wait. They're going to wait and release shit throughout the entire generation. They're not just going to completely front load and dump every game.
The September Direct isn't making me feel any better about that because that was just such a mid-Direct. But I think that
you're not buying a console for the games that are available right now. You're buying a console for the games that are available throughout the entirety of its life cycle. It's basically a down payment.
Biggest point for me that Nintendo is not doing well right now is that I've been playing my PS5 far more than I've been playing my Switch 2. And when I do pick up my Switch 2, it's mostly just to play third-party.
Yeah, but are you playing fucking PlayStation games, or are you playing third-party stuff?
Games. I did try out Kirby Air Riders, and for what it is, it seems good, but I haven't really been playing that one that much, because it's just not really my playstyle. Again, Nintendo made a great game here with Kirby Air Riders, but they also made Mario Kart World, 2 racing games. We don't need 2 racing games. We don't even need 1.
I agree with that. That's what I originally said when Kirby was announced, is it's very odd that they decided to make 2 racing games within the same year. That was exactly my view on that, too. They should have waited at least 6 months.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was just fine. I mean, it felt like it was getting a bit older, but it was still great to play. And Nintendo is just going too far one direction, and they're not releasing anything that people really want, and what they are releasing is mid or overpriced. The only thing that I think I really enjoyed was Donkey Kong Bonanza, but don't buy a Switch 2 for Donkey Kong Bonanza. It is not that good. But
it is that good, bro. Donkey Kong Bonanza is some of the most heckin' wholesome, pure gameplay fun you will have in a video game. This game is genuinely great.
I think that about finishes my Nintendo rant for today. Let me know down in the comments if you want me to do another one of these, if you enjoyed this style, or if you want me to go back to my other content.
Like, Donkey Kong Bonanza is one of those very rare games that I don't really recall a certain segment that I disliked. It was really fucking fun.
I'm still planning to make those types of videos, but I kind of wanted to do something a little bit more open this time, so tell me what you think of that. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like, subscribe, hype, and if you know somebody else who you think would enjoy this video, don't hesitate to share it to them. But anyway, thanks for watching, and have a great day.
Synth said the game was made for babies. Are you a baby, Griff? Goo goo gaga. I just shit my pants. Someone needs to wipe it up. I guess so, bro. Oh, God. They're actually going to play the music. Gross.
1877 Cars for Kids. You probably know.
Okay, they didn't, thank God.
The tune if you're someone who has listened to radio at some point in the past 30 years. In the most recent rendition, the advertisement features a band of children with instruments that sing their awful, awful song, imploring you to donate your car, presumably for their own sake. It is a jingle so mentally taxing to the listener that it has led to literal death threats being sent to the organization.
So I'm like, oh, these kids are so cute, but then there was like, these kids should go kill themselves.
For kids. That's called Cars for Kids. It's the most stupidest, annoying.
Turn it off!
Everybody hates the song so much to the point where most people associate the organization behind it with the omnipresent malice against their ears that the song is. But a lot of others end up donating their cars to these kids, enough to keep their ads on the air. The question is, where are these cars going, and how are they for these kids? To my disappointment, this was not a charity that gave children free vehicles with which to fight each other in a fashion reminiscent of the Twisted Metal games. Instead, Cars for Kids takes donated vehicles and flips them at auto auctions. This isn't too unusual, and it's a service that many people would rather just use to get a tax break instead of going through the hassle of selling their car by themselves. Despite the pitch of helping children and tax benefits being ostensibly hard to disagree with, the incredibly awful jingle has made Cars for Kids a charity everyone is sort of allowed to hate. What doesn't help with that reputation gained from the jingle is learning what Cars for Kids actually does with the money they receive. See, Cars for Kids doesn't actually give to any of the children you would think of as particularly in need. That's because the kids in question are being helped not because they are in need of charity, but because they are part of a religious group. Right on the Cars for Kids website, it clarifies that. Our all-encompassing program gives Jewish children and their families the support
Of course.
Resources and guidance they need to develop into productive members of the community. What the website doesn't clarify
Oy vey!
Is that these Jewish kids are almost exclusively in New Jersey, the city of Lakewood in particular. I was surprised to learn that Cars for Kids was Jewish at first. Growing up in Minnesota, I heard that godforsaken jingle so many times, but
yeah, so what they do is they get the fucking cars, they get the tax-free money because they're a charity, and then they give the money to their own children. Yeah, that's a classic scheme, bro. That's, you know, by-the-book charity fraud. It's exactly what the fucking Clinton Foundation does.
But I'd never heard about Cars for Kids from my Jewish friends or saw any indication that any of the people at the Jewish community center I went to were supporting this seemingly omnipresent Jewish charity. It turns out I wasn't the only one in Minnesota that was confused by this. An investigation by the Minnesota Attorney General's office found that Cars for Kids spent essentially none of its raised money from Minnesota in the state on anything more than more ad buys. Cars for Kids has done a few programs helping the wider community. This mostly seems to manifest in handing out coats, basketballs, and developing an app that reminds you not to leave your children in a hot car. Looking at their website, these programs are either in Newark, New York City, or Philadelphia. Conveniently, no more than a day trip from the headquarters of Cars for Kids in New Jersey.
I'm surprised not Miami.
This is all, at best, a half-assed attempt to argue on a technicality. In reality, 92% of the organization's cash is sent directly to another charity, URA, located in Lakewood, New Jersey and run by Cars for Kids founder Eliyahu Mintz. There is functionally no difference between Cars for Kids and URA outside of paperwork and advertising. As a side note, I wouldn't feel qualified to write about this if I was just talking about URA, as I'm not a member of the Jewish community, nor have I had any personal interactions with Jewish people that prompted me to write this. The truth is that URA forfeited the deniability of being a religious organization, both when it got most of its money from Cars for Kids and when it didn't even register as one for tax purposes. URA doesn't offer its services to Jewish people outside the greater New York and New Jersey metro area. Less than 1% of the money stays in other states that donate. And besides, any charity that is going to subject us to that awful jingle would already be one under intense legal scrutiny and a just system. I've actually been passively familiar with URA for a few years now. Like an unfortunately large number of things in my life, URA originally came to my attention via an episode of the Come Town podcast, now the Adam Friedland Show. I'll get to what part of URA was in that clip specifically, but if you know, you know. URA is itself a modern Orthodox Jewish charity that services said community. Modern Orthodox Judaism is defined by maintaining Orthodox traditions while still interacting with the modern world as it is. This is different from ultra-Orthodox or Haredi Judaism, whose adherents self-segregate from broader society to maintain their beliefs as authentically as possible. In terms of services offered, URA seems to focus mainly on, surprise, the younger generation, although not exclusively. This focus makes sense, given that Orthodox families have more children on average than any other Jewish denomination in America, and the community has a general distrust of public institutions. They need a lot of cars to pay for these kids. It's for this reason that the charity exists supposedly, as a means to provide the Orthodox community with help raising children through programs like day camp. I say supposedly because URA is unique even among shady charities for how strange it is. High-rise apartments.
Yeah, they probably just give them a bar mitzvah donation.
Strip malls, and even mixed-use development in Jerusalem. Cars for Kids is already known to have some assets that are tangentially related to kids at best. When I looked at the tax returns for the two charities, a lot more than just buildings started to come up. I'll give you a rundown of a couple interesting finds. One property that URA owns is 985 Clare Drive in Lakewood, New Jersey. According to tax records, URA acquired this property in 2015. What's interesting is that the last time 985 Clare Drive was sold on the market was in 2009, according to Redfin. The property also isn't a facility, it's a single-family home. It's not the only single-family home owned by URA either. 851 Morris, 624 Vine, 107 and 119 Rutgers, all bought in 2008. All but one off the market since then. 107 was sold in 2022 for $85,000 more than the tax assessed value. I don't know what these are being used for, but the fact that Google Street View doesn't show any signs that these buildings are being converted into a non-residential role makes me think that there might be more going on. Another revelation from these forms is how much profit this nonprofit makes. 2021 revenue was $77,977,049.
Jesus, man.
62.5% from the previous year, while expenses of $28,251,610 represented a mere 7% rise. These numbers aren't unprecedented. Look at pretty much any college in the US, but still raise questions. More specifically, it makes you wonder what that $34 million in cash is doing just sitting there. For that, I have at least a partial answer. URA hosts a yearly charity auction in a live stream telethon format. During this telethon, URA gives out several prizes, many of them straight up cash, in a format that they call an auction, but is really just a raffle. Interspersing these auctions is a character I knew I was going to have to talk about eventually, and filled me with a sense of dread. I already mentioned it earlier, but it's time to talk about Five-ish. Five-ish is something else. As alluded to previously, I first heard about Five-ish from the then Come Town podcast. Five-ish was being discussed because, well, this is what Five-ish looks like. Five-ish is a giant $5 bill with cartoon eyes and giant Mickey Mouse-like limbs. Essentially, he's sort of like the mascot of URA, who goes around to their events and serves as what I think is supposed to be a sort of comic relief character. To quote a friend of mine who was on that episode, the aforementioned podcast, this is like if the Expendables of anti-Semitism came together to make something to make fun of Jews. URA really likes using Five-ish. This isn't a mascot I dug up from years ago or something they tested out in a couple videos. Like, they really fucking love Five-ish. They love Five-ish so much that they have Five-ish as a plushie, Five-ish on a hat, President Five-ish, the Five-ish car, or Five-ish mobile. Really shitty CGI Five-ish. Five-ish in Israel on the news. Five-ish in Israel being harassed by other Orthodox Jews.
Gonna hurt you. Kenny's gonna hurt you.
Five-ish and his Five-ish family being washed ashore and threatened by the military of Panama, being partially led by a knockout version of the Prince from Frozen. Okay, why don't I start there, at that last one? So, URA commissioned or produced, I couldn't find exactly if it was done in-house, these animations featuring Five-ish. The intent is children's programming, which URA refers to as Schmorg, as in smorgasbord. The most interesting Schmorg is one that is 38 minutes long and involves the aforementioned military of Panama. So the video starts, and after a short intro we see three boys walk out of their bullet-ridden school onto the sidewalk. Two of the boys stop as the third boy asks where they're going. They say,
"We're going to visit Five-ish."
As all three boys blink their porcelain doll eyes to mimic human behaviors, a Cars for Kids branded taxi drives past and the scene moves on to another intro, except this one transitions into a theme song, an incredibly long theme song. In fact, I did some napkin math to find out that this theme song is a little under 2 minutes. For context, that is longer than the 1 minute, 36-second intro of the syndicated version of Twin Peaks. If you include the cold intro, it is about as long as the intro to Band of Brothers, and only 10 seconds shorter than the longest intro in TV language history, which is the cut intro to Twin Peaks. Look, it's a long intro. Rest in peace, David Lynch.
Yup, as cheap as possible.
The three boys finally arrive at Five-ish's house, where they inform him that they have anxiety that they won't be able to attend the yeshiva, the religious school, that they want. It doesn't seem to be an inciting incident, really, or a stated reason that these boys are nervous. Nevertheless, Five-ish regales them with the story of when my friends and I were really scared. Now, even though this sounds like Five-ish is about to tell these whiny kids about his time in prison, that is unfortunately not the direction it goes. Five-ish is dropped off at the airport, does his Catskills material.
Wait. You forgot to get a change.
Change? What do you mean change? I need a change? Well, I mean, everybody could use a little bit of change. I'm not saying that, but I mean, how much do I really need to change?
No.
And enters the building. Then, Five-ish is accosted by this overbearing TSA worker, who then waves him through. The worker then
who just so happens to be Jewish
starts talking with another, more anthropomorphic Five-ish who is bringing a kosher meal on the plane, but is told it looks too much like a bomb. They then strike up a conversation about what yeshiva they went to, for some reason. What makes this so bizarre is, for lack of a better term, it's sort of unskilled racism. Let me try to explain. So, the TSA worker speaks with some kind of accent. I say some kind because it's not clear what stereotype this man is supposed to represent. He wears a yarmulke, which would imply he's Jewish, but he also punctuates his sentences with Arabic terms like Habibi.
Habibi, look at me. Do I look like a stewardess?
His accent is so thick that it could either be Israeli or some kind of approximation of Arabic. I say this because there's another Five-ish sketch showing an Arab terrorist going through security without issue. I think this man is supposed to be an overbearing Arab who accosts Five-ish who wants to bring a kosher kosher meal on, but then they forgot and decided to add in some dialogue that makes him seem Israeli. After this, the Fivishes get on their flight with El Al, the largest Israeli airliner, which then promptly crashes into the ocean because of engine breakage.
That's for everyone. I know I should have done Hadaba Skyline this morning.
I thought this was funny because they clearly did not consult El Al for this, as most airlines do not like to be shown crashing into the ocean. In fact, this is sort of the main things airlines don't want people to think of when it comes to them. It then cuts to the French-British island colony of Bingsalou, which has the Panamanian flag for some reason. It's never really explained why the colony is both French and British. Maybe it's a Quebec situation. The island is ruled by some sort of 17th century colonial merchant who I'll call the King, and an Xbox 360 version of the Prince from Frozen named Franco. The King is being entertained by scuba divers who are hitting a ball that literally just has a default texture on it. No, I'm not kidding, that's just the default texture from Gary's mod.
Yes, that was wonderful. Let me see you slam that volleyball into the pool again. In with your toes. And go all the way to the nose.
That is disgusting. There's sort of an implication that the King's getting a sexual thrill out of this, even though it just looks like an early CGI tech demo. I also have to mention that Franco seems to have a tribal tattoo on his jacket for some reason. We never really get to see his back fully, so I can't be entirely certain, but it seems like someone decided to add a sick-ass mid-2000s tribal tat for literally no reason. Anyway, the Five-ish plane crashes into the ocean with a thematically consistent but horrifically tragic 5 survivors. There are actually people on the plane, by the way, real humans that— wait, is that Go Animate? No, I swear to fucking God, they use Go Animate assets on this thing. I don't even know how that's easier, honestly. They didn't animate them, they just love the Go Animate assets so much that they needed them to be there. I just had to mention that, I'm sorry. Anyway, the Five-ishes wash up on the beach, sing a song, and get reprimanded.
Prepare for war. The French.
The next most interesting thing to happen is when Lord Farquaad shows up. A lot of exposition occurs, there's a song, yada yada yada. The Five-ish congregation finds themselves trapped at the royal palace, where, after a musical number—
Wait a minute, let me explain. With a song. Hit it! New England clam chowder or gefilte fish, it's not too difficult to call. Why eat crab cakes or octopus instead of soup with matzo ball?
Get beckoned by a man named Moishe, a quote Jew, just like you.
What
This
the
confirms that—
fuck? Instead of soup with matzo ball. Jesus, man.
Five-ish is a whole part of the religion, and that Urab wants children to know that money can—
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Yeah, we could check it out, man.
indeed become Jewish. Moishe then tells them they don't like Jews here, which you would think is a prejudice that would fall away after a while, but apparently is very deeply held. There also isn't any mention by any other islander made about Jews, which makes me think that Moishe is just a guy who sucks and is disliked for different reasons and just attributes it to anti-Semitism. I also want to mention that Moishe's outfit is weirdly specific. Not in its details, those are fairly scant, but the fact that it seems to include an Austro-Hungarian military ski cap for some reason, I found very bizarre. I don't note this because it's particularly important, but rather because it raises questions as to where they got his model from. Of all the models on all the asset stores, why it was an Austrian mountaineer circa 1915 that was chosen, I have no idea. Why instead did they not choose any other kind of generic soldier? And why did they choose something that I only recognize because I played way too many Hearts of Iron 4 mods? Anyway, the Five-ish anyway, try to escape before being captured and taken back to chicken wire fences.
Get in there with the chickens. Where you belong.
Which is another thing about the supposedly lost colony I found strangely reminiscent of the industrial nature of the Holocaust. But just as the Five-ishes are going to be put on trial, a helicopter piloted by Boris, another Five-ish, swoops down to announce their arrest. In exchange, the islanders are offered a large chest of coins that the king is told are apparently edible.
It's very good, Your Highness. You'll like them. They're shiny, valuable, but most importantly, edible.
I don't know. That then finally concludes our Five-ish story in the animated realm, but it continues into the aforementioned auction. Every year, Ura hosts a charity auction that is really just a raffle. It's almost comically corrupt in terms of prizes offered to the point where it's basically just gambling. Just as I watched the Five-ish TV show, I also watched the Five-ish charity from 2023 and recorded what happened during it. I've been to a couple charity auctions myself. My memory consists mainly of watching people bid on gift baskets, memorabilia, or gift cards to sums of maybe $300 at the most. They were social events, either for a public school or a local nonprofit, where donors came to mingle. Ura also does charity auctions, but the way they organize these events is in another galaxy compared to my experience and the experience of many others. I'm just going to cover the auction and telethon for now, but the online auction is both the easiest and hardest to explain. So it's not unheard of to pick up an item at a charity auction for below market rate. That's sometimes the incentive. For example, you buy a rare baseball card that got donated to a charity auction. There's some upsides to the benefiting institution in terms of taxes and ease of processing. Ura takes it to a completely new level. Ura auctions themselves don't work like auctions at all. Like I said, they're basically a sweepstakes or raffle where donors buy tickets that are then randomly drawn. The other main difference is the prizes. Where others have donated items with somewhat subjective market price, Ura charity auctions seem to primarily have a different kind of prize. Cash, not collectible buffalo nickels, not a $2 bill signed by Richard Nixon. Large sums of money that Ura gives to its winner. Of the 49 potential prizes, 15 of them were just money. That doesn't include the other prizes, many of which were just a step removed from being a transfer of money. Here's a list of the auction items that you can win for as little as $5 that are just straight up, undeniably money. In fact, one host points out that one winner spent $500 on tickets and made their money back 100 times over. Here's a short list of 15 prizes. $25,000 cash, $7,000 Visa gift card, Five-ish cash, which is $5,555, $100,000 bonus, daily cash, $50 a day for 6 months for $9,000 in total, $7,000 MasterCard, weekly each, $100 a week for 1 year, or $50 to $100, $36,000. Big fat check, which is $6,130. Investment portfolio, parentheses, $10,000. $18,000 cash. Pick 50K. Allows you to pick 1 of 5 hidden cards, each worth $5, $50, $500, $5,000, or $50,000. Yearly cash. 1,000 every year for 10 years for a total of 10,000. Instant 50K for 50,000. 10 of the 50 prizes are some form of guarantee in help paying for a specific bill or expense with a listed value. Choice items from that selection include rent and mortgage, an Amazon spree, and quote living expenses. 6 prizes are a trip to Israel, either for a holiday or just covering the ticket price for a dozen people. 11 prizes are what I would consider to be desirable for most people, even outside the community Ura serves. These include items such as a Toyota Sienna, a fine silver, or a vacation anywhere. I also have to mention what is by far the strangest item in the last list on that count, which is $8,500 that goes towards a bunker or safe room on your property. Well, myself a Gentile, I never felt like having a secured bunker in your backyard is something that would be more appealing to the Jewish people I I know? I mean, if I got offered a bunker for $5, would I turn it down? The answer doesn't have much to do with my ethnicity or religion, and really is just more a question of how cool I think having a bunker would be. The final 7 items...
Does the bunker come with tunnels?
...are the only one I could find that were related to the local Orthodox community. These include things like a Sefer Torah and a year of $200 every week towards Shabbos. One prize among these is the so-called Loser's Prize, which is a limited edition sweatshirt which features 5-ish, surrounded by I'm a Winner, URA 2023 auction. Another part of the live stream that I wanted to talk about was an advertisement for another URA organization that shows up halfway through. And by being an URA organization, it is inherently one that is funded by Cars for Kids. Rebbitzins, I think I'm pronouncing that right, is a site that facilitates the traditional Orthodox Jewish shidduch, where young singles are matched with each other by members of the community. For a religious group that is strictly divided along gender lines and does not evangelize itself, the shidduch is a method for maintaining this tight social cohesion. In essence, the shidduch system is one of the only institutional forms of arranged marriage still in the United States. The shidduch is also a model that is in crisis. Creatively named the shidduch crisis, many in the Orthodox community fear that there is a decline in the number of marriages overall, which is being spearheaded by a drop in shidduch marriages. Looking into this, the conclusion that I saw reached by observers is that a high dropout rate of the religion, pickiness by parents, and the generally dehumanizing nature of having your partner pick for you as technology tears down more social barriers are contributing to this crisis. Men are also less willing to marry, which combines with the higher male tendency for leaving Orthodox Judaism to make women in the shidduch system much more susceptible to being objectified, both by potential partners and often the woman's own parents trying to sell her in a buyer's market. Rebbitzins seeks to fix part of that crisis by providing a more streamlined and supportive shidduch process to parents. In the promo played during the telethon, it is made clear that the purpose of Rebbitzins is to reinforce the shidduch system with their services. By a red background that brings to mind online dating services.
Yeah, this is part of what plays into the, you know, propaganda working too effectively even in Israel. Like, you have the Jewish people coming out and saying, like, you know, race mixing is bad and people need to get married and have more kids and stuff. So the propaganda is even working on those they didn't intend it for, of, you know, the anti-marriage, anti-family shit.
And romantic music, Rebbitzins is part of a deeply conservative tradition. As I previously mentioned, the shidduch system does not favor women. More than just the demographic issues that make women outnumber men in the community, women who are married using the shidduch system are being placed firmly inside a deeply patriarchal community structure.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Those tunnels are probably filled with silver.
The most standing example of this fact is that Orthodox Jewish women are generally not allowed to seek a divorce. Only their husband can initiate that process. This can result in creative solutions where gangs of Orthodox men are hired on behalf of Orthodox women unsatisfied with their marriages to kidnap and convince the husbands who are refusing this divorce. The practice was the subject of the 3rd episode of The Sopranos.
Called Hasidim. Hasidim, but I don't believe him. What do you want to title me? He wants a divorce for his daughter. You know about this shit?
Run. Trust me. You don't want to do business with these people.
He said there's 25 large in it if we can get him this year again.
You know, there's an old saying amongst Jews. When a Jew gets a divorce, even the altar sheds tears.
Unfortunately, most Orthodox women aren't able to hire roving gangs or the Soprano crime family.
Oh.
While studies on the topic in American Orthodox Jewish communities are rare, it's found that the Orthodox community in Israel had high rates of domestic abuse, far higher than the average. A study from the University of Puget Sound noted the relationship between adherence and violence. Domestic violence is harder to escape for more religious women because of their strict adherence to the halacha. Despite URA being more modern than other strains of Orthodox Judaism, the leadership still maintains a deeply conservative view towards marriage. URA founder Chaim Mintz said so himself in November 2023, answering a question about the roles of men and women in a statement summarized by URA as, "The man makes the decisions because he has the Torah knowledge to back him up."
This Boston Jewish marriage will put it as most wives like a husband as a leader, because a husband who is a Ben Torah and he studies Torah and he knows what the laws of the Torah are, usually he knows more than the wife knows.
Statements like this point to a phenomenon called Haredization, where modern Orthodox communities have become increasingly observant of traditional practices. The growth has been on top of a high base level of poverty as well, that by some counts is equal to that of Detroit. The Orthodox community is known for higher poverty rates, while also helping one another very frequently. But this cannot sustain a growing community. Luckily, URA exists to promote the interests of Lakewood residents. By comparing the Lakewood city budget for 2021 with URA's operating expenses in the same year, my math showed that URA spends the equivalent of 23.5% of the city budget on its own project. URA runs a rather sophisticated operation for giving to its community. The Salvation Army Worldwide Office grants roughly 71% of its operating expenses to other organizations, and the Jewish community for the Foundation of Greater West Metro New Jersey gives almost 85% of its operating expenses away. URA only gives 12.7% of its operating expenses away. Over 13 million of the 28 million in 2021 operating expenses went to salaries, miscellaneous payroll obligations, and office expenses. But given the aforementioned insular nature of URA, these are almost definitely all being paid to Lakewood residents. Paying so many salaries creates a sort of Ouroboros of local investment that has coincided with the aforementioned boom that Lakewood has been experiencing in recent years. URA bolsters the yeshiva system of private religious schools by making them a more appealing option for parents, either by making them cheaper or by otherwise enhancing their facilities. Meanwhile, the yeshiva push has put the Lakewood School District into a financial death spiral. By using legal loopholes, yeshivas have been able to demand bus services for 30,000 private school students from a service that only educates around 5,000 public school students. This is a cost that a large organization like URA could feasibly take on, maybe by providing, I don't know, cars for these kids. All this, the telethon, the shidduch, the buses, 5-ish, is being funded by the dollars of mostly unaware people across the country donating to Cars for Kids. That's my main problem with URA. It's the deception. If you took all of what I just described and told me it was being funded by some billionaire donor, my tune would change, not because I would approve of it now anymore on a personal level, but because the externalities are being contained to one person. But given the number of times you've heard that Cars for Kids jingle, you all know it's not contained to one person. There are also plenty of Christian charities that misuse government funds and deceive the public. There are so many that the idea of a pastor with a private jet has become a joke for half the country and a religious reality for a significant minority.
You should just not give money to charity across the board for the most part. Most charitable organizations are a fucking scam. If you actually want to do charity, help out individual people that you know. Period. Don't give money to these organizations.
When compared to the sheer scale of fraud in the name of Jesus Christ that has been committed in this country, URA's tens of billions seem laughable.
What are you going to do with the $5 bill? Huh? Put it on your pile with all your other fucking bill? Probably, yeah.
But those charities receive plenty of scrutiny for their actions, even if it doesn't work all the time. So as long as the start of that infamous jingle is prompting tens of thousands across the country to punch the power buttons on their car radios as fast as they can, URA remains everybody's problem. Hey, thanks for watching the video. This was something that I adapted from my Substack piece, which you can find.
Yeah, dude, most charities are a fucking scam. It's the oldest trick in the book.
Every kill you get, I'll give you an ooh.
Alright, bet.
Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
Aw, you're adorable.
Jesus. Ugh, that just makes my skin crawl. I don't know how people like listening to that shit.
Whoa.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, ooh.
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 Oh my god, that is so adorable.
Oh, Anise. Ooh.
Oh, what? You're live on Twitch?
Base. That's real gaming right there. That's real gaming. Fuck yeah. Not that, you know. Ugh, dude. I don't know how people listen to, like, the fucking VTuber talk. That shit is so disgusting. It makes your fucking skin crawl. I don't know. I don't fucking get it at all, dude. Oh my god. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna go grab another seltzer water real quick. My stomach is like fucking up again. Give me like 1 minute. I just gotta grab one out of the box. Alright, I'm back. Now I'm about to have an inverse quartering experience where I'm going to start puking instead of shitting. No, it's going to be coming out of the opposite hole. Dude, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, but like, it's just, I have that constant urge that I need to like puke. And I don't know why. It's really bad though. I'm just waiting for something to open on Uber that I can order. So I can, like, get something bready at the very least. Oh, I wonder... Do they have anything? It's gonna take... Did I eat PK's feet curry? No, thankfully.
Like and subscribe. Now let's dive. The many lies of Erika Kirk continues into her tradition, as she follows up with other politicians and political figures, of just being a liar, which is why we need statesmen, not politicians, but topic for another time. That being said, Erika Kirk goes beyond most politicians and political figures in her lies, and instead of lying about things that are more difficult to refute, like were you part of a cult in college, she just goes all the way out there and makes it blatantly clear that she is not who she says she is. The most prominent lie of Erika Kirk may just be this Christian woman facade she puts on, and I find it deeply insulting because she simply isn't that at all. She's a mockery of that. And it's a huge disrespect to the real ones out there who do practice the qualities which Erika Kirk pretends to. Now this is going to be awkward, and many out there are going to think I'm the bad guy, but we're going to have to go there, you guys. Someone's got to say it, which is basically the theme of this series at this point. Firstly,
well,
Erika
dude,
Kirk
there's no such thing as a conservative woman that's out there in the spotlight. Like, that doesn't exist.
is for the notion that she is this chaste woman who actively prepared herself spiritually and physically for Charlie Kirk. So most prominently, Erika Kirk has gone on the record many times as stating that she did not date anybody during her 5 years in New York. And here's a clip saying just...
Yeah, that's a fucking lie. I've never dated anyone. Yeah, bullshit.
That.
What I will say is, when I lived out here, I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was. That was my mindset. I was not in that headspace.
And in the last
well, what do you define as dating? That's the cope.
So we discussed that this roommate who was evidently so terrible in terms of her street life, we'll call it.
It's like the women who say that they still are virgins even though they've gotten fucked on camera for OnlyFans because that's work. It doesn't count.
It turns out that roommate was her cousin, Nicole Rothstein, who is the heiress to a fraudster and a whole series of fraudsters. If you're confused about what I'm talking about, definitely go watch part 1. She actually ends up very likely being the progeny of one of the most infamous criminals of all time. Continuing though, it's also true that this whole thing of waiting for the right man that Erika Kirk says she got into was a complete lie. Firstly, Erika's in an episode of a show called Summer House, literally going on a date with somebody on a double date. Moreover, there are drinks on this date, and Erika Kirk claims not to be a drinker.
I would rather have coffee or brunch with someone than go, I don't drink, I find it unproductive, not because I'm holier than whatever, I just don't operate that way.
So something right here isn't really adding up whatsoever, but we'll get more to her drinking later. And this would obviously be during the same time frame that Erika Kirk was supposedly waiting on her man.
Yeah, but dude, this is a TV show. It's fake, so it's just acting.
which would later turn out to be Charlie to come around. Indeed, she started dating Charlie in the same calendar year as this episode of Summer House was recorded, from the information we have. And yeah, that's not a great look. Outside this episode, there's very little information on her relationship with this Jordan guy and how long it went for. And on that note, I decided to reach out
To be fair, most of those reality shows, air quotes, are fucking fake. They're just scripted, so, yeah.
Jordan Viore, the guy in this clip, to see if he had anything to say about Erika. And surprise, surprise, he didn't respond, but at least we can say we tried. Quick interjection, sorry to ruin the flow. I found a video where they actually did go out on a date, so fair to say she did date him. Thankfully, though, this is by no means the only man that Erika had a relationship with within this time frame she quote-unquote wasn't dating. So let's continue to the next man.
Yeah, I don't believe, like, sorry. There's no chance that an attractive young woman is not dating. Like, it's just not possible.
A fellow named JT.
Unless she's a fucking neat. Which, yeah, unlikely.
Massey. Massey was a baseball player, playing the amateurs for many years before getting drafted to the Colorado Rockies. He seems like a genuine dude. I'm not going to knock him. He likely didn't have any idea what he was getting into with Erika. However, the reason we do know he got into something with Erika is that one, Erika references him in the Arizona Gazette article we mentioned a while back in the previous episode where she discusses her dad's business. And for context, this article we're about to read a couple snippets from is Erika's description to a reporter about what her typical day looks like. In fact, the whole thing's a line. These events occur on different days, but that's besides the point. Just another Erika Kirk lie, I suppose. But she says
she's not attractive. She was back in the day. Are you fucking... All right. You can dislike her if you want, but she definitely was attractive back in the day. So, 10 years ago, she was pretty attractive, bro.
Following in this article about her other man, JT Massey.
Definitely above average, for sure.
5:30 p.m., I have happy hour with my favorite human and best friend, JT Massey. Also, conveniently enough, my incredible boyfriend. Talking about everything from his day at the baseball field to the latest with his music group, Saving Southern. 11 p.m., if I can get my brain to turn off, it's bedtime. JT and I have a nightly prayer tradition where we take turns leading the bedtime prayer. Tonight's my night. Once we get off the phone, I set my alarm and get some rest for another unpredictable day tomorrow. This article, I mentioned it earlier, but I gotta reiterate, this is just a bunch of events that have happened in her life that she squished into one day. I think it's very disingenuous that she presents it as anything less than that, and it's definitely not her typical day, and it's just a little annoying. Digressing though, what we have here is a reference to a man that Erika calls her boyfriend, and she supposedly wasn't dating, and another reference to Erika drinking, which she claims not to do. At least I assume she's drinking because that's what happy hour and going to happy hour implies to just about everybody on earth, I think. Also, my favorite person in the world, she describes this JT as they're praying together and they're best friends, all in her words. It would appear that these two then, like the kids say, were meant to be endgame material, but if you're a little bit older, perhaps a boomer, that means that they were likely to get married, that they were on that path. I think Erika does present it that way, to be fair. However, as we know, according to all the records we have, she never actually married JT. But funny enough, on that note, they might have gotten even closer than we suspect because some photos have emerged from a company named Luna Bear Photography. And these photos are of Erika Kirk and JT Massey, and they were obviously couple shots, and not just that, but engagement shots. Now, Cooper's obvious, you proved at this point that Erika was not the woman she claimed to be when it comes to dating, but there's a huge difference in between I didn't date anybody and I did, and I didn't date anybody and I was actually engaged prior to the husband who ends up being assassinated. And that's a pretty big leap to take, I know, and yet it's precisely why I'm saying it, because it doesn't actually take much effort to get there and to see that this might actually be the case. Because when you start searching for Luna Bear Photography, you find some interesting things, like their LinkedIn profile, which states that they take...
There are hot women who are single and in between... Yeah, but okay, is there actually any, like, genuinely hot women that have never hooked up with or dated a guy for 5 years? Like, that's impossible. Sorry. I'm pressing X to doubt on that one.
Engagement and wedding photos, and from what I can tell in their existing repository of images, they don't do much else, especially at the time when these photos of Erika and Massey were taken. So yes, the evidence does suggest that Erika Kirk was engaged to another man just 3-ish years before meeting Charlie Kirk. So not only dating, but getting almost to the altar with another man. So even further ridiculous when compared to her initial claim that she was just waiting on her Charlie. But it's actually even stranger than that. I went back hunting to find Luna Bear's Instagram, and funny enough, when you do that, you find it no longer exists. So in between the time people found the account and now, less than a month or so after this broke headlines, the account has been deleted and completely scrubbed and can't be found. With that in mind, I did find some other photos that the studio was tagged in, or that were leftovers from other accounts related to it, and we do know that the studio did once exist, so the photo is legitimate that we were shown. But also get a hold of this info, I uncovered that there's a new, never before seen as far as I'm aware, Erika Kirk photo from her behind the scenes before this photo shoot. And the caption reads as follows: that one time I was able to work on a shoot with the most amazing souls I know, prayer.
Spiritual gangster, bro. Cringe. Protestantism is probably the most corny ass religion ever, bro. It's such a LARP.
Here's an emoji, Erika Francevy and JT Massey. You are two beautiful humans. I am so blessed to call you friends. And then another one from this same girl who did the makeup for this shoot. If you're wondering what Intense Focus looks like, it's at 6 a.m. It's this. Hashtag behind the scenes of a sunrise shoot this morning with Luna Bear Studios and our gorgeous models, Erika Francevy and JT Massey. When she says models, she's saying that in the colloquial sense, not the literal sense, as in these two are modeling for these photos in this engagement shoot. Come on, son. It seems pretty obvious what's going on here. The engagement photographer is taking engagement photos. And to round it out, I know there's gonna be a glow in the comment section who says something about them being literal models and that they aren't together, but that's just downright silly. Why would a company with hundreds of clients and successful shoots that advertises them on other platforms already, these other shoots that is, now suddenly decide decide to hire models, wasting money for something they already have. We can also see similar engagement issues across the existing tag photos for Luna Bear Studios, and see that these two were just another client of theirs. The other valuable lesson this little rabbit hole offshoot taught me is that Erika's current Instagram is not her original one by any stretch. She had another, and why she deleted her old one, which had almost 40,000 followers, I have no idea. It doesn't seem to make sense unless you are trying to hide something, which is what I think happened. And so I imagine that early on into dating Charlie, Erika might have realized that there was too much to hide on this account, and that she ought to get rid of it before
Lutherans are really based? Not in the United States, they're not.
Archived on the Wayback Machine, and people can see more clearly who she really is. Dastardly, I know, because her current Instagram already displays and reveals far too much of her in all senses of that expression. Unfortunately, though, her play of getting rid of the old Instagram works just in time, because we do have archives of it, but those have only a few of the images, and not even the images themselves, just the captions of them, not even the full captions, even just partial captions. So by just that much, we miss having the old Erika Kirk's Instagram. That being said, if you do have access to that account, please let me know. I would love to see what's on there. But nonetheless, this is still an interesting and ominous find, because Erika Kirk left us this bizarre bio on this old Instagram. Kind of like anyone who went this far down the rabbit hole and found out this information, she says the following: Erika Fransby's account. This is my original IG account and is ran and monitored by @Miss_Erika_Kirk / not accepting follow requests -E. All right, bro, that's not weird at all. In summation of this little side quest we went on here, it seems clear that there was something on this Instagram which Erika wished to hide, and to give up all these posts and followers she had seems like an intriguing choice. And it was right around the time she started getting serious with Charlie, so there's another connection there that sounds like it might be it. That being said, though, if there is one thing I do appreciate about our time, it's that the online record is very hard to remove, and even harder
Bruh, I have that same picture of Trump in my, well, I guess I don't have it hanging, but I have that exact same picture of Trump behind one of my monitors.
YQ government operatives. Just putting that out there. And the fact that the Luna Bear Studios account no longer exists does make you wonder if Erika Kirk pressured this photo studio into shutting down their account on Instagram and on Facebook as a last-ditch, desperate effort to cover up her trail of broken hearts, as it were. Because like we said, in between the time these photos were found and now, the account has been deactivated. And that's really, really odd, because there'd be no point for this company to do that. It ruins your chance to advertise, and the only reason I can think of is they were pressured into doing it, because it likely became obvious to Erika that this was going to be a bad look for her if it was allowed to stay up. This trail of broken hearts, though, doesn't end with JT. It does continue into another bloke named Cabot Phillips, who she appears to have dated for most of 2017. 2017 would also, you guessed it, be during her self-proclaimed period of abstinence from men.
I never dated here.
And around a year prior to meeting Charlie for the first official.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's the thing, is most of these tradcon women are just LARPers, bro. They're just LARPers, or they're the biggest whores ever, and they just lie about it. So there's no such thing as a tradcon woman that puts herself out in the spotlight, period. They're all performance artists.
Time in a manner that was phrased as a quinky-dink, but that doesn't seem quite like it the more you start to look into it as the circumspect observer. Now, this information about Cabot comes from a couple of social media posts that were recently discovered. One of which is an old archive post from what I believe is Cabot Phillips' Facebook account. Actually, I think it's Twitter where he posted these, my bad guys. From September 17th of 2017, and it shows Erika Kirk and this Cabot fellow holding paintings they just did, and the caption reads the following: "Yes, we're that couple who gets painting lessons together." It's Erika Kirk and Cabot Phillips holding paintings. If they did at one of those couples painting places, they're supposed to look similar. Although after looking at Cabot's painting, considering that these places are basically paint by numbers, if not literally paint by numbers, I have to wonder what Cabot Phillips was looking at the whole time to come out with that wonky thing that he made. Digressing, if it wasn't clear based on the picture, it should be based on the caption then that these two are a couple, you know, because he says it. Now, unsurprisingly, if you were to try and go find these posts on Cabot Phillips' account, you might notice, oh, they aren't there, and that seems convenient, right? Indeed, it would appear that all references between the two of one another on their respective accounts have been taken down and scrubbed, and there's sheer chance that this one was found. For more color, though, we should probably get more information on Cabot Phillips, the guy who doesn't know how to color. And as it would turn out, Cabot is actually a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, or at least a friend at one point a long time ago, and even appears in a post from Charlie's account where Charlie's discussing how he just beat Cabot in a one-on-one of him in basketball. So the two were clearly friends at one point to an extent.
Cabot, right here, one-on-one. Better bring your A game. You're gonna get smoked.
And there's even this little interview where Cabot discusses this photo, this very photo we're talking about right now, and man crushes all over Charlie in what it kind of seems like a fake and disingenuous manner to me, and I'm just gonna play it for you guys.
Talk about how strong he was. Maybe this is
Bruh, that is not a flattering angle of Candace Owens right there. Jeez.
Not of interest to people, but it's one of the things I'm gonna remember about him. He was also very physically strong. We used to play basketball together, and I remember I met Charlie back in 2015, and this was right when Turning Point was getting off the ground, and he found out that I like to play pickup basketball and said, hey, I'm in DC a lot. I'm always looking for some people to play basketball with. We should play. And then before we actually got the chance to play together, Charlie said, you know what? We should do a one-on-one basketball game.
But excuse my manners, I should have formally introduced you to Mr. Phillips here. At that point, Cabot was kind of a free agent floating between different positions, but today Cabot Phillips actually works for the Daily Wire. He's a senior editor there for Joe, that being the Morning Wire. More prominently, though, and more recently, Cabot Phillips has been slated to do a speaking conference and lecture series on the critical topic of how to lead like Charlie. That might actually be the title, but don't quote me on that. And that should strike everyone as weird, but I'll point out why. You have a guy who previously dated the wife of the fellow who was assassinated. This wife is now, for some unknown reason, is now in charge of Tapusa, and that wife, being Erika, and now that she's in charge, I think it's safe to assume that herself and some close colleagues and friends are the ones who chose the former buddy of Charlie and beau of Erika's to now give a speaking tour on how to lead like Charlie. In a less confusing way, choosing her ex-boyfriend to talk about her dead husband. That doesn't make sense. Could you imagine being in that position? How weird would that be? And I would say that since Cabot Phillips' memory of choice when discussing his friendship with Charlie was like from 7 years ago, I'm willing to wager that when Charlie found out Cabot used to be intimately involved with his soon-to-be wife, Charlie stopped being so buddy-buddy with Cabot. I don't claim to be besties with a guy I played basketball with once or twice 7 years ago. Speaking of basketball, though, at this point, Erika nearly has a full lineup on her team during those 5 years, but there is one pesky additional man everyone likes to leave out out or ignore or forget about that belongs in Erika Kirk's starting squad. This man on screen appears in the infamous music video that Erika Kirk was in, but we'll touch more on that topic later. For now though, his name is Tyler. The meat of the matter is that Tyler and Erika flits around Vegas, driving in cars, and some implication of getting married and ziplining. And throughout this whole video, you can kind of tell this doesn't seem like two actors together on screen. They seem a little bit more intimate than that. And specifically with the scene of them ziplining in the music video, we have a corresponding behind the scenes video that this group put out. And it becomes clear that Erika Kirk has another man in that period before Charlie, which would have been in 2012. And a slight digression, I don't know why on earth a tiny band that is—
That's the thing. I don't get why you would even bother like lying about that. Again, it comes down to the performative nature of these trad con women. Like, none of them are actually trad at all, and none of them are actually conservative at all. You know, they're covert feminists that use conservative talking points as an excuse to excuse feminism. And it's just so, I don't know, man. It's so transparent. I don't know why people fall for this shit.
Not even together anymore.
The modern woman is corrupted, period. Like, unless you get a girl that you know for a fact has never been with a guy and, you know, literally has just turned 18, chances are she's going to be corrupted at some point before you get to her. Like, it's just, that's the way it goes. There's no such thing as, you know, conservative women nowadays.
Has a series of behind-the-scenes videos for their music video for a song that almost no one had heard of until it became part of the mystery here. Just seems bizarre, like they're letting too much out. But back to the story, there are a number of obvious signs these two are together. For instance, the way he stands and looks at her and the proximity, it would freak me out if they weren't dating. So just from this, it becomes very clear that these two are probably together, which makes sense. Why would you pay another dude to act when you could just have Erika's existing boy toy play the love interest? But also more obviously than that, there are things like, you know, Erika's touching of this guy. This does seem to form a trend though, that Erika has a long history of weird public touching of her men. And I can't show the video here of everything because it'll probably get taken down for copyright. So here are a few screenshots instead. If these two are just co-workers and you're really gonna try and make that argument, then someone's probably gonna be suing someone here, because there's a lot of touchy-touchy going on. But obviously, there are more than that, and I wouldn't be going into this point if they weren't. And I know this because we get the romantic relationship confirmed when Tyler, Big Ty, the Ty man, the Tyster, says the following line that reveals likely to the regret of Erika Kirk far too much for our sake to deny the very obvious that's going on here. And I'll play the clip for you a couple of times, just to make sure you hear it for yourself.
All right, baby, ready? You have to go. Let me go. All right, baby, ready? All right, baby, ready?
Yes, that's right. Baby being the universal term, at least in the West, for the one for whom you are intimate with. And there we have it, Erika's fourth man, if we were including the guy from the Summer House episode. Instead
of course he fucked her, bro.
Erika Kirk is so desperately striving to preserve and present comes tumbling down. Because of her own deplorable actions, she is so obviously and logic-defyingly not the pure, virtuous Christian woman she pretends to be. And boy, like I said, does that irk me, because she is being proffered as this ideal Christian woman, and even mother figure for America, which is creepy and weird, when she's actually just mocking the faith and the very idea of the woman she claims to be, setting a bad example for millions of young women who do want to live in a genuinely, biblically feminine manner. And so Erika, I would like to suggest you just take the fake veil from this crappy music video and go home, man. But I doubt that's gonna happen. So now another question is going to arise from Erika's lies, and that being if she's going to lie about something she didn't have to, as in create all these fake stories about her past and try and create this fake persona, then what else is she hiding? Because I say that it would have been easier and more believable if she had just said, yeah, I used to be this kind of girl that I'm not now, and I know it's not the life to live.
Yeah, exactly, but, you know, if she breathes, she lies, right? Who said that? I fucking forgot, yeah. If she breathes, she lies.
So I'm telling you to live this one. But no, she went and she tried to solve the whole thing, and now we have to call her out and have these weird conversations, and it's put me in the awkward position of being that guy who's gonna have to do the following. So basically, my question boils down to, what else is she hiding on the internet? And with that in mind, I think the next most logical place to go to are her otherworldly, strange Instagram posts. And I'm not going to dwell here because most of them boil down to, wow, you wore that? That's insane. Once again, that is not the behavior of a Christian woman, and yet she's pretending to be one. Since these images are so bad, I'm trying to keep this in the, you know, lighthearted humor way. I know, ooh, no, how dare he say the thing we're all thinking? Oh, let's pretend to be mad at him. The Bible has numerous passages about how women should dress, and Erika, claiming to be a Christian, should know about and be following these passages, and holding herself to that standard, which as a Christian, we're supposed to hold each other to. But she fails horribly in this regard, and most importantly, unrepentantly so. Like I said, if she had apologized for the way she used to be and was like, man, that isn't me anymore, I'd be okay. Take, for instance, this photo, which is about as revealing as a plastic wrapper on a bag of cheeseburger buns. Okay, another follow-up from me. Sorry, guys. This photo I just showed you on screen, there was people trying to say it was AI generated despite being from 2014. I was actually able to confirm it's not AI generated, and in that I found a few other photos of her from the shoot with something called Rebirth Bags. That's what I believe the name of the company is. There's a couple of other photos. I cannot find the original repository, but I found a few. It's a really, really bad look. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to blur these out as well. But it would appear, based on the stuff I'm seeing, that she was modeling for this Rebirth company. I can't find much else about them. It is very odd though, and I'm gonna keep seeing if we can get all the original photos because they seem to really further the point about.
How bad are they actually? Rebirth mentioned, indeed, man. Let's see if I can find them. I don't see them on Google. Yeah, if I can find them, I'll pull them up, but... I don't see anything. Let me see. What was... I'm just trying to see if I can find something that's descriptive.
On a bag of cheeseburger buns. Okay, another follow-up. Doesn't mean anymore. I'd be okay. Take, for instance, this photo, which is about as revealing as the plastic wrap.
Ladies of BBN. Let's see how bad that is. Dude, what a weird last name. Oh, come on. Okay, yeah, that's way over-exaggerated, dude. It's not that bad. Hold on. It's just literally a swimsuit picture. Yeah, he's way overselling how revealing that is. Hold on, let me pull it up. It's not even that bad, bro. Like, I thought she was going to be wearing, like, a shoelace or something, you know? Like, I thought it was going to be way worse than that. Yeah, it's not that bad. Like, look, dude, that's not anything crazy. Like, come on, bro. Like, he made it look like she was basically fucking naked or some shit. Like, bro, that's just a swimsuit. Holy shit. Yeah, that... See, that's the type of... I don't know, what do you call it? Exaggeration, I guess, that kind of discredits this whole shit. It's like, bro, come on. That's not really that big a deal.
Wrapper on a bag of cheeseburger buns. Okay, another follow-up from me. Sorry, guys. This photo I just showed you on screen, there was people trying to say it was AI-generated despite being from 2014. I was actually able to confirm it's not AI-generated, and in that I found a few other photos of her from the shoot with something called Rebirth Bags. That's what I believe the name of the company is. There's a couple of other photos. I cannot find the original repository, but I found a few. This is a really, really bad look. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to have to blur these out as well.
Yeah, I wish I could find that. I was trying to see if I could find it. I mean, if the other photo was anything to go off of, I doubt this is even that bad either. Let's see. I was trying to see if there was anything on Twitter about it. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Well, but it would appear, based on the stuff I'm seeing, that she was modeling for this Rebirth company. I can't find much else about them. It is very odd.
Basically, see, this is the one I want to check. It's like, I highly doubt it's actually basically nude. I highly doubt it.
Though, and I'm going to keep seeing if we can get all the original photos because they seem to really further the point about whatever's going on with Erika. It is not right. And boy, there's a lot of photos like these. Here's a quick montage. And when I say a lot, I mean...
Dude, okay. Like, why are we blurring it?
A lot. Like, more than you would think a lot when you really look through it all. And I imagine if we had access to our old Instagram and some of the other accounts that are probably splattered about out there, it would be way, way worse. To that point, this is just some of what's even on this one account. There's plenty of them, and most...
She's in... Alright, dude, this is literally from...
out there.
Alright.
It would be way...
Yeah, hold on.
Way worse. To that point, this is just some of what's even on...
This is literally from Miss America, or whatever the fuck. Bro, she's not naked. She's in a fucking swimsuit. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, she wasn't fucking naked on the Miss America stage, you dumbass. Like, yeah, this guy's just way overselling it at this point.
On this one account, there's plenty of them, and most of them are low-hanging fruit, so I'm not even gonna go there. It's because the same point applies. Unfortunately, though, I feel like that there's going to be people out there who are going to defend this sort of behavior who normally would think it's wrong and would never do it themselves, or, for instance, let their daughter
See, this is where he's discrediting himself, because it's like, bro, she's not fucking naked. Holy fuck, bro.
But since it's Erika Kirk, they're going to defend it with some sort of mental gymnastics, so we have to dispel any doubts in any mental gymnastics.
Yeah, like right here, it makes it look like her tits are out, her vag is flashed, when in reality, it's that. Like, dude, that's pretty fucking bog standard, like, you know, swimsuit modeling. I don't know, bro. He's way overselling it.
Portions, and I'm going to overpower any last mental reservation you, specifically the doubter, have left about this chick and who she actually is. And so I show you what is probably the most wild post she could have made outside of her just wearing her birthday suit, and that is the following. It's gross just from the start. I want to blur it because it's like, why are you doing that?
What?
She could have made outside of her just wearing her birthday suit, and that is the following. It's gross just from the start. I want to blur it because it's like, why are you doing that, bro? But for the sake of the point, I'm not.
You want to blur it? What? Oh my god. Is this guy fucking gay? What the fuck? Dude, holy shit.
Like he's saying this line. Okay. In the most...
That's disgusting. That's almost worse than being naked. Holy shit, bro.
YT-friendly way. Erika's bottom half is spread almost to a 180-degree angle, sitting high above the camera on a staircase, holding her hair back in a Fendi shirt, clearly focusing the attention on one specific area with the camera angle and the legs and all that jazz. And the post is met with the...
Bro, come on, dude.
Following caption, if it wasn't obvious enough, quote, ... what's she order? ? Fish fillet? That's so vile and weird, dude.
Oh my god, dude. If that's worse than being naked, I don't know what to say.
What is this? You would think in a video about a supposed Christian woman who leads a conservative organization, you would never have to say the following, but I don't think it takes a whiz to figure out here what's going on. Her
censored the ankles, that would be funny.
The fish fillet being referenced.
This dude just comes off as like some puritanical LARPer.
Here, fish and stinky fish and all that is a common euphemism for a stanky yahoo. And so for Erika, the girl who meets Charlie this same year of posting and is meant to embody Christian values and femininity and be this pinnacle of purity, to post this is sickening. It's sickening for anybody. I think it's weird and gross, but really so for someone claiming to be all of these feminine biblical ideals. And now, for some unknown reason, maybe, just maybe, we can try and be incredibly generous and say, you know what, maybe she became that woman, that ideal biblical woman she claimed to be when she met Charlie. Fine, I disagree, but for the sake of argument, let's play ball. Then why on earth wouldn't she have deleted this post in abject horror of her old self? Any true Christian can attest that once you accept the Lord, you are meant to be doing away with your old self and becoming a new creation. This often means old behaviors become abhorrent to you. And I would also expect that she would have deleted all of the practically photos that she's posted all over her Instagram. It's bizarre. Especially now you have a new man, you would expect that she would at least respect Charlie and not wanting that out there and tainting his image. I mean, come on, you have this man, a super prominent Christian conservative leader. What are you doing leaving up the posts and leg spreaders and captions referencing your stanky coochie? I'm also a little disappointed in Charlie for not having a conversation with her about this. Like, what is going on? How did no one pay attention to this until recently? This whole thing doesn't smell right to me whatsoever. That's probably a bad choice of words. But nonetheless, it's very clear. We can see it. And if you don't at this point, it's because you refuse to, not because there's a lack of evidence. Indeed, outside of the other degenerate photos on Erika's Instagram and the stanky fish one, there is one more post that if somehow it doesn't break your brain, I don't know what will. And this time it goes along a different line and is a less stanky one and is more precisely a very eerie one. Although I should say, technically, she's also not fully clothed in the top half of this photo, but at this point, it wouldn't really be Erika's Instagram if she was clothed, would it? This post I include as one of the many in a collection on her Instagram.
Is this guy, like, actually fucking gay? Oh, she's not fully clothed. It's like, oh my god, bro.
That are spread out across it where she's posted with a firearm. Whatever, you do you. Represent the stars and stripes. I don't care. However, it caught people off guard and caught me off guard on stream because she's on a roof with a scoped rifle. That just felt a tiddlywink.
Oh my god. Is this guy... Like, dude, it's from 2013. Yeah, for fucking how many years she planned on killing Charlie Kirk. She fucking posted a picture 12 years in advance. This has to be like either high-level trolling or the ultimate display of mid-wittery. Like, this rivals Candace Owens levels of fucking retardation at this point.
Off, you know what I mean? But it got a little bit stranger when on stream we noticed something else.
But what I noticed was weird. Okay, let me pull this up on a different tab, just in case. Yeah, that looks about right? So we're talking about right here. I think it was on the second floor. It's not letting me get any closer. That's fine. That's fine. You don't need to let me get any closer. If you were to perchance scroll in, if it's gonna let... All right, don't let me. That's fine. But if you start looking, you start noticing that the background of the roof she's on looks very similar to the background.
Oh my god, bro. Are you fucking kidding me?
in that photo of her with the gun, which she would be overlooking them when Charlie was shot. Now that's oddly familiar, isn't it?
Yeah, dude, this is like genuine schizophrenia. Holy shit, man.
A little too familiar, perhaps. I'll spell it out, though. Far too close looking to the exact position of the Kirk assailant, whoever that actually was, on the fateful day of September the 9th. I mean, the odds that she's taken a picture on a roof with a firearm with an optic like that, the roof which happens to match very nearly the same way at UVU, and a background that also looks very similarly to what that angle of the shooter's position at UVU would have looked like, including the mountains in the background. Yeah, it's not exactly a great look. However, while the note of scandalous internet uploads, I think we should point out a YouTube video I found. I don't know if anyone else has really seen it, and it's supposed to be a quote-unquote workout video that Erika Kirk posted to her Erika Fransky account. That being said, it doesn't leave much to the imagination, and I mean that very, very literally. Her cheeks are in it frequently. Literally within the first 2 seconds of the video, there's a direct shot of her buns, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to blur that out because I don't.
I'm gonna have to blur it out. Dude, what are you, a fucking homo? Oh my god, bro. You saw her ass while working out.
Want anyone else seeing that? I think it's gross already. But if you are curious, you can find the video.
This has to be low IQ, anti-Semitism, subvert. That's what I'm thinking. This is like wild, bro. This is a terrible fucking video.
Yourself. And if you do find it yourself, you might notice that if you hovered over the scroll bar on YouTube, they have that nifty feature that allows you to show the highest playback moments, which means...
Alright, so I'm trying to find some of these images on her Instagram that he blurred, and I'm just gonna screen cap some of them, and I'll pull them up after. But it's insane. Like, one of them that he blurred, like, it's insane. Anyway, we'll go back to that.
The people rewatch the most. And when you check what the most rewatch point is for this video, it's by far, when the news commentator is discussing her strutting in a bikini on national TV, not a Christian thing to do, by the way. And the camera angle for this moment, which I presume Erika helped angle, has an upshot directly at the area in skin-tight clothing, which she has inferred from previous posts, has an aroma akin to a fish fillet. I also stumbled upon, purely by accident, a rather immodestly dressed photo shoot Erika partook in with another female, where they are holding that drink, or alcoholic beverages. Again, though, I'm going to reiterate that Erika is supposedly not a drinker. She just drinks in videos, as we've seen. And, you know, she's now being photographed modeling for an alcohol brand, like every non-drinker does. But to go beyond that, if you look at who the photographer of these photos is, you might learn that it's a chick that takes photos of females that are, in my mind, and I think just about everybody's, just... And to me, it would appear that Erika Kirk and this photographer are competing with each other for who can have the most scandalous photos on their pages. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic, but it really, really is that bad. And as it would turn out, I researched who this photographer was, because I was like, who is it that Erika is working with? This seems really weird. Like, she could have chosen not to do this, but she chose to do this. And I found that this photographer has a company where she literally just takes like, that's what she does. She takes sometimes completely photos of females in what are called boudoir shoots. And I'm going to read the following description. It's as pretentious and annoying as you might anticipate. Boudoir portraiture is much like an art form. Much like paintings and art sculptures of ancient times, your beauty deserves timeless preservation. All of history would have been told what to wear. Now, is that not ironic for Erika Kirk? How to act, also ironic. How we should view our bodies, also ironic. Society has set the standard on what is acceptable and what is not. Boudoir is about who you are deep down and embracing the beauty by taking away all your insecurities and inhibitions. Women come to be feeling nervous but leave powered and feeling gorgeous. The irony of someone who takes naked photographs of women saying that she's trying to get the inner beauty is wild to me. The description continues to say, boudoir sessions take place at my home studio, outdoors, or at special locations. Gross. Sessions begin, include a pre-shoot photo consultation, wardrobe and styling advice, professional retouching and editing. I'm going to blur out the name because I don't want to promote this. Offers high-quality luxury print products from metal wall arts that you can hang in your home or gorgeous albums that you can tuck discreetly in your nightstand. Final images are revealed in person 1 to 2 weeks after your session. Products and images are sold separately. What you decide to purchase is entirely up to you. Because of this, you're able to purchase exactly what you desire. The amount spent by each client varies greatly. Investing in your images begins at $299. Some clients spend just that, while most spend more and some spend thousands. This is gross for 1,000 reasons. I couldn't even keep my opinion out of it when reading it. But it does seem like we're once again learning that Erika Kirk is keeping
I got
a
a
very different
decent
company
collection
around her than what
here. I got a decent collection here. So let me send these to myself real quick. I mean, dude, this is crazy if he's actually going to try and go down this route of, like, this is somehow, like, insane fucking nudity that needed to be censored. Hold on. This is wild. Like, this guy, what a fucking clown, honestly. Alright, so let me just download these. Because it's probably not going to let me... Yeah, it won't. I have to download them. Great. Alright, so all of these are ones that he censored, guys. So you have to let me know if you think this needed to be censored. First up, did this need to be censored? Is this so fucking just revealing that it needed to be censored, bro? I mean, yeah, she's basically naked, right? Fucking insane. Next up. Yeah, this one really needed to be censored, dude. Holy shit. I mean, I just can't believe it. This really required censorship, huh? So next up, we have another one. I have 4 total. Yeah, this one really needed to be censored too, dude. Holy shit. I mean, her nips are basically, like, literally out, bro. Is she even wearing a top? Like, you can't even see it. Think of the children, dude. And then this one might be the best. Yeah, this really required censorship, huh? Like, it really just leaves nothing to the imagination, huh? Oh my god. Yeah, dude, this is like some literal, just like fucking midwittery on display. Either that or he's purposely trying to be disingenuous. Like, if this is what requires censorship now, like, jeez, man. Oh my god. But those are just a few I was able to find, just browsing casually.
Professes to. And it's honestly downright disgusting. I originally recorded a segment where
oh, look, he did another one where he blurred.
I said I wasn't sure, but I was very confident they're the same person. I was actually able to confirm that they are indeed the same photographer. The one that did these alcohol advertisement shoots with Erika Kirk, who's not a drinker supposedly, is also the same one that does those shoots. I was able to confirm this because on the Flickr where I found these photos of Erika Kirk, the photographer lists a website, and it's not the same as the one currently, but it has the same woman's name, and they both shoot this sort of photography. And through the phone number I found listed, I was able to confirm that they are indeed the exact same person. I did try to get in contact with her, but she did not pick up. That being said, we do now have confirmation that Erika Kirk is keeping even further bizarre company that doesn't match this whole narrative that we've been told about her. Also, kind of a weird look that the photographer takes photos of kids as well that are just really odd, especially in the context of the other stuff she does, but besides the point. Let's get back to the video. Much like the Luna Bear Studios accounts, the Instagram and Facebook profiles for this woman's business no longer exist. So just like the other photographer, when information had the chance of being leaked, Erika Kirk, I presume, I'm guessing, went and made sure that it wouldn't be, and had these profiles deleted. Which is weird because the copyright for the website is still present and still current. Like, it does make you wonder if Erika Kirk pressured this photo studio into shutting down their account on Instagram and on Facebook as a last-ditch, desperate effort to cover up her connection to Erika Kirk here. I'm not going to link the site, like I said, I'm objectively opposed to this sort of crap, but if you're interested, you can find it yourself. This is another description, though, from this site, the same site for the same photographer that we believe Erika Kirk was using for this alcohol photo shoot despite not being a drinker. I know it makes no sense. And the description reads the following. It's so egregious, I had to read it to you guys. It says to, quote, inquire on milk baths, couples, on location, and more. What? While others want to include some topless or implied nudes, bodysuits, an amazing bra and undie set, garter belt, craft, t-shirts, booty shorts, just a shirt, stockings, favorite sports jerseys, button-up shirt or suit jacket are just some of the preferred items. Why are you taking photos with this chick? Milk baths and great look, Erika. Okay, right here I'm gonna have to step in, and this was not in the original script. I added this in because I've been sent more information on Erika's family, and I thought it was worth sharing with you guys. As of today, like we discussed in the last episode, there are no known and confirmed photos of Erika Kirk's father, Kent Fransby. As aforementioned, we went into detail more so last week. However, one of you wonderful folks out there reached out to me on Discord with a yearbook photo, and it appears to be from the 1960s, and is of a young man that has the same name as Erika's dad, and from the right area and the right time. And so I believe that this likely is the man, and I think it's good to at least have a general idea of what he looked like and what he might look like today, at least to some extent. And I do think it's probably him as well, because I also see similarities between his face and Erika.
What in the fuck is wrong with these people? Holy shit, man. Imagine if they actually applied an ounce of this effort to doing something that actually fucking mattered. Like, they're trying to fucking turbo dox her dad by going through 1960s fucking yearbooks. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
And so now we have at least confirmed that at some point there was a man named Kent Fransby. What happened to him, why he has all these bizarre connections, where he is today, what he looks like today, all that is still up in the air. But it's good to know that as soon as this is him, he was a real guy. Continuing, I have another addition that was not in the original script for this video because I decided to give the Erika Kirk search another go, and boy am I glad I did. Because I dove more into Erika Fransby, partially because I received an email from one of y'all who's been filling out this ancestry tree for Erika Kirk, which has been adding even more questions to the story we've been told for sure, so thank you for working on this. But it made me think more about the relatives and other connections she might have. And so when I stumbled upon the fact that Erika is the director and or member of a lot more companies than we initially realized, beyond proclaiming her other known enterprises, I was very confused because these have literally zero basis in reality or reason to exist from everything we're aware of. They all came from before she met Charlie, and they just don't make any sense at all. To be precise, I found 3 more companies, all of which I suspect are front companies because there's no website, no business, no product, no known customers, anything like that. And so logically then we have to wonder to ourselves then why this, what was a random woman at the time because she wasn't with Charlie, has 3 separate shell companies with nothing connecting to them than I could find just at face value. And maybe it'll be different for you guys. I really hope you look this up, but no amount of researching gave me any more information about what these companies were supposedly doing. And the names of the companies are as follows: Table 4 LLC, AZ Foothills Charitable Foundations Inc., and the Elm Group LLC. Yeah, you'd be right. Those all do sound super odd and like the most obvious front company names I've ever seen, but outside of the names of the companies, I have very little information. I have the business filing documents for one of them and the names of some of the members. Unsurprisingly, the filing documents were useless, and the business cataloging websites themselves also didn't know what these companies were created for, or what they supposedly did. Like, I don't even care if it's what they actually do. I'm just like a cover story at least. Let's put in some effort, guys. And so then I decided to take the only natural.
Does 2 uglies make a hottie? Actually, yeah, that is kind of a verifiable thing, so.
Route that one can and give these people listed on.
That's like an old saying, is God rewards 2 ugly people by giving them beautiful children.
These websites a call. After all, there's no public information.
It's like an old stereotype kind of thing. Is, you know, Two ugly people might have been cursed with being ugly, but their children won't be.
Companies, then there must be some private information, right? So let's listen to some of the phone calls. So the first person I called is a man named Sean. Sean was not very much help, but certainly made this whole thing stranger because about all he did was just pick up the phone, and then from his end, I could only hear distorted audio, what I think is a fire alarm chirp at one point, and then eventually he hangs up on me, and that's just as bizarre as it seems. And I'm still not sure if someone got to Sean or he just has a scuffed mic, and what happened to him and what was going on gets even murkier because when I called him back, he didn't pick up. Hello? Sean? Are you alright? Hello?
What?
I can't hear you, Sean. Are you alright? Sean, scream if you need help. What the frick? The next on the docket is a fellow named Mike. Mike was listed as being directly related to Erika Kirk via an LLC.
He probably thought you were a fucking prank call. What the? This is retarded, bro. This guy's a fucking schizo.
They were both on. I can't imagine a situation where a young girl like Erika Kirk is starting a company and has...
This guy's an actual fucking schizo.
...fellow board members, and she somehow doesn't know them. So like I said, at the very least, these two should be closer than your
Yeah,
average...
this has to be like high IQ trolling or just genuine fucking midwittery.
YouTuber who spends hours a month calling random people. And Michael in this case is a rare gem and a sweetheart because he picked up on the first call and proved that I'm correct, that he knows Erika Kirk better than he's letting on to, based on what he says. Hey, Michael, how you doing?
What can I do for you?
Hey, I'm calling about Erika Kirk.
Oh, stop calling.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably not the first one to do this shit, dumbass.
I would say that was a odd reaction to have. Stop calling. We're gonna call it.
Why would that be an odd fucking reaction to have? You're probably not the first person to call him, you fucking dumbass. He's probably been harassed by a bunch of people like you.
Yeah.
Michael.
Hey, Michael, I think we got cut off. We were talking about the Arizona Foothills Charitable Foundation, LLC, and what exactly that is. Hey, you almost got cut off. That was so weird. I look forward to hearing from you, though. He ended the call on me. All right.
I would, too. Who the fuck are you?
Michael. You can play attacking. Michael seemed just as surprised as I did that I was bringing this company up to him. He definitely didn't...
Dude, what a freak.
...like me calling about it, and I have to imagine I'm probably the only person who's calling
This is just fucking weird, man.
Because this was a pretty obscure finding, and he's probably thinking that no one made the connection between him and Erika. But Mike, if you're seeing this, then that sort of reaction does not make you look any less guilty. And I wanted to see if I could get any more information out of Mike. Because
any less guilty? Of what? What the fuck is he guilty of? Existing? Like, what is this shit, man? He's now, like, actively encouraging people to go fucking harass this random guy. Like, what? Dude. This is insane. Holy shit, bro. Schizo Garcia the 2, we don't claim him. He's not schizo. He's a grifter. This is, like, wild stuff.
He reeks of a story that is desiring to be told, but I cannot get him to pick up again. One of the other guys we called is named Tyler. He uses his mom's phone number, enough for it to show up as his first on his information panel, but eventually we made it through to what I believe to be his actual number, and left him a message, because no one's going to respond to my messages about Erika Kirk. Surprise, surprise, didn't pick up the phone. But shortly thereafter, what was really weird is that I got a call from a random number to my burner phone.
Press 1 to start the call or 2 to decline. Press 1 to start the call will start at the beep.
I did not like that. That was him calling me, bro. What? That's who it is. It's his mother. Did I call him? No. Who are you? And finally, a man who is slowly becoming a myth in this whole investigation, Erika's father, Kent. I found a couple numbers for this guy, and quickly hit on the right one, it would seem. What the frick, what? I couldn't tell at first if this was a bizarre voicemail, so I tried calling again, and somehow the second call was even stranger with Kent. Hey, is this Kent? Well, that was odd. Kent Francis for you, ladies and gentlemen. I literally have no idea what this guy is doing, but it does fit for a man who has one known photo of him, and that is of when he was a teenager. So the fact that he has a bizarre idea of cell phone etiquette seems about right. Okay, you guys, that is where we're gonna edit for this time. I plan on doing one more episode on Erika Kirk, covering symbolism and all of the just weird stuff. And I think
symbolism. Oh my god. Dude, that's gonna be even more fucking unhinged.
Might be done, but unless something else comes out, then we'll have to redecide then. I do want to say thank you guys for all the support in the last video. It's going huge, and I really appreciate that.
Dude, this shit is fucking insane. This definitely is gonna bang with the Candace Owens fucking schizos. Jesus, man. This shit's gonna do numbers with the fucking Candace Owens retards. Let me delete these screenshots. Alright, there we go. Oops, I already minimized it. Genuine evil behind her eyes. Mossad Black Widow attack. Get the GeoGuessr guy to have a look at that Erika on the roof with the gun. Bro, the fact that they actually think there's something to that is just wild, man. I didn't know Erika existed until Charlie died. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? Holy fuck, man. So very Christian to wear leather pants like a rock star. Yeah, I don't really think Christ cares if you wear leather pants, guys. I'm just going to throw that out there. I don't know if leather pants are part of the 7 deadly sins or not, but hey. Holy shit, dude. That video was fucking just schizophrenic as fuck. Jesus. Hold on, let me see if anything's open now. Is that bakery open? Yes, it is. Okay. Cool. I can actually order stuff now. Let me see. What is open? Definitely not Taco Bell. What is that short? Which one? Oh, the pregnant Paul.
Who is young Pauline? Some people think that Pauline in Donkey Kong Bonanza has been trapped in a secret de-aging rock to turn her into a small child. And others are saying that this is simply Pauline Jr.? If this really is the original Pauline's child, then who the hell cracked Pauline? Is Mario the father? No? How about Donkey Kong? What if it was Cranky Kong? Or worst of all, what if it was Diddy? Or it could have been some Pauline on Pauline action. Regardless of who it was, they are dodging child support. No wonder DK looked so shocked when she broke out of the rock. Subscribe for more. Who is young?
What in the fuck, bruh? Alright, well, that was definitely something. That was definitely something. Oh, man. I don't know if I really needed to see that, to be completely honest. I think I probably could have gone my entire life without seeing that. But hey, I did. Bruh. NBA 2K on the Switch. Brutal. Alright, well, I may go ahead and hop off, guys. I'm gonna order some stuff. Oh, wait. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Alright, we can watch it real quick. So, Vintage Wharf. We'll watch it real quick, but after that, I am going to hop off.
Let me show you 3 ways to carry a pistol.
This one. It's short.
It is not just the strength to obey, but the strength to command. Not just strength in number.
Quick. This is it, though. No more videos. So don't send anything else.
The strength of brothers.
So he was like, what happens when like you're out of bullets and the enemy's at you, coming at you? We would honestly use this. Don't be afraid, y'all. Yes, your E-tool. I recommend you go get that, especially if you're in military or law enforcement, because it's cheap.
I found something here on Facebook Marketplace. There's a Sam Kerr. Oh, selling a plate carrier OCP
That looks very similar to the one he was just reviewing.
Fuck.
Alright, y'all, listen. This is what happens when the Chinese are coming at me and I don't have no grenades or bullets left. What I do is I extend out while I'm in my 8-pack plate carrier, and I cup the balls. Then I squeeze and twist. Squeeze and twist. Okay? That's how we be handling them Chinamen in the United States National Guard. And if you don't like the video, you're gay. Greetings and salutations, Reddit.
Dude, that sounds like how Camelot talks.
I, Austin, of the I Haven't Uploaded a Video in a Month channel award channel. And today we're going to be talking about a certain type of specimen that I have came across. And he's been the subject of a couple of people's videos, but I just figured I'd dogpile on. Now, this person is known as Specialist Kearns online, all right? And I don't usually talk about military-related stuff because really that turns into a big pissing contest the minute you start doing that. And then basically, if you're not SF, you shouldn't fucking be talking about it. I think it's gay. You know what? He accepts gear reviews. He's in my wheelhouse. I don't care. That being said, though, I'm actually going to come to Specialist Kearns' aid a little bit. Not only is Kearns a Promethean of knowledge when it comes to warrior skills.
I don't mean to brag, bro, but I'm Cole Bravo. I bet I do pretty well in altercation with someone. It was like, hey, yo, they teach you how to like fight with knives and stuff. I was like, not really, bro. So he was like, what happens when like you're out of bullets and the enemy's at you, coming at you? It's not gonna happen, big dog, you know, because you know you're in a squad element with 9 dudes. Each one of those dudes has like 200 rounds on them, plus a pistol. Gonna happen. But if that wasn't happen, we would honestly use this. Don't be afraid, y'all. Yes, your E-tool, your Gerber USA E-tool, a shovel. That is what we like. It's a shovel. What can it do? You can do a lot. For those that aren't not initiated, I'm not going to tell you how to do it because I'll get in trouble for that. But for those that are initiated, you know, yeah, that would do some damage.
For all y'all that aren't initiated, that's right, y'all. You stick this up somebody's ass, does a lot of damage. Y'all that are initiated, y'all know. When did you get initiated? Fucking World War I? His dude was in the trenches, bro. But he's incredibly based because he'll accept all of those emails from gear companies being like, hey, can you do a video with our product? And you know what? You know what he does? He's like, hell yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. And then he flips it. He flips it on Facebook Marketplace immediately. That, sir, is fucking fun.
Such a nice plate carrier. And y'all, I highly recommend you go out and get you an A-stick. What I'm wearing right now is your full 5.56.
Dude, I would do the same. If I got a bunch of free shit from companies, I'd fucking flip it on eBay or whatever.
Loadout. Highly recommend you go get that, especially if you're in military or law enforcement, because it's cheap, it's affordable, and you don't just get this Borno plate carrier.
See, I found something here on Facebook Marketplace. There's a Sam Kerr. Oh, selling a plate carrier OCP. That looks very similar to the one he was just reviewing, telling everyone else to go buy.
However, okay, because I'm not going to go into the, oh, he malingers and he deployment dodges. Fuck, I don't care. In fact, that might be one of the funnier things he does. For those who don't know, there's this thing called Profile in the Army, if you've never been in. And it's basically like if you're injured or you have an illness that gets you out of doing anything, like duty-wise. And this guy's like talking about simultaneously killing people with shovels. But then he's also like, you know what, y'all? I'm going to say it. My knees hurt. I'm not ashamed to be on Profile. Profile rats. With the most discriminated people on this planet, people on Profile.
I'm on Profile, and I'm not ashamed. All right, so a couple months ago, my knees started hurting really bad, and I was just like, ooh, I don't want to go to the doctor. They're going to put me on Profile and put me on Profile, but it got so bad I had to go to the doctor. And what they told me was I have a torn ACL and ganglion cyst in my knees, so that doesn't feel great.
Brutal.
It really affected me while I was running, doing deadlifts and stuff, and I just came to the realization that, hey, I can't take an AFT right now. I'm going to fail it because of how bad my knees are. So I went to go get a Profile, and it was really hard on me. Like, I've always been taught being in the combat in West that profiles are for weak people, and you shouldn't get a profile that's a certain kind of person that does that. But I needed one, y'all, because I need my body to heal, y'all. I need to get better. If I took the ACF,
Kearns is a fun one to talk about because he reminds me of every single guy that I've had to kick out of the Army at some point or another, and they're always from the Midwest. I think Kearns isn't from the Midwest, but the bigger, like, questionably retard kid, like corn-fed retard kid, that's a guy in every Midwestern unit. They're always incredibly nice, but they're also, like, really fucking useless.
Great North Carolina National Guard. And as always in the day, y'all, on Easter, I don't look for Easter eggs. I'm a combat engineer. I look for landmines.
So he's in the National Guard.
Unlike most people, I don't waste any part of my shrimp. I eat the tail as well.
I can't lie, I do the same. I'm way too lazy to peel the fucking tail off of, like, fried shrimp, so I'll typically eat the tail as well.
Kearns, if you're watching this video, okay, I'll be real with you real quick. Former NCO to current soldier, I assume that's what you are. Get off
I'm guilty of that, I'll admit.
social media. I mean, like, you're just eating... I went through your YouTube today, and you're just eating shrimp in uniform. I know it's funny, but I know that you're giving some first sergeant an aneurysm, and you're just going to ruin your life, so just stop it. But that's going to do it for me today, guys. This is Austin of the Black Rambo Coin channel. Invest today. And I will see you in the next one. Oh, yeah, I also got my monetization back. Thanks for whoever did that. And I'll see you in the next one. Later!
I respect girls 100%.
100%, sir.
But trust not even 1%.
Oh, very good.
See Kearns here. Having another great day in North Carolina National Guard. As always in the day, y'all. Let's talk about...
Dude, he reminds me of that retarded weather guy. That's who he reminds me of. I just thought of that.
Army's bandolier. All right. So did you know the Army still issues bandoliers? I did because, I got issued it. But to me, this is one of the most useless and unnecessary pieces of equipment you're ever going to be issued. I've never seen my personally use their bandolier, and I don't ever see myself using this. And you're like, PFC, but why? It's 3 extra mag pouches. That's 90 extra rounds. And that's the point. It's only 3 mag pouches, y'all. The standard combat loadout is 200 rounds. That's 7 mags. I'm not going to pull up to a Chinese battlefield and be like, you know what?
That's like eating the leaf or the green leaf as well as the straw. Dude, you're supposed to. This is like an actual thing. You're supposed to eat the leaves. Like, here, don't take my word for it. Look, you can eat the strawberry leaves. They're edible, nutritious, and contain antioxidants, vitamin C, iron, and fiber. Like, they're quite literally healthy for you. You're supposed to eat them. That's where a lot of the nutritional value of strawberries comes from. I never knew that. But yeah, you're supposed to eat the leaves of strawberries. So, you're quite literally missing out on the nutritional value of the fruit if you don't eat them.
Thank God I had these 3 mags. It really saved my life.
So, actually, that's where the antioxidants and stuff of strawberries are predominantly stored, just like all other dark leafy greens. But anyway, everybody, I'll talk to y'all later today, I guess. Unless I'm, like, keeling over the toilet or some shit. I don't know. I'm hoping this goes away, whatever the fuck it is, and I don't have, like, a stomach flu or some bullshit. But anyway, have a wonderful Tuesday, everybody. And I'll talk to y'all later. Peace out, guys.